Your parents are peerless geniuses of this era with hopes of becoming emperors. But you, born from them, are a useless individual incapable of cultivation. Annoyed, they started a new character. As expected, the day your younger brother was born, it triggered celestial phenomena. Learning of this, the Empress decided to come here, to choose a child bridegroom for herself. But her target isn't your younger brother, who was born strong. It's you, who can't cultivate. Only because the current Empress is reborn from a previous life. She knows that you are the body of myriad tribulations, capable of controlling heavenly tribulations. In her previous life, after she got engaged to your younger brother, she was ambushed in a setup and had her foundation for becoming an emperor stolen. She has decided to take you under her wing. To complete her grand plan of revenge. The fools of the Luo family still haven't discovered your power. And they still dislike you in every way. They don't want you. This Empress wants you. It just so happens that today is your younger brother Luo Xian's first birthday banquet. I won't let things go so smoothly. But before that, just as Ji Qianxue was searching for you everywhere, unexpected news came to her ears. Your Highness, Princess, the Luo family's eldest son is about the same age as you. He is currently fishing in the garden. Do you want to go have some fun? Ji Qianxue's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her face. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Su Shangong, quickly take me there. Meanwhile, you were leisurely fishing. Suddenly, a ding sound rang in your mind. Detected, reborn female emperor, Luo Qianxue. 10,000-fold gift system is now activating. You excitedly jumped up. System, you finally arrived. 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years since I transmigrated? At the same time, Su Shangong's powerful divine sense had already locked onto you. Ah, poor boy. Born into such a cultivation family, yet unable to cultivate. Watching his younger brother about to soar to the heavens, while he can only hide in this backyard, silently crying alone. His heart must be very heavy. Ji Qianxue secretly retorted in her heart upon hearing this. This Su Shangong isn't someone who knows quality either. But it's not strange. Even the emperor and the ancestor couldn't discover the body of myriad tribulations. How could others possibly perceive it? This is perfect. This Empress will appear in his darkest hour and give him light. He will surely be devoted to me. At this moment, you were completely unaware that the two had already arrived behind you. You were still immersed in the joy of obtaining the system. Su Shangong's voice sounded from behind. You are Luo Chen. You turned your head in confusion to look at the two people. Who are these two? Just now, the system mentioned the reborn female emperor. Could it be that this big sister is the female emperor, Luo Qianxue? The next second, you immediately changed your attitude. With a naive and innocent smile on your face. Hello, sister. My name is Luo Chen. I'm 3.5 years old this year. Ji Qianxue also curiously sized you up. Slightly chubby, but it still couldn't hide those perfect features. So, Luo Chen was born this beautiful. Thinking of this, Ji Qianxue spoke to instruct. Su Shangong, I'll play with her here. Come find me later. Hearing this, you were slightly stunned. This big sister's surname is Su. Shouldn't the female emperor be surnamed Luo? Just then, Luo Qianxue stretched out her small hand, smiling brightly. Hello, I'm Luo Qianxue, half a year older than you. You can call me sister in the future. Holy crap, it's this little girl who was reborn. Chen Yang suddenly realized this little girl's body contains a female emperor who has lived for who knows how long. With such a mature mind, she still has to learn to speak in a child's tone. It must be hard for you. Wait, aren't I the same? Chen Yang suddenly felt a sense of shared fate. But well, since she's someone the system mentioned and also a reborner, she must be a big deal. There's definitely no harm in latching on tight. Just keep praising her. After all, I'm just a 3.5-year-old child. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Sister, you're so cute. When you grow up, you'll definitely be as beautiful as my mother. No, maybe even more beautiful than my mother. Luo Qianxue's eyebrows curved and a look of delight appeared on her face. You have such a sweet mouth. Here, this is for you to eat. Luo Qianxue took Chen Yang's right hand and placed a piece of mung bean cake in it. At the same time, a ding sound rang out. 10,000 times gift system successfully activated. Binding target Luo Qianxue. 10,000 times enhancement unlocked. Items gifted by the female emperor Luo Qianxue can be enhanced 10,000 times. Acquired green bean cake randomly picked by Luo Qianxue, undergoing 10,000x enhancement. Enhancement successful. Acquired green tear creation cake. In Chen Yang's hand, the soft green bean cake had already changed its appearance. Above it, Dao rhymes flowed, condensing into mist, giving a feeling of omnipotence. Why aren't you eating it? Luo Qianxue looked at Chen Yang's puzzled expression, thinking he didn't like sweets. Don't like this one. Then I'll take you to eat something else. Chen Yang shook his head, muttering, it's just that happiness came too suddenly, I didn't react. Luo Qianxue was taken aback, sighing in her heart. It seems no one has ever been this good to him before. Cultivation families are the most ruthless. In their eyes, children without talent are worse than dogs. At this moment, Chen Yang's mind was filled with this green tier creation cake, constantly asking in his mind, "System, can I eat this? Will I explode directly?" Host, please rest assured, products of the system are guaranteed to be top quality. The green tier creation cake contains not spiritual power but the origin of the Tao. After absorbing it, the host can directly raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Wait, the 9th level of the body tempering realm? Chen Yang was incredibly shocked in his heart. Just one piece of mung bean cake can raise me 9 levels. Is this the power of a cheat? Almost without hesitation, he directly swallowed the green tier creation cake in his hand. Instantly, Chen Yang felt a surge of energy exploding within his body. It seemed explosive, but it was also incredibly gentle, ignoring the 12 meridians and acupoints, quickly traveling throughout his body, nourishing every inch of flesh and blood. With a crack, an unbreakable shackle within his body was completely broken. Chen Yang took the most crucial step, transforming from a mortal into a cultivator. Not only that, but his cultivation showed no sign of stopping and began to break through rapidly. First level of body tempering, second level, until the 9th level before stopping. Chen Yang could clearly feel that his flesh and blood were becoming more and more solid, and his body was filled with inexhaustible power. Breaking the artificial hill next to him with a single punch would be a piece of cake. Normally, children can only withstand the medicinal power of spiritual herbs at the age of 4 and then begin body tempering, which takes at least a year to reach the first level of body tempering. As for the 9th level of body tempering, it usually takes until the age of 7 or 8, and that's for those with exceptional talent. His own old man seemed to have reached the 9th level of body tempering at the age of 8. Yet he himself reached the 9th level of body tempering at the age of 3.5. It's just like having a cheat mode enabled. However, this feeling of having a cheat is really too addictive. Chen Yang suddenly felt refreshed and invigorated. A wonderful life was about to begin. All this he had to thank the great Empress Luo Qianxue for. Chen Yang secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely protect Luo Qianxue in the future and not let her suffer the slightest harm. No matter what the reason for her rebirth was, he would never let it happen a second time. Luo Qianxue looked at Chen Yang, who was staring blankly in front of her, and wondered, what's wrong? Why is he suddenly stunned? Could it be that the mung bean cake is too delicious? Sigh, what a pitiful child. Looks like he hasn't had anything good to eat. Follow this empress from now on, and I'll let you eat spicy food and drink the best wine, and see all the world's splendor. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue slightly curved the corners of her lips and smiled. Let's go, I'll take you to the front hall to eat even better food. Chen Yang originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought again. He was now a 3.5-year-old at the 9th level of body tempering, the only one in Dakian. What was there to be afraid of? Just right, he could also see what physique his little brother, who was born with an extraordinary phenomenon, could awaken. Chapter 3. If you beat him to death, your sister will back you up. Before the first birthday banquet even started, 2 adorable children were strolling hand in hand around the Chen family. To be precise, it was Luo Qianxue pulling Chen Yang, looking around here and there. She wanted to use this to tell everyone that Chen Yang was someone she valued. Anyone who dared to bully him would be going against her, Luo Qianxue. At the same time, she would also take the opportunity to scout out the Chen family's terrain and formations. When her strength was sufficient, if necessary, directly going to their door and destroying Chen Dao would also be a good choice. Danger should always be nipped in the bud. Chen Yang, however, couldn't quite grasp Luo Qianxue's intentions and speculated in his heart, the Empress seems to care about me a lot. Could it be that I was her lover in the previous life? No, even though this young master is indeed ridiculously handsome, there's no reason for an empress to find a mortal. Or, will I dominate the world in the future, sweeping across the cultivation world, and the empress is just trying to get acquainted beforehand? Damn, could it be that the empress's rebirth has something to do with me? Or with the Chen family? System, am I also reborn? Host has not been reborn. Then what exactly happened in the future? How could Luo Qianxue be reborn? This system has just awakened and cannot predict what will happen in the future. Still, Chen Yang noticed the key point. Then how can I predict it? When the host's cultivation reaches the Great Emperor realm, this system will evolve into its ultimate form, and then you will be able to know the cause and effect of Luo Qianxue's rebirth. Great Emperor, ha! Chen Yang smiled slightly, glancing at Luo Qianxue beside him. With a walking humanoid treasure trove around, it doesn't seem like a difficult task. The two walked around, attracting the attention of many people, including Chen Baihu, the grandson of the second elder's lineage of the Chen family. Yo, isn't this the little good for nothing? How dare you come out and embarrass yourself? Chen Baihu was 5 years old this year and recently succeeded in body tempering. Full of pride, he looked at Chen Yang with mockery. Luo Qianxue narrowed her eyes, a thought stirring in her heart. I was worried about not having a chance to show off in front of this little brat, and now he's delivered himself to my door. Chen Yang curled his little mouth. I used to avoid you guys because I couldn't beat you. Do you really think I'm an easy target? Chen Baihu, who is the little good for nothing talking about? The little good for nothing is talking about you. Oh, so it's the little good for nothing talking about me. My apologies, my apologies. Ha! Chen Baihu felt something was wrong, but his big head hadn't reacted yet. Luo Qianxue covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Tiger, Chen Yang is scolding you indirectly. The other little milk dumplings beside him spoke up to remind him. Chen Baihu suddenly reacted and pointed at Chen Yang, angrily opening his mouth. You, a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate, dares to scold me. Yeah, I'm going to beat you up. With a bang, the powerful strength of the first level of body tempering erupted within Chen Baihu's body. Brother Tiger, don't. You'll kill Chen Yang like that. The little milk dumpling next to him shouted for him to stop, but his eyes were full of excitement and it was obvious that he had a violent tendency. So what if he dies? Great-grandfather said that the cultivation world is a world where the strong prey on the weak and my fist is bigger than his. Chen Baihu raised his fist and walked towards Chen Yang step by step. Luo Qianxue pursed her lips slightly, thinking, the opportunity has come. Now that Chen Yang has no cultivation, as long as I help him, he will remember my kindness and become an important person whom he will remember for the rest of his life. That way, it will be much easier to recruit him in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue took out a talisman and mysteriously said, little brother, do you want to beat him up? Here, this is for you. With it, you can send this tiger back to his mother's womb. Don't worry, if you beat him to death, your sister will back you up. Chen Yang was worrying about not having an excuse and Luo Qianxue came to his door. The Empress sister understands me. Received Luo Qianxue's gift of tempering talisman, undergoing a 10,000-fold enhancement. Enhancement complete. Obtained the heavenly mystery Qiankuan talisman. After use, it can conceal heavenly secrets and reverse the universe. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Heavenly mystery and Qiankuan, just hearing the name makes it sound awesome. However, dealing with a small fry like this doesn't require it. Looking at Chen Baihu walking towards him step by step, Chen Yang's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. Chen Baihu's small eyes widened. Why, you dare to laugh? It seems like it's been too long since I taught you a lesson. Today, I'll let you know the difference between a cultivator and a mortal. The little milk baby beside him clapped and cheered. Tiger bro, go. Let him see the power of body tempering level 1. Little brat. Chen Yang curled his lips, then suddenly disappeared from the spot. There was a loud bang, and Chen Baihu took a heavy punch to the head, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. Holy crap! The little milk baby was dumbfounded. This wasn't right. Wasn't he a good-for-nothing? Luo Qianxue was also stunned, thinking, the body-tempering talisman refined by father can give an ordinary person who hasn't cultivated the strength of body-tempering level 6. In my previous life, this talisman was never used, but Chen Yang's attack just now was comparable to the strength of body tempering level 9. It's definitely not just the effect of the talisman. Could this also be a special trait of the myriad tribulations physique? That's right, it must be. The more Luo Qianxue thought about it, the more certain she became. The corners of her mouth gradually rose. As expected of a physique that even immortals fear, it's so amazing. Looking at the unconscious Chen Baihu beneath him, Chen Yang couldn't help but complain. So weak. Already fainted. I wasn't even having fun yet. After speaking, Chen Yang gave him another punch. Dust flew up and Chen Baihu was left with only a sliver of breath. Afterward, Chen Yang looked at the little milk baby to the side, smiling, and said, I remember you. You're also from the second elder's lineage, Chen Baihu's cousin. The little milk baby's face turned pale and his whole body trembled. No, I'm not. Don't worry, bro knows how to measure strength. It will only hurt for a moment. No, don't come over. Ah, help! Chen Yang is hitting people. The little milk baby used all his strength to shout towards the sky while simultaneously taking out a spirit tortoise shell to block in front of him. This was a protective treasure given by his parents. Even a 7th level body tempering cultivator couldn't break through it. Humph! Chen Yang, you wait. When my mom comes, she'll beat you up. The little milk baby shouted fiercely, but his body was firmly hiding behind the shell, not daring to show his head. Calling for parents when you can't win, sigh. Chen Yang sighed softly. You're scared, aren't you? My mom is at the spirit gathering realm. Do you dare to hit me? Nay, the little kid cautiously poked his head out, sticking his tongue out at Chen Yang. Scared. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth gradually curved up. Have you forgotten that my mom is at the spirit communication realm, a peerless genius, 2 whole major realms higher than your mom? Comparing parents. Can you beat me? The little kid was stunned. What he said seemed to be true. Isn't that terrible? The little kid's face turned as white as paper. Chen Yang pushed off with both feet and punched the spirit turtle shell, the surging power within his body rushing wildly towards his fist. Crack! The spirit turtle shell cracked open. Then, in front of the little kid's shocked face, the spirit turtle shell burst into pieces. Bang! The little kid was directly sent flying into the artificial mountain, passing out. Ah! Nan Nan. Not far away, the young woman who had rushed over upon seeing this scene let out a scream, almost fainting. Pointing at Chen Yang, her eyes were filled with hatred. You beast, what have you done? Chapter 4. Soul searching is popular in the Chen family. Lu Ruyan was furious. Her most beloved child had been sent flying by Chen Yang's punch and she would make him pay the price. Chen Yang immediately felt a sense of suffocation. The power of the spirit-gathering realm came crashing down like a hurricane, about to devour him. Body tempering, vein opening, spirit gathering, intent transformation, nether communication, nirvana, Tao inquiry, quasi-emperor, great emperor. These were the 9 realms of cultivation, each stronger than the last. Chen Yang was a full 2 major realms behind Lu Ruyan. If Chen Yang were facing this alone, he would probably be crippled if not dead today. However, Luo Qianxue naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Shadow Guard, stop her. As her soft, glutinous voice fell, a black-robed figure appeared silently in front of Chen Yang, dispersing Lu Ruyan's power with ease. Then, another shadow guard appeared beside Lu Ruyan, sealed her acupoints, lifted her in his hand, and threw her in front of Luo Qianxue. Chen Yang patted his chest and sighed inwardly, as expected of the future empress. Even her bodyguards are so powerful. You, what do you want to do? Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. This is the Chen family. How dare you attack a member of the Chen family? This is simply courting death. The commotion just now was enormous, alarming many powerful experts who rushed over one after another. At some point, Su Shangdong had already appeared beside Luo Qianxue, frowned slightly as she looked at Lu Ruyan on the ground, and softly asked, Your Highness, what happened? Did she offend you? Luo Qianxue sobbed delicately, wiped her eyes, and said, She just tried to attack me, Su Shangdong. I almost wouldn't have been able to see you again, or Father Emperor. Woo-woo, I'm so scared. Wow, the Empress sister's acting skills are amazing. It's so lifelike, she deserves an Oscar. Chen Yang silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Luo Qianxue's words were clearly intended to help Chen Yang, and Lu Ruyan's face turned pale as she panicked. No, I didn't. I only wanted to punish that good for nothing. I never attacked the princess. Ji Yao's expression darkened upon hearing this. She directly handed Chen Dao, who was in her arms, to Chen Zhantian, turned around and picked up Chen Yang, asking with concern, Yanger, what happened? Let mother see if you're hurt. Chen Yang rubbed his eye sockets vigorously, making them red, and then sobbed, saying, Mother, they wanted to hit me. Luckily, elder sister protected me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see you, mother. Wah, Yanger is scared, mother, hug me. Luo Qianxue was momentarily stunned. This little kid learns quickly. Ji Yao felt a pang of heartache, and looking at Chen Baihu and the little baby lying on the ground, a chilling glint flashed in her eyes. No, that's not how it is. It was him. He shattered the spirit turtle shell with a single punch, sending Nan Nan flying into the artificial hill. That damned little beast, he has learned to lie at such a young age. Pa! Invisible sword energy transformed into a large hand, slapping Lu Ruyan across the face. Watch your mouth. Ji Yao's voice carried a hint of killing intent. Lu Ruyan was instantly stunned by the slap. How could she, a mere gathering spirit realm cultivator, withstand a strike from the spirit communication realm? She immediately felt her chi become chaotic and she spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? A voice came from the Chun family's ancestral land, accompanied by an old man with white hair and a youthful face. It was the second elder of the Chen family. Wah-ha-ha! Lu Ruyan seemed to see hope. Her eyes lit up as she covered her cheek and suddenly burst into tears. Great-grandfather, you must stand up for Ruyan. Her father isn't here, and we mother and daughter can only rely on you. This little trash injured Baihu and Nan Nan. They are now unconscious, barely clinging to life. My cultivation is too low, so I implore grandfather to save them. The second elder's eyes were icy. He slightly raised his hand, and 2 streams of spiritual power lifted Chen Baihu and Nan Nan, healing their injuries. Soon, the 2 little children woke up one after another. Baihu, Nan Nan, you must tell the truth. What exactly happened? Grandfather will stand up for you. Chen Baihu looked bewildered. He had just fainted suddenly and didn't know what had happened. Nan Nan pointed at Chen Yang and said, It was him. He knocked brother who unconscious with 1 punch and also broke the spiritual tortoise shell my mother gave me. Humph. This is outrageous. The second elder snorted coldly, his eyes filled with chilling intent. Chen Zhantian stepped forward, shielding Ji Yao and Chen Yang behind him, and said in a deep voice, Second elder, it is well known that Yanger cannot cultivate. How could he possibly injure Chen Baihu, who has already reached the first level of body tempering? I hope second elder will discern right from wrong. He can cultivate. I saw it with my own eyes. He shattered the spirit turtle shell with 1 punch. Lu Ruyan immediately added. Chen Zhantian and Ji Yao exchanged a look, a hint of joy appearing on their faces. Could it be that Yanger's meridians have opened? Ji Yao gently stroked, a wisp of spiritual energy injected into Chen Yang's body, then her expression dimmed and she shook her head. Chen Zhantian's eyes turned cold. Lu Ruyan, Yanger's meridians are still blocked. If you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Ruyan's expression froze. How could this be possible? How could a mortal shatter the spirit turtle shell? The second elder's brow furrowed, and he said coldly, who is right and who is wrong will be known with a probe of the life soul. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she was overjoyed. That's right, grandfather, probe his life soul. Anyway, he can't cultivate, so there's no harm in damaging it a little. Seeking death. Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and endless sword energy attacked Lu Ruyan, but it was easily resolved by the second elder. The Chen family never fosters useless individuals. Baihu and Nan Nan may not be top geniuses, but they are astonishing enough. Today's matter must be clarified. The second elder spoke with an unquestionable tone. If their foundations are damaged because of this, that would be a loss for the Chen family. But a useless person, even if his life soul is damaged, the cost is negligible. Second elder. Chen Zhantian shouted, Yanger is my and Yao Yao's child, the direct bloodline of the family head. It's not your turn to punish him. Humph. The family head and the great elder are in seclusion. I am currently in charge of the Chen family's affairs, big and small. You have no right to object. A terrifying aura rushed forward, pressing down on the couple. Second elder. You mustn't. The Chen family disciples from the lineage of the family head and the great elder wanted to step forward to stop him, but they were all brushed aside by the second elder. Apart from the old ancestors of the Chen family, as well as the family head and the great elder, the second elder is the strongest in the Chen family, with a cultivation base as high as the Nirvana middle stage. Chen Yang's parents are simply unable to resist. Stop! A soft, childish voice suddenly rang out. As the voice faded, Su Shangong's figure appeared before Chen Yang's parents, blocking the second elder's oppressive aura. The second elder's expression changed, and he questioned in a deep voice, Su Shangong, is the imperial family going to interfere in the Chen family's affairs? This is not merely your family affair. Su Shangong slowly shook her head, pointing at Lu Ruyan and saying, she just attempted to harm the princess, witnessed firsthand by the shadow guards. No, I didn't. Grandfather and the others are framing me. Lu Ruyan looked flustered, at a loss for what to do. Luo Qianxue put her hands on her hips and said with a delicate snort, you say you didn't, and that's it? What proof do you have? Su Shangong followed up, Your Highness, this is easy to handle. We can search her soul. Luo Qianxue nodded as if suddenly enlightened. That's a good idea. Soul searching is popular in the Chen family. Lu Ruyan tried to assassinate this princess. This princess demands that the Chen family search her soul and give this princess justice. And those two over there also wanted to bully this princess. This princess demands that their souls be searched as well. Luo Qianxue pointed at Chen Baihu and Nan Nan, scaring them into quickly hiding behind Lu Ruyan. The second elder's expression changed. Anyone with eyes could see that this little princess was helping Chen Yang. However, no one could understand why a proud daughter of heaven would help a good-for-nothing. Luo Qianxue frowned. What? Is the Chen family planning to let this matter drop? Humph. If you don't do it, I'll do it myself. Su Shangong, help them out. As you command, Your Highness. Su Shangong slightly bowed, then gently curved her finger, directly pulling Lu Ruyan over and tightly gripping her neck. Chapter 5 Destroy it, so what? It's not like they are my own. Grandfather, save me. Lu Ruyan struggled desperately, her cries for help fragmented, but to no avail. The second elder's eyes were full of apprehension as he gravely spoke, Su Shangong, please release her. Lu Ruyan's Dao companion, Chen Xian, was the most outstanding junior in his lineage, second only to the direct descendant Chen Zhantian, so he did not want anything to happen to Lu Ruyan. Su Shangong remained unmoved, tightening her grip on Lu Ruyan even more. Enough, this ends here. A roar echoed in the sky, the sound originating from the deepest part of the Chen family's ancestral land. It's the old ancestor. The Chen family members all saluted towards the sky. Greetings, old ancestor. This was a true powerhouse, a great figure who could step into the quasi-emperor realm with just one more step. From the direction of the ancestral land, a boy floated in the air, standing in mid-air. The old ancestor decrees, Chen Baihu provoked first and should be punished. Lu Ruyan attacked Chen Yang and is sentenced to 10 years of contemplation in the forbidden area. Chen Yang was frightened and is hereby granted a Tongxin mirror. The Tongxin mirror. Isn't that a magic treasure only the true geniuses of the Chen family can possess? Why give it to a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate? For a time, there was silence, and everyone's faces were full of doubt. Since the Chen family's old ancestor had spoken, the matter was settled, and who was right or wrong no longer mattered. Su Shangong released her hand. Lu Ruyan's face was pale, and she collapsed to the ground. The second elder sighed softly in his heart, guessing, the ancestor is so biased towards Chen Yang, it must be because of Chen Dao. Luo Qianxue looked at the sky, her mind stirred slightly, that old guy from the Chen family must have also noticed something. But he probably doesn't know that Chen Yang is the body of myriad tribulations, otherwise he would have run out from the ancestral land long ago. The secret that Chen Yang is the body of myriad tribulations must be kept hidden. We'll tell him when our relationship is close enough in the future. We can't let anyone else snatch him away. Seeing that the matter had subsided, Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling slightly guilty. I've been so busy with Dower's affairs recently that I haven't spent much time with Yanger, almost letting him get bullied. Even if Yanger can't cultivate, I will protect him for his entire life, ensuring his peace and happiness. In the sky, a golden treasure mirror slowly descended, floating in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang grasped it in his hand, examining it carefully, his heart gradually becoming somewhat disappointed. This thing needs spiritual energy to activate, and I don't have a shred of it. In my hands, it's just an ordinary mirror, its only use being to admire my peerless handsome face. Sigh, what junk. If only I had a Dharma treasure that could be activated with Tao Source. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly struck Chen Yang. Mother, put me down for a moment. What does Yanger want to do? Ji Yao set Chen Yang down, and gently stroked his head. Chen Yang, holding the Tongxin mirror, wobbled over to Luo Qianxue, and said in a childish voice, "Thank you, sister, for the talisman you gave me, which allowed me to beat them up. This mirror is useless to me, so I'll give it to you." Luo Qianxue smiled slightly. "You're welcome. A body-tempering talisman can be used 3 times. If anyone dares to lay a hand on you again, beat them to a pulp. Since you're giving me the Tongxin mirror, I'll give you a gift in return, sister." The corners of Chen Yang's mouth curled up, and he was overjoyed in his heart. "Empress sister, you understand me too well." Luo Qianxue simply removed the jade pendant from her waist and helped Chen Yang wear it. Su Shangong's pupils constricted slightly, and she softly reminded, "Your Highness, this jade pendant was personally refined for you by the Emperor. It can withstand a full-force strike from a Tongyu realm cultivator." This jade pendant was much more precious than the mind-penetrating mirror. Luo Qianxue pursed her lips slightly and said, "I have no use for it." Received Luo Qianxue's gift, the Li Fire pendant, undergoing a 10,000-fold enhancement. Enhancement complete. Received the Bagua Starry pendant, which can withstand a full-force strike from a great Emperor realm cultivator upon use. "Thank you, sister." Chen Yang was very satisfied, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. The Chen family members looked at the two and suddenly understood. In this way, everything seemed to make sense. I was wondering how Chen Yang could defeat Qin Baihu. It turns out he relied on the talisman given by the princess. Lu Ruyan shouted frantically, "Great-grandfather, he admitted it. He's the one who hit Nan Nan. Great-grandfather, you must stand up for us." The second elder's face was covered with black lines. "Shut up. Is it still important who did it now? The ancestor is clearly on their side. What's the point of still shouting? What an idiot." Ji Yao stepped forward and coldly said, "Lu Ruyan, control your family's children. If there's a next time, I'll directly exterminate them." Lu Ruyan's body trembled. "You, how dare you? They are all descendants of the Chen family." Ji Yao coldly snorted, "So what if I exterminate them? They're not my own children anyway. Yanger, let's go. Mother will take you to eat something delicious." Having said that, Ji Yao directly took Chen Yang's hand and headed towards the front hall. You. Puff. Lu Ruyan's blood surged, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes went dark, and she fainted. The second elder's eyes turned cold. He heavily snorted, then waved his sleeves and took Lu Ruyan towards the forbidden area. Luo Qianxue clapped her hands, feeling very refreshed. With this move, her favorability in Chen Yang's heart must have greatly increased. "Let's go, we're going to the feast." In the front hall, the Chen family had already prepared all kinds of immortal delicacies. Originally, Chen Yang would have no interest in participating in such occasions, as food rich in spiritual energy was no different from ordinary food to him. But today was different. Chen Yang hopped and skipped on his short legs to Luo Qianxue's side, asking in a childish voice, "Sister, can I sit next to you?" Luo Qianxue looked at the adorable little baby in front of her, and her maternal instincts gradually flooded. "So cute. Sure, you can sit here. Sister, that 3-treasure chicken looks delicious. Can you get a piece for me?" Luo Qianxue gladly agreed, picking up a piece and placing it in Chen Yang's bowl. Acquired 3-treasure chicken picked by Luo Qianxue, undergoing 10,000 times enhancement. Enhancement complete. Acquired exquisite 8-treasure chicken can break through the body-tempering realm limit after consumption. "I know, I'm invincible." Looking at the table full of dishes, Chen Yang was filled with joy and continued, "Sister, there's also the 100-flower nectar. I heard it's delicious. Can you pour me a cup? And also. Ji Yao, somewhat helplessly, picked up Chen Yang directly and said with a slightly apologetic tone, "Princess, please don't be offended. Yanger is still young and doesn't understand." "Yanger, what do you want to eat? Mother will get it for you." Su Shangong also gently reminded from the side, "Your Highness, please pay attention to the dignity of the royal family." Luo Qianxue reacted, realizing that her actions just now were indeed a bit inappropriate. Chen Yang was carried away by Ji Yao, his eyes filled with reluctance. "If I ate that whole table, I'd probably become a great emperor, right? Alas, what a pity. Chance to become an emperor won." Looking at the only remaining piece of the exquisite 8-treasure chicken in his bowl, Chen Yang gloomily ate it in one bite. Instantly, surging power permeated, enveloping his entire body in an instant. The system shielded all auras, and even Ji Yao, who was closest to Chen Yang, did not notice anything unusual. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Yang's eyes, his bones crackled, his blood energy became incredibly abundant, and his strength rose to another level. He vaguely felt that even 10 body-tempering stage 9th level cultivators would not be a match for him. At the same time, in his mind, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through the body-tempering limit. Chapter 6 Innate Supreme Bone. Fortunately, no double pupils. The path of cultivation takes 9 as the ultimate number. The body-tempering realm is divided into 1 to 9 levels, with the intention of tempering the impurities in the body, filling the body with chi and blood, shedding the mortal aura, and laying the foundation for future cultivation. However, 9 returns to 1. After the extreme number, 1 can still go further, and this is the limit realm. Every realm has a limit realm. The great emperors who have appeared in history have more or less broken through the limit realm in one or several realms. It is rumored that breaking through the limit realm is very difficult and requires enduring unimaginable pain. There are even records that some great emperors shattered their souls into tens of millions of pieces in order to take this step. If the great emperors knew that Chen Yang had become a body-tempering limit realm cultivator just by eating a piece of meat, they probably wouldn't be able to hold down their coffin lids. Feeling the continuous surge of power, Chen Yang nodded with satisfaction. This feeling is really great. My big sister the Empress is only 4 years old, so she probably hasn't started body tempering yet. When she cultivates to the 9th level of body tempering, I'll give her a little guidance so she can also break through to the limit. But I can't reveal my identity, otherwise I won't be able to beg for food anymore. Yes, that's the plan. There was still a lot of time before Qindao's awakening ceremony, so Chen Yang was consolidating his cultivation. With the system concealing him, no one could detect his abnormality. After a while, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd, shouting towards the sky. Look, it's a 9-colored sky sparrow. A soul-stirring cry came from the sky, and the radiant sky sparrow slowly landed in the Chen family's courtyard. A woman descended from the sky sparrow, with skin like congealed fat and captivating beauty, with a resemblance to Ji Yao between her eyebrows. She is the fairy of Jade Pool, Ji Lingyue. Someone recognized her identity and exclaimed, "Auntie!" Ji Yao said, her eyes smiling, as she soared into the air, flying to Ji Lingyue's side. "I thought you weren't coming. Some things were delayed, but fortunately, I'm not late. Where is Yanger? How has he been recently?" "Grand Aunt, Yanger is here." Chen Yang jumped down from the chair, hopping and skipping to Ji Lingyue, stretching out his arms. "Grand Aunt, hug." Ji Lingyue, aside from his parents, was the best person in the world to him. Every year on his birthday, she would bring various rare and exotic items to visit him. Ji Lingyue pursed her lips and picked up Chen Yang, saying with some doting, "Yanger is such a good boy. Grand Aunt, you're still so beautiful. You and Mother are the most beautiful people in the world." Ji Lingyue laughed heartily. "Yanger, you're still so glib." Ji Yao said helplessly, "I don't know how many girls this kid will end up harming when he grows up." Looking at Chen Yang being embraced by both women, many of the little children present showed envious expressions on their faces. Looking at Ji Lingyue, Luo Qianshua's memories began to stir within her. Ji Lingyue, an elder of the Jade Pool Holy Land, was hailed as one of the most promising individuals of her time to achieve emperorship. She had also guided Luo Qianshue in the past. Although the time was short, the influence was profound, and she could be considered half a mentor. Thinking of this, Luo Qianshue sighed inwardly again. Unfortunately, heaven is jealous of talent. 10 years from now, Ji Lingyue will be besieged by several top demonic cultivators in the immortal Severing Cave, and in the end, her body will be destroyed and her soul will be extinguished. It's strange to say, as an elder of the Jade Pool, Ji Lingyue must have many life-saving and escape treasures on her person. Even if she couldn't win, she could escape. Why would she fight to the death with demonic cultivators? After Ji Lingyue died, Ji Yao cultivated like a madwoman, breaking through several realms in a row, determined to avenge her. But unfortunately, a few years later, the couple also perished in the immortal Severing Cave. After that, not long after, Chen Yang died miserably in the wilderness, and the Chen family was also destroyed, leaving only Qindao alive. These unsolved cases are strange in every aspect. They were never thoroughly investigated in my previous life. However, now that I have been reborn, perhaps some of the mysteries can be solved. As long as I subtly leak the information to Chen Yang at the appropriate time and let him remind Ji Lingyue, the tragedy of the Chen and Ji families might be avoided. Luo Qianshue pondered, silently making up her mind. The opportune moment has arrived. A thunderous sound echoed in the sky, and an old man in purple robes stood in the air holding an infant in his arms. "Aunt, that is Dower," Ji Yao slowly said. "All 12 meridians are unblocked, flawless and pure, as if he was born for cultivation." Ji Lingyue slightly nodded, without any surprise. She didn't look at Chen Dao but instead looked at Chen Yang in her arms, her lips slightly pursed. "Yanger, there is a sentence you must remember. When heaven closes a door, it will surely open a window. So-called talent is only the starting point for cultivators. Where you can reach depends on yourself. Cultivation may not only have the path of the 12 meridians, do you understand?" Understood, I understand it too well. If Chen Yang were to reveal his cultivation at the body tempering limit, everyone present would probably drop their jaws. However, although he has the system, he is not invincible yet, so he still needs to keep a low profile. Grand Aunt Yanger understands that a mortal body is not necessarily incapable of becoming an emperor. Only by breaking through limits can one achieve the great Tao. Ji Lingyue and Ji Yao exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. As expected of Yanger, to have such insight. It was not in vain that Grand Aunt sought this opportunity for you. Ji Yao was stunned, a look of disbelief on her face, and asked, Aunt, did you really find that senior? Ji Lingyue's lips curved upward. I found him. After the first birthday banquet is over, he will personally send someone to test Yanger's physique. That's great. That's great. My Yanger finally has hope of cultivating. Ji Yao looked delighted, as if nothing could make her happier. Senior. Who is it? A reclusive expert. Chen Yang was filled with doubt. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and powerful auras emanated from the ancestral grounds of the Chen family, pouring into Chen Dao's body. It has begun. The Chen family is using the power of several Nirvana realm experts to stimulate the potential within Chen Dao. His talent, whatever it may be, will be revealed in its entirety today. A baby who stirred the heavens and earth at birth, what terrifying talent will he awaken? The crowd spoke amongst themselves, their eyes fixed on the sky. Chen Dao floated in the air, his eyes closed and his body enveloped in spiritual energy as phantoms emerged one after another behind him. There were dragons, phoenixes, and various other divine and rare beasts like the Qilin. In the sky, radiant clouds spread and anomalies manifested, as if a celestial decree were descending upon the world. The myriad spirits pay homage. He is a born sovereign. The Chen family has produced a born sovereign. A clamor erupted below. Look, the innate supreme bone is about to take shape. The myriad spirit shadows behind Chen Dao continuously flowed into his body. The infant's entire body became transparent, and the section of golden bone on his chest, filled with Daoist charm, was clearly visible. Damn it, supreme bone. Chen Yang shuddered and quickly took out a mirror to check his own eyes. After repeated confirmation, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I don't have double pupils, or I'd really become a villain. At the same time, Luo Qianxue looked at Chen Dao, her eyes deep and unfathomable, not at all like a 4-year-old child. As expected, just like in my previous life, a born supreme, Next should be the heavenly Daoist blessing. Once the blessing is complete, Chen Dao will truly become the one who carries the mandate of heaven. However, things are different now. With this emperor here, you still want to successfully bestow the blessing. Dream on. Chapter 7 Heavenly Dao's Blessing, but it seems to have gone awry. The celestial phenomena in the sky constantly shifted. The supreme bone, originally hidden within Chen Dao's body, was now almost completely revealed. But Chen Yang felt an inexplicable strangeness in his heart. His bloodline connection with Chen Dao seemed to have been severed by something. System, why do I suddenly feel like Chen Dao isn't my brother? The host's body has been baptized by the origin of the Dao and is in harmony with heaven and earth, allowing you to sense things that ordinary cultivators cannot. What do you mean? Chen Yang's mind focused. If the system said so, it meant his feeling just now might be right. Could it be that Chen Dao isn't mother's child? But that doesn't make sense either. I watched Chen Dao being born with my own eyes. Suddenly, Chen Yang's expression changed. Holy crap, system, don't tell me I'm the one who was picked up. The host and Chen Dao are blood related. Oh, that is good then, I wasn't picked up. Then why do I have this strange feeling? Currently, a remnant soul of a demon emperor resides within Chen Dao's body. Just now, the remnant soul occupied the body and was absorbing the power of the supreme bone. Demon emperor. Chen Yang was shocked. A demon cultivator or a demon race? A demon race who was in the great emperor realm before his death. This is truly terrible news. Chen Yang's mind was heavy. Just now, neither Ji Lingyue nor the old ancestors of the Chen family had discovered the demon emperor within Chen Dao's body. He was just a little baby. Even if he spoke up, no one would believe him, and it was even more likely to expose the existence of the system. What should he do? Host, there is no need to worry. It will take at least 10 years for the demon emperor to control Chen Dao's body. When the host's strength is sufficient, you will be able to easily resolve the crisis. That's all I can do. Chen Yang felt a little angry in his heart. Despicable and shameless old bastard, not even letting children go. This little master will refine you sooner or later and bury you in a latrine, so you can experience what it's like to have the yellow river roaring and full of mud and sand. Buzz. Rumbles came from the sky, and Chen Dao's supreme bone fully manifested. At the same time, golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, shining on Chen Dao's body. Dao rhymes permeated the surroundings, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Could this be the legendary heavenly Dao blessing? My heavens, a born supreme bone coupled with the heavenly Dao's blessing, this is undoubtedly the bearing of a great emperor. Could it be that a great emperor is truly about to emerge from the Chen family? The Chen family members were all excited. Just from the divine signs displayed at this moment, they knew that Chen Dao's future was limitless. Host, the demonic emperor's remnant soul is devouring the power of the heavenly Tao, becoming increasingly powerful. This isn't good. Chen Yang frowned deeply. The power of the heavenly Tao could accelerate the demonic emperor's control over Chen Dao's body. Once he fully recovers, it would be a calamity for the entire Chen family and even the entire Dechen dynasty. No, I must stop him. System, is there any way? Host, the heavenly secret universe talisman you possess can conceal heavenly secrets and reverse the universe, transferring the heavenly Tao's blessing to any target. That's right, I still have this thing. With a thought from Chen Yang, the heavenly secret universe talisman appeared in his hand. However, before he could act, several dark figures appeared in the sky one after another, blasting towards Chen Dao. Who are these villains? How dare you attack my Chen family? Instantly, countless Chen family experts rose into the air and attacked the dark figure. However, those black figures disregarded everything. They had long prepared their magical treasures, allowing the spells to bombard their bodies with only one target in their eyes. Chen Dao, who was receiving the blessing. Not good, stop them. Ji Lingyue and Ji Yao soared into the air, guarding Chen Dao. The black figures that got close were all killed by Ji Lingyue. However, to everyone's surprise, the black figures seemed to have been prepared for this, pinching blood-colored talismans between their fingers. A deep red barrier appeared, enveloping Chen Dao and the others within. Crap, it's the 9 Nether Blood Fiend Array. They're trying to disrupt the heavenly Taoist blessing. The 9 Nether Blood Fiend Array uses boundless blood energy to conceal and can briefly shield the secrets of heaven. It was precisely during this brief moment that the heavenly Taoist blessing was directly interrupted. Luo Qianxue looked at everything that had happened without the slightest surprise. These black shadows were all arranged by her. Using the location of a secret realm known to her from her past life as a condition, she hired these assassins from the Mo1 Pavilion to disrupt Chen Dao's blessing ceremony. Mo1 Pavilion only carry out assassinations, never ask about origins, is one of the most mysterious organizations in the cultivation world. As long as the price is right, they can do anything. Clearly, she was about to succeed. This grand formation severed the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Without a target, the Tao rhythm would dissipate on its own before long. Without the heavenly Tao's blessing, Chen Dao's strength will be weakened by 1 point, making it much easier to kill him in the future. Luo Qianxue slightly pursed her lips, very satisfied. Chen Yang also curled the corner of his mouth, thinking, this isn't bad either, saving me a talisman. I just don't know which kind person did it. I'll have to thank them later. However, unpredictable things happen in life. Deep within Chen Dao's body, a huge eye surrounded by demonic energy suddenly opened. In the next moment, the entire 9 Nether Blood Fiend Array shattered instantly. The formation backfired, and the black shadows of the Mo1 Pavilion were directly turned into dust. What's going on? Luo Qianxue thought, her heart tightening. What just happened? Through 2 lifetimes, she still couldn't see it clearly. Everyone present felt the same way. The disappearance of the 9 Nether Blood Demon formation was simply too abrupt. It's the heavenly Tao. It must be the heavenly Tao that destroyed the grand formation. Favored by the heavenly Tao, he is a child of destiny. Our Chen family has produced a child of destiny. Excitement and joy hung on everyone's faces. Ji Lingyue frowned slightly. Was it really the heavenly Tao? Although doubtful, she didn't detect anything unusual. System, what just happened? The demonic emperor's remnant soul shattered the 9 Nether Blood Demon formation with demonic energy. This formation was originally created by the demonic race, with demonic energy mixed within it, undetectable to anyone below the emperor realm. The great formation shattered, and the Tao rhythm that was about to disappear recondensed. Chen Dao's demonic eye was greedily absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao. Looks like I have to step in. Chen Yang's lips slightly curled up. Just a wisp of a remnant soul daring to act so arrogantly. See how this young master will play you to death in the future. The heavenly secret Qiankuan talisman in his hand ignited, yet no one noticed. The heavenly Tao's blessing paused abruptly, seeming somewhat perplexed as the Tao rhythm scattered aimlessly. Deep within Chen Dao's body, the demonic eye emitted a low murmur. What's going on? Before long, all the Tao rhythm gathered and departed from Chen Dao's body, heading downwards. No, my heavenly Tao power. The demonic eye roared unwillingly. Who is it? Who exactly is manipulating the heavenly secrets? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Why did the Tao rhythm run away? Luo Qianxue was equally astonished. Wasn't Chen Dao supposed to receive the heavenly Tao's blessing? Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? Wait. Why is this Tao rhythm rushing towards me? Luo Qianxue stared blankly, rooted to the spot. The power of the heavenly Tao instantly enveloped her, a warm aura flowing through her entire body, and the shackles within her body were completely shattered. Deep within her body, a delicate and exquisite small world began to take shape. How could this be? Why has my physique awakened ahead of schedule? This is completely different from my previous life. What on earth happened? Chapter 8, more terrifying than the last. That's the Azure World. Behind Luo Qianxue, a strange phenomenon appeared, reflecting a world of phantoms, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. What kind of constitution is that? After cultivating for so many years, I've never heard of it. Everyone's gaze fell on Luo Qianxue, seemingly forgetting that Chen Yang was supposed to be the protagonist of this birthday banquet. Luo Qianxue was pleasantly surprised, although I don't know what happened. After receiving the heavenly Taoist blessing, the 9 profound azure physique has indeed awakened ahead of schedule. In my previous life, I spent countless natural treasures and spanned hundreds of years to awaken it, but I never reached the level I am at now. Which senior is secretly helping me? Looking around, none of the people present seemed to have such means. Who could it be? Luo Qianxue fell into deep thought. Chen Yang's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as expected of the reborn female emperor. This phenomenon, at first glance, is invincible. System, what kind of constitution is this? Luo Qianxue possesses the 9 profound exquisite body, containing an exquisite small world within her, which is incredibly mystical. Her cultivation progresses 1,000 miles in a day. Once the small world is fully formed, she can directly enter the great emperor realm. Now that's what I call a genius. Chen Yang nodded slightly. Well, I need to hurry up too. I can't be outdone by the empress sister. At the same time, Ji Lingyue's eyes were fixed and her body froze in place. There's no mistake, this is the physique recorded in the ancient books of Yaoqi, the legendary 9 profound exquisite body. Ji Lingyue's gaze gradually became fervent. As soon as the blessing of the heavenly Tao ended, Ji Lingyue appeared beside Luo Qianxue and eagerly said, "Are you willing to join my Yaoqi Holy Land?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Throughout the long years, only forces that have produced great emperors are qualified to be called Holy Lands. In today's world, there are very few that can be called Holy Lands. Luo Qianxue was slightly stunned, pondering in her heart. The Jade Pool Holy Land appears glorious, but in reality, it is on the verge of collapse. Their oldest ancestor will pass away within 100 years. After her passing, the Jade Pool Holy Land will be besieged by various forces, its cultivation resources divided, and it will almost fall into a desperate situation. At that time, Chen Dao descended from the sky, wielding an emperor weapon, and fought against several great holy lands, finally resolving the crisis of the Jade Pool. Later, Chen Dao took control of the Jade Pool Holy Land, and his cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds at an incredible speed, enough to be described as terrifying. Even I am far inferior to him. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue became even more convinced that there was a great opportunity within the Jade Pool Holy Land. In this life, the opportunity is mine. Luo Qianxue pursed her lips slightly, looked at Ji Lingyue, and asked, "Are there any benefits to joining the Jade Pool Holy Land?" The group of guests were immediately stunned. Holy crap, the Jade Pool Holy Land is extending an olive branch, and she's actually asking for conditions. Is this the confidence of a genius? Damn it, I'm so envious. Ji Lingyue didn't care at all and said softly, "Anything you want is fine. I will report to my master and make you the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi Holy Land. In the future, you will be the master of Yaoqi Holy Land." The crowd's minds seemed to explode, exclaiming, This is too outrageous. The master of Yaoqi is at least a quasi-emperor level existence. In other words, the little princess will at least be able to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm in the future. Su Shangong's eyes were filled with excitement. Although the great Qian royal family was strong, its foundation was definitely not as good as a Holy Land. It was simply great news that Luo Qianxue could enter the Yaoqi Holy Land. In the future, she might be able to surpass the royal family's past sages and achieve the path to becoming an emperor. Chen Yang's head went blank. He walked to Ji Yao and asked softly, "Mother, where is Yaoqi Holy Land? Is it far from here?" Ji Yao smiled gently. Yaoqi Holy Land is tens of millions of miles away from Daqian. Of course, it's far. Chen Yang's face fell. Tens of millions of miles. If Luo Qianxue leaves, won't the system be useless? What about my cultivation? No, I have to go too. Mother, can I go to the Yaoqi Holy Land? Ji Yao was stunned for a moment. Grand Aunt, look at me. Do I meet the standards for recruiting disciples at Yaoqi Holy Land? Ji Lingyue couldn't help but smile. Yanger, Yaoqi Holy Land doesn't accept male disciples, and the Yaoqi cultivation methods are not suitable for men. Chen Yang blinked his eyes, looking pitifully at Ji Lingyue. I don't want to leave Grand Aunt. Just take me with you. I can pour tea, serve water, wash clothes, and cook. Blink, blink. Ji Lingyue gently pinched Chen Yang's chubby cheeks and said softly, Yanger, Grand Aunt has already found the most suitable master for you. Calculating the time, she should be here soon. No one's arrival matters. This young master is determined to go to Yaoqi. Chen Yang put his hands in his pockets, striking a menacing pose. Suddenly, with a loud rumble, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up thick smoke and dust. Little Lingyue, this venerable one has arrived. Quickly bring that little baby out. A spirited female voice came from the smoke and dust, sounding very energetic. Ji Lingyue lightly waved her sleeve, stirring up a breeze, dispersing the surrounding smoke and dust. Only then did everyone see the true face of the black shadow. It was an enormous black gold meteorite, jet black in color and incomparably hard, and the ground had already been smashed into a large pit. On top of the meteorite stood a figure with surging blood energy. It was a woman, but she was dressed in neat men's clothing, with handsome features and a captivating smile at the corner of her mouth. With a loud crash, the woman leaped down from the huge black gold meteorite, causing the ground to tremble, her power no less than the previous strike. Who is this person? Why does she have such abundant blood energy? The guests looked at each other, but no one could say where she came from. Inside Qingdao, the crimson demonic eye suddenly opened, emitting a sinister and eerie laughter. Such abundant blood energy. Ha ha! Truly, heaven never seals off all paths for demons. Although I've lost the power of the heavenly Tao, it has sent me such a nourishing blood offering. Within the demonic eye, streaks of crimson flashed, brewing an unspeakable conspiracy. Ji Lingyue carried Chen Yang as she flew forward, offering a slight bow. Senior Sister Chu, I trust you have been well. Ji Yao and Chen Zhantian also came to her side, and just as they were about to offer their greetings, they heard the woman's slightly impatient voice. No need for all the formalities, I won't return the courtesy. Little Lingyue, is this the little fellow? The woman's eyes darted curiously at Chen Yang, making him feel a little uneasy. Pretty sister, what do you want to do? Oh, you have quite the sweet tongue. The woman's lips curled into a smile. I am Chu Yuqian, here on behalf of the old man to assess your talent. Before she could finish, Chu Yushuan, as if picking up a chick, grabbed Chen Yang and began tossing him up and down, making strange and bizarre movements. Chen Yang wanted to resist, but Chu Yushuan's hands seemed to possess immense power, making him completely unable to contend. Aunt, younger is still young, won't this be too much? Ji Yao asked with some concern in her expression. Ji Lingyue waved her hand. No need to worry, just watch. Ah, pretty sister, what are you doing? Let me down quickly. I'm getting dizzy. If you don't come down, I'm going to throw up on you. I'm telling you, I just ate garlic. It'll stink you to death. Ji Yao. Ji Lingyue. Luo Qianxue. After spinning around countless times, Chu Yushuan finally stopped. She placed Chen Yang on the ground, held up 3 fingers, and asked with a grin. Little kid, how many is this? 3, what else could it be? Chen Yang said in annoyance. At this moment, his internal organs were churning violently, and he felt like he could throw up at any moment, all thanks to her. Ha ha, not bad, you can actually stay conscious. Chu Yushuan looked exceptionally happy. Come, give this lump of iron a full force punch. As long as you can leave a mark, you'll pass and be qualified to become my junior brother. Junior brother? I wouldn't be your junior brother. Following the Empress, I can latch onto her coattails and improve my cultivation. Isn't that great? As long as I leave a mark, I can be your junior brother. Chen Yang confirmed again. That's right. What if I don't leave a mark? Then we are not meant to be. Chen Yang's lips curled up. Then we're definitely not meant to be. Slowly walking to the side of the Xianjin meteorite, Chen Yang kept swinging his arms as if he was going to use all his strength. Ha! You little meteorite, take a punch from this young master. Chen Yang's expression was determined, preparing to use 1% of his strength. This dark, ugly stone is extremely hard. With only 1%, it definitely won't leave any traces. Chapter 9 The Brahma Holy Hall. Can it be moved? This is Xian gold meteorite. How could a little kid who can't cultivate leave a mark on it? The crowd was puzzled. Using Xian gold meteorite to accept disciples, this method is very similar to that legendary sect. Which one? The Brahma Holy Hall. Everyone was shocked. It's actually them. It is said that the Brahma Holy Hall has very few disciples in each generation, and the inheritance methods require extremely harsh conditions. They need to start with infants, and infants with abundant blood and energy but blocked meridians are the best choice. Everyone looked at Chen Yang. They all knew that Chen Yang was born with 12 blocked meridians and could not cultivate. However, if he is taken away by the Brahma Holy Hall, it will be very different. This means that Chen Yang is about to embark on a different path. He cannot cultivate, but his combat power is not inferior to that of cultivators. Many Qin family disciples who had ridiculed and suppressed Chen Yang before were trembling, praying that he would not succeed. The Brahma Holy Hall. Luo Qianxue frowned in thought. They never appeared in my previous life. Why have they suddenly emerged now? Could it be that my rebirth has triggered some karma, causing changes in the world? After thinking it over, Luo Qianxue could only come up with this one possibility. However, if Chen Yang can really enter the Brahma Holy Hall, it would be quite a good choice. At least he will have the power to protect himself before the awakening of his 10 calamity body. With this thought, the corners of Luo Qianxue's lips lifted in a smile as she looked in the direction where Chen Yang was. Lighter, even lighter. There must be no trace. Chen Yang muttered in his heart, then pretended to exert great force, but actually used only 1% of his strength and punched towards the profound gold meteorite. Bang! No reaction. Not a single mark. Chen Yang breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, no mistakes were made. Ji Yao and his wife, along with Ji Lingyue, simultaneously darkened their eyes. No traces meant that Chen Yang could not follow the path of body refinement and could only be immortal for the rest of his life. Is this destiny? Ji Yao sighed repeatedly. At this moment, only Chu Yuxuan stared unblinkingly at the mysterious gold meteorite. The expression on her face was first one of confusion, then shock, and finally, boundless joy. A genius even more formidable than this venerable one. Ha ha ha. Old man, I've found them for you. A true genius, an unparalleled, peerless genius. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. Ji Lingyue was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't it leave any marks? What is she so happy about? Chen Yang jolted suddenly, a vague, ill-boding premonition rising in his heart. He looked again at the mysterious gold meteorite. At the spot where it had been struck, an extremely faint luster flickered. Then, that luster began to spread rapidly. After a few breaths, the entire mysterious gold meteorite was continuously blossoming with dazzling light. Cracks appeared one after another. With a crash, the mysterious gold meteorite shattered. Everyone was stunned. Chen Yang was directly frozen in place. Wait, I only used 1% of my strength. How did you crack open? Chen Yang felt like he was about to crack open too. Junior brother. My dearest junior brother. Chu Yuqian picked up Chen Yang and lifted him high into the air. From now on, you are a member of my Van Sage Hall. Without further ado, I will take you to see our master right away. Wait! Ji Yao and Chen Yang shouted at the same time. Senior Chu, Yanger has never left the Chen family since he was a child. Please allow me, as his mother, some time to give him a few words of advice. Alright, hurry up. No. Chen Yang quickly waved his hand. Junior brother. What's wrong? Stop. I haven't agreed yet. Chen Yang said, puffing out his cheeks. How can you call me junior brother? Everyone was stunned again. Chu Yuqian smiled slightly. Senior sister understands. Junior brother wants a greeting gift, right? Come, take your pick. One by one, magical artifacts overflowing with light were taken out and piled in front of Chen Yang. Everyone's eyes widened. Each one was a top-tier magical artifact. Forget it, no need to choose, I'll give you all of these. From now on, whatever you want, senior sister will get it for you. Chen Yang took a step back, pitifully saying, well, I don't want magical treasures. I think I am more suited to go to Yaoqi. Clang! The treasured armor in Chu Yuqian's hand fell to the ground. Incredulously, she asked, Junior brother, you're not willing to join. Ji Lingyue said in a deep voice, Yanger, don't talk nonsense. The body refining techniques of the Brahma Saint Hall are the most suitable for you. It is your best choice. No, it's not. Chen Yang wanted to refuse, but he couldn't think of a suitable reason. Chu Yuqian looked at Chen Yang's tangled expression and suddenly said, could it be that you, little brat, have taken a fancy to some girl in Yaoqi? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Qianxue at the same time. Could it really be like this? Even after being reborn, Luo Qianxue was still a little uncomfortable. The corners of Chu Yuqian's mouth slightly raised. It's her. Easy, I'll just take her under my wing as well as your bed warming maid. Luo Qianxue. Ji Lingyue quickly stopped her. This really won't do. Chen Yang pondered for a long time and came up with a compromise. Well, I can acknowledge you as my master, but you have to promise me one thing. Tell me, junior brother. Anything is fine, Chu Yuxuan said. Senior sister Chu, let us move the sect to the edge of Jade Pool. Everyone. This little kid, could he be thinking about the fairies of Jade Pool? Sects are all built in places with abundant spiritual energy. Changing the location is absolutely impossible. It seems that this little kid is not destined for the Brahma Saint Palace. Chu Yuxuan pondered for a moment and asked, just this one condition? Yes. Chen Yang blinked. In fact, he was also very interested in body refinement techniques, but compared to that, the system was more important. If they could move the sect to the edge of Jade Pool, it would be a win-win situation. No problem, this request is too simple. Chu Yuxuan smiled. Everyone was stunned again. Can the sect's location be changed just like that? Chu Yuxuan took out a sound transmission jade and shouted into it. Old man, are you awake? This venerable one has found you an unparalleled genius. Hurry up and pack up and move the sect to Yaoqi. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang looked surprised. Junior brother, don't worry, we of the Brahma Saint Hall cultivate without relying on spiritual power. Where a person is, that is where the sect is. Hurry up and step forward to greet your senior sister. Chen Yang's eyes lit up and a look of joy appeared on his face. Junior brother Chen Yang greets senior sister. Dear senior sister, do you still want these gifts? Chen Yang asked with a grin. They're all yours. Chu Yuxuan waved her hand, not caring in the slightest. Chen Yang was overjoyed. He picked up a stack of magical treasures and wobbled over to Luo Qianxue. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, he said in a childish voice, Sister, my senior sister gave me a bunch of magical treasures. I can't use so many, so I'll give you half. Luo Qianxue was taken aback. Could this little child really have taken a liking to her? Sister, don't you like it? Blink. A warmth bloomed in Luo Qianxue's heart, and a sweet smile graced her face. I like it. Thank you. I must be overthinking it. He's just a 3.5-year-old toddler. What does he know about love? Sister, that bracelet on your wrist is so pretty. Can you give it to me? Chen Yang's eyes were full of anticipation. Bracelet. Luo Qianxue was taken aback. It's just an ordinary ornament. Chen Yang smiled knowingly. It's okay. I like anything that belongs to sister. The crowd. Ji Yao rubbed her forehead. Zhantian, I have a feeling Yanger is going to be completely dominated in the future. Chen Zhantian cleared his throat. He's quite like me in that regard. Ji Yao. I'll give it to you if you like it. Luo Qianxue took off the bracelet and handed it to Chen Yang, then took out a magic treasure. This is a magic treasure that Father Emperor refined for me. I'll give it to you too. Wu, Empress sister, you understand me too well. Chen Yang's eyes were full of excitement. The moment he received the magic treasure, the mechanical notification sound arrived as scheduled. Chapter 10 being targeted. Acquired Luo Qianxue's personal decorative bracelet undergoing 10,000x strengthening. Strengthening complete. Acquired Heaven and Earth Limitless Qiankuan Ring. When used, it can 100% immobilize the target. Acquired the magical artifact Can Water Pearl gifted by Luo Qianxue, undergoing 10,000x strengthening. Strengthening complete. Acquired Spirit Restriction Pearl. When used, it deploys a spirit restriction domain which can instantly absorb all spiritual energy within the domain. Invincible. These two magical artifacts can be said to be perfectly suited for Chen Yang. The Qiankuan Ring's immobilization can prevent enemies from escaping, while the Spirit Restriction Pearl is even more terrifying. Draining spiritual energy will greatly reduce the power of spells and magical artifacts. This is simply a magical artifact tailor-made for body cultivators. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth turned up and he couldn't help but laugh. Luo Qianxue sighed inwardly. What's that little kid giggling about? Exchanging a pile of top-grade treasures for a useless decorative bracelet, only such an idiot would do that. Why didn't I encounter such a fool in my previous life? Unconsciously, Luo Qianxue reached out and stroked Chen Yang's head. Sister will be waiting for you in Yaoqi. You must cultivate diligently. In the future, we'll join forces and become invincible. No problem. We'll beat all the prodigies so badly they'll go home crying for their mummies. Chen Yang said with a grin. Everyone. One with a born supreme bone, one with a 9 mystic exquisite body, and one a body cultivator from the Brahma Saint Hall. In a few years, this world will probably belong to them. Supreme bone. Everyone suddenly reacted and looked up at the sky. Chen Dao is still hanging in the sky. Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, then quickly flew up and caught Chen Dao. Fortunately, Chen Dao's eyes were tightly closed, and he wasn't crying. The supreme bone was nourishing his flesh and blood. Yanger, after you leave with Senior Chu, it will be difficult to see your younger brother again in these coming years. Come, give him a hug. Chen Yang nodded, took Chen Dao, and his expression turned complex. His own younger brother had a remnant soul of a demon race within him, which was really worrying. System, how is that demon now? Host, please rest assured, the demonic soul has lost the Heavenly Dao's blessing and is very weak. Chen Dao has supreme bone protecting him. The demonic soul will not be able to devour his mind in a short time. I can rest assured then. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, teasing Chen Dao's little face, and thought to himself, don't worry, brother will definitely dig out the thing inside you. After the pleasantries, Ji Lingyue was about to leave with Luo Qianxue. Yaoer Zhantian, the supreme arena in the central domain will open in 10 years. You must cultivate diligently and don't delay your cultivation because of love affairs. Ji Lingyue said in a deep voice, you are having children too quickly. You need to restrain yourselves. Chen Zhantian's old face turned red, and Ji Yao murmured with a hint of shyness, Aunt, there are so many people here Yaoer knows. Ji Lingyue nodded slightly, came to Luo Qianxue and said softly, Qianxue, are you ready? I'll take you back to see Master. I'm ready. Then let's go. As her voice faded, Ji Lingyue disappeared into the horizon with Luo Qianxue. Junior brother, it's time for us to go too. Chen Yang nodded, mother, goodbye father. Tears glistened in Ji Yao's eyes as she urged, Yanger, listen to your master and senior sister, cultivate diligently, take care of yourself, and don't cause trouble. Understood, mother. Chu Yuxuan stepped forward, picked up Chen Yang, and slowly said, Junior brother, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Senior sister, let's fly. Fly. Chu Yuxuan smiled, we in the Brahma Saint Palace never used that method. Ha! Chen Yang was slightly stunned. We all jumped. Before her words had faded, a tremendous force erupted from beneath Chu Yuxuan's feet. The two shot into the sky with incredible acceleration. Chen Yang's eyes widened. This is freaking comparable to a rocket launch. At the same time, in a hidden corner, a gray-robed figure was meditating. Go, bring back the body of that body cultivator. An abrupt voice rang in the gray-robed figure's ears. As you command, master. The next moment, the gray-robed figure directly disappeared. In a mountain stream tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Qian dynasty, Chen Yang lay on a huge rock, his face purple and green. Just now, he truly experienced what it means to be in free fall. Once would have been enough, but Chu Yuqian took him jumping hundreds of times. falling vertically from 10,000 feet in the air. It was a good thing he hadn't eaten anything just now, otherwise he would have returned it all to Mother Earth. Senior sister, aren't we going to Yaoqi? Why aren't we going with Great Aunt and the others? We're not going to Yaoqi yet. Chen Yang got up with a start, a look of vigilance in his eyes. Senior sister, you wouldn't be the type to abandon the monk after reciting the scriptures, would you? Or cross the river and then demolish the bridge? Pfft, how old are you, little kid? Where do you get so many strange sayings? Shu Yuqian pursed her lips, pointing to the north and saying, the Great Qian is located in the East Continent, not far from the Imperial Beast sect. I heard the spirit beasts of the beast taming sect are all raised plump and white. When roasted, they sizzle with oil. Junior brother, wouldn't you like to have a taste? Glug. Chen Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked involuntarily, is it delicious? A specialty of the Eastern Continent, famous far and wide. Ba. Those spirit beasts must have suffered a lot. Let us go and deliver them from their suffering. Pfft, junior brother, you really suit my taste. Before the words had faded, Shu Yuqian's expression suddenly changed. With speed invisible to the naked eye, she grabbed Chen Yang and quickly moved away from the boulder. No more than a moment after they left, the rock Chen Yang had been sitting on suddenly exploded violently. If Chen Yang were still on the rock, he would probably have been turned into a pile of minced meat. What kind of scoundrel is this? Get out here for this old lady. Silence reigned all around, and there was no response. Humph. I'll let you hide. With a loud crash, Shu Yuqian gathered all her strength and stomped on the ground. The entire earth cracked in response, the fissures spreading rapidly from the point of impact. Explode! With a shout, Shu Yuqian detonated the earth, causing the ground to shatter and endless sand and stone to surge into the sky, completely engulfing the surrounding area. The sand and stone were like sharp swords, turning everything in their path into powder. Bang! Not far away came the crisp sound of sand and stone striking a treasured artifact. Found you, rat! The corners of Shu Yuqian's lips curled up and she shot off with Chen Yang, arriving at the source of the sound in the blink of an eye. A figure in a gray robe was surrounded by sand and stone as sharp as blades, with a golden round shield hovering around his body, defending against the continuous attacks. TSK, mid-nirvana stage, no wonder you only dare to hide. The gray-robed figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes in the shadows. A demonic cultivator. Shu Yuqian's expression changed. It seems the Eastern Continent is not at peace either. As expected of a successor of the Vatican St. Palace, your divine sense and methods are truly terrifying. I'm afraid even a Tao-seeking cultivator might not be your match. Shu Yuqian snorted coldly, just a little piece of trash dares to sneak attack your grandma. Watch me peel off your skin, knead it into a ball, and use it to suppress the latrine. Chen Yang was taken aback. His senior sister's way of speaking was indeed unique. Jie, did you think I would come to kill you without any preparations? A burst of cold laughter came from within the gray robe. Let me show you what true power really is. The gray-robed figure let out a long howl and took out half a section of a jet-black spear. In an instant, the world changed color and endless blood clouds churned in the sky. The air was filled with killing intent. Terrifying blood energy remained on the spear, and a frightening pressure rushed towards them. Shu Yuqian's expression was solemn, somewhat in disbelief. It's actually a damaged emperor weapon. You guys really think highly of me. Jie, did you think I would make a move without thorough preparations? The gray-robed figure brandished his spear, the bloodthirsty aura soaring into the sky, shattering the confinement of sand and stone. The surrounding dozens of miles were completely enveloped in a bloody hue. You can't escape. Prepare to die. Chapter 11, a strike comparable to the Emperor realm. Just a tickle. Shu Yuqian's expression was extremely solemn. She never expected to encounter a demonic cultivator wielding an emperor weapon in the Eastern Continent. What bad luck! If the old man were here, that would be great. Shenyang slowly opened his mouth and asked, Senior sister, is that thing very powerful? A trace of determination flashed in Shu Yuqian's eyes. Although it's damaged, it's still an emperor weapon. When used with full power, its might is comparable to the emperor realm. I don't know if I can withstand it, either. Junior brother, I'm truly sorry. I originally wanted to take you to see Master, but it looks like you'll have to go yourself. Don't worry, Senior sister won't let you die. It's just a damaged emperor weapon. If we can't beat it, we'll blow it to pieces. An ominous premonition arose in Chen Yang's heart. Shu Yuqian's blood and qi surged throughout her body, and her figure continuously expanded, as if she was about to self-detonate and perish together with the gray-robed figure. Senior sister, hold on, I have a way. Shu Yuqian was slightly stunned. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth slightly curved, and he smiled. We haven't reached a dead end yet. Hey, you gray-looking thing, what are you doing with that turd-stirring stick? Shu Yuqian. Gray robe. You little brat, daring to insult a divine weapon, you're simply courting death. Divine weapon. It's just a broken stick. I wouldn't even want it in the latrine, it's not long enough. Bastard. The gray-robed figure was furious, and he scolded. For insulting a divine weapon, your soul shall be destroyed. In the next moment, endless blood energy gathered at the tip of the spear, blasting towards Chen Yang. Junior brother. Chu Yushuan's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late. The blood energy was like a massive tidal wave, roaring in and completely engulfing the two. Jia, go to hell. Your physical bodies, this venerable one accepts with pleasure. Chu Yushuan burned all the essence and blood in her body to resist the impact of the damaged emperor weapon. What was expected to be a difficult and bitter fight turned out to be exceptionally easy, even without any pressure. What's going on? Is this emperor weapon fake? Chu Yuqian stared blankly at her surroundings. The intensity of the attacks wasn't even as strong as that of an ordinary magical artifact. Ahead, Chen Yang stood with his hands on his hips, a playful look on his face. On his body, a jade pendant glittered with dazzling starlight. Wherever the starlight reached, the bloody baleful aura seemed to wither, posing no further threat. The 8 trigram starry pendant, after use, can withstand a full force strike from an Emperor Realm cultivator. A mere damaged Emperor weapon is not worth mentioning. The grey-robed man's laughter stopped abruptly, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? This strike is comparable to the Emperor Realm, there's no way you could have blocked it. Chen Yang stretched lazily, disdainfully saying, TCH, and that's supposed to be comparable to an Emperor Realm strike. It's just a tickle. No. Impossible. The grey-robed man fell into the deepest depths of self-doubt. To forcibly activate an Emperor weapon at the Nirvana realm, even if it's damaged, requires exhausting all one's mental strength. However, his mind was now in complete disarray. Put. A mouthful of pitch-black blood spurted out, and the grey-robed man suffered the backlash of the blood curse. Senior sister, quick, take advantage of his weakness and end his life. Although puzzled, Chu Yushuan understood that the opportunity was fleeting. Suppressing all the doubts in her heart, with a flash, she appeared in front of the grey-robed man. I'll teach you to launch sneak attacks. Punches as heavy as 10,000 great mountains landed thuddingly on the grey-robed man's body. I'll teach you to use an emperor weapon. I'll beat you to a pulp, you hear me? Shen Yang took out the spirit restriction pearl and drained all the spiritual energy in the vicinity. The grey-robed man's aura plummeted, while Chu Yushuan was completely unaffected. Bang bang bang. The grey-robed man's physical body had already been blasted into dregs, leaving only a head, on the verge of death. Senior sister, remember to crush his bones to ashes, lest this guy rise from the dead again. Chu Yushuan found it reasonable upon hearing this. Thus, a series of explosive sounds resounded incessantly. After 49 times, Chu Yushuan nodded with satisfaction. This time, not even dregs are left. Chen Yang smiled slightly and asked in his heart, System, where did this guy come from? Returning to the host, the aura on this person comes from the remnant soul of the demon emperor within Chen Dao's body. As expected, it's that guy. Humph, just you wait, sooner or later I'll make that broken soul look good. Chu Yushuan withdrew her divine power and came before Chen Yang, her eyes full of doubt. Junior brother, what was that just now? Chen Yang said with a grin, Senior sister, are you talking about that jade pendant? An old man gave it to me, saying that I was destined to be with him, and bestowed upon me a treasure for self-defense. The old man said that this jade pendant can withstand the full blow of a great emperor. I saw that grey-robed man kept boasting about some emperor weapon, so I wanted to take it out and try it. Turns out it was really effective. Chu Yushuan's pupils constricted. A magical artifact capable of withstanding an emperor's strike. Let me see it. Chen Yang spread his hands. It's already broken. That old grandpa said it could only be used once. Chu Yushuan was shocked. She did not doubt the truthfulness of Chen Yang's words. After all, he was just a 3-year-old child. She could tell if he was lying with a single glance. Just now, Chen Yang's aura was stable, without any fluctuations. What he said was the truth. To casually give away such a treasure, just what kind of person is he? Could it be a living great emperor? Forget it, he hasn't reached that level. This time, we really have to thank Junior brother. Otherwise, we would have really been done for. Next time I go out, I must take a few of the old man's treasures. Chu Yushuan sighed softly, ceased her speculation, stepped forward, picked up the half of the long spear, and said to herself, this damaged emperor weapon is riddled with demonic energy. Prolonged use will erode one's mind. Let's take it back and have the old man seal it. Junior brother, let's go. It's time for us to depart. Chen Yang jumped into Chu Yuqian's arms and asked in a childish voice, Senior sister, what was that move you just used called? Can you teach me? Ha, you little rascal, you want to run before you've learned to walk, ha. If you want to learn this, you must first learn our sect's ultimate art, the Brahma Saint God slaying scripture. Senior sister, then quickly teach me. Chen Yang was full of anticipation. Hey, not right now. Chen Yang, why? Because this senior sister is hungry, and I only want to eat meat right now. Chen Yang. On the main peak of the beast-taming sect, an old man with white hair and beard lay half reclined on the ground, teasing the spirit magpies beside him, with a slight smile on his face. The sky is clear and the air is fresh. It's truly a delightful day, wouldn't you agree, little fellows? The spirit magpies cheered and fluttered their wings, as if in response. Just then, a disciple rushed over in a flustered manner. Sect leader. Sect leader. Something terrible has happened. The smile instantly vanished from the old man's face and he rebuked, "How many times have I told you? Cultivators must maintain a calm and peaceful state of mind. What kind of decorum is this, shouting and panicking? What if you scare my precious spirit beasts?" The disciple frantically waved his hands. "Sect leader, the spirit beasts are gone." "What did you say?" The old man's eyes widened, and he jumped up from the ground. "What do you mean, gone?" The spirit beasts were robbed." The old man staggered, almost falling over. Robbed. My precious spirit pets, all gone." "That's not entirely true. They only took the plump and juicy ones. The thief said the skinny ones wouldn't taste good." "Useless. Utterly useless." "Sect leader, that female thief was far too powerful. She shattered the array with a single punch and lifted over a dozen spirit beasts weighing thousands of pounds each as if it were child's play. She also left behind a huge pile of spirit stones, saying she bought all these spirit beasts." Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The old man's body jolted and he angrily cursed, "What are you still standing there for? Notify all the elders and chase after them for me." Chapter 12. If you want to practice well, first eat a few hundred gene. In a mountain hollow filled with spiritual energy, wisps of smoke rise, and a unique fragrance that makes mouth's water lingers continuously. A huge stone pot is set up on the ground, with various spiritual treasures and exotic beasts, both lean and fatty, constantly splashing around in the pot. Next to it, there are also two creatures squatting, shivering, and curled up into a ball. There are no restraints on their bodies, but they don't dare to run away at all. Their luck is not bad. The first pot can't hold them for the time being. Chun Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was so fragrant, especially after Chu Yuchen added various colorful herbs. The fragrance reached its peak. These should all be top-grade spiritual herbs, Chen Yang thought. However, Chu Yuchen's next move stunned him. She took out a handful of dried-up centipedes and threw them into the pot. "Senior sister, what did you just add?" "3 blossom centipedes." "Senior sister, that thing is highly poisonous." "Oh, I know. Not only are 3 blossom centipedes poisonous, but the 7 rot belladonna, soul-eating flower, blood-severing vine and so on, that I just added, are all poisonous." Chen Yang's expression changed drastically. Chu Yuqian's lips curled up and she said in a ghastly tone, "Junior brother, you must eat more later, you mustn't waste any." Senior sister, I suddenly don't feel hungry at all. Maybe I shouldn't eat it." Chen Yang shrank back, hiding behind the big tree. "Pfft, ha, junior brother, you are so cute." Chu Yuqian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Junior brother, the cultivation method of the Brahma Saint God slaying canon is very special. These poisonous insects and herbs are essential. You'll understand later." Chen Yang seemed to understand but didn't really, and was still a little uneasy. With so many poisons, he wondered if his small body could withstand it. "Yes, it's ready." Chu Yushuan took a small sip and nodded in satisfaction. "Come on, junior brother, let us eat." Spiritual beast meat was piled into small mountains. "Senior sister, isn't there tens of thousands of pounds here? We're going to eat all of it." Chu Yushuan pursed her lips and pointed to the side. "These are mine. Yours are over there." Turning his head to look, he saw a miniature mountain of meat, about 300 pounds. "Eat it all. Don't waste any. Later, senior sister will teach you the Brahma Saint God slaying scripture." Before the words had faded, Chu Yushuan arrived at the mountain of meat, devouring it ravenously, eating with great satisfaction. As expected of a specialty of Dongzhou, truly delicious. Chen Yang didn't stand on ceremony. After consulting the system, he started eating directly. A 3.5-year-old eating 300 pounds, just thinking about it was terrifying. Chen Yang closed his eyes and grabbed a piece of meat, stuffing it into his mouth. Unexpectedly, even with so many poisonous herbs and insects added, it didn't have the strange taste he'd imagined. It was actually quite delicious. Chu Yushuan nodded in satisfaction, her voice filled with boundless qi and blood power. "Junior brother, you must remember every word I say next and carefully comprehend it. The first cultivation is the most dangerous. The slightest carelessness will affect your future foundation. You must not be careless." Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately perked up and paid great attention. "Sink qi into the dantian to connect all the energy channels. Focus your mind on the purple palace to gather all rivers. Condense the essence of the sun and moon to form jade bones. Refine the golden foundation with the radiance of the stars. Experience 9 deaths and nirvana to burn the old body. Return to the origin from all directions to forge a new spirit. Shatter the void to bear the tribulations. Only then can you attain an immortal and indestructible heart." Each and every word, as if possessing independent consciousness, rapidly surged into Chen Yang's mind and was deeply imprinted in the depths of his consciousness. "Don't stop, keep eating. Try to circulate your qi and blood using the incantation I taught you to force out the toxins in the food and use them to temper yourself." Chen Yang did as instructed and instantly grasped the trick. Emerald green toxins constantly emerged from his body's surface. Chen Yang's entire body turned blue, and black poisonous gas continuously rose from his head. Chu Yuqian's face was filled with shock, and the spirit beast leg in her hand fell to the ground unconsciously as she murmured, "This is only the first time, and he's already succeeded. His talent might even catch up to the old man's, right?" Saying this, Chu Yuqian took out a sound transmission jade, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief. "Old man, I think I've helped you take in a monster." Several dozen breaths later, the blue-black color on Chen Yang's body faded away, and a feeling of hunger suddenly came over him. Ignoring everything else, he pounced directly towards the mountain of meat. Eat until full, then cultivate. After cultivating, eat again. Repeating the cycle, Chen Yang alone devoured 500 or 600 gene of spirit beast meat, far exceeding Chu Yuqian's expectations. The more Chu Yuqian watched, the more surprised and delighted she became, placing the most blood-rich parts in front of Chen Yang. At the beginning, she was worried that Chen Yang wouldn't be able to withstand it, but now it seemed that his endurance was beyond imagination. Not long after, a loud shout burst forth. A mysterious power suddenly arose within Chen Yang, transforming into 8 incredibly thick chains that bound his entire body. However, the chains only lasted for a moment before disappearing, completely merging into his body. Fantastic! To be able to manifest chains on your first try, junior brother, you've truly given me a great surprise. Chu Yuqian's face was excited, as if she were looking at a treasure. Senior sister, are these chains special in some way? Chu Yuqian's lips curved upward as she explained. What you were just cultivating is our sect's supreme art, the Brahma Saint God-slaying canon. The ability to evolve chains from your body's potential to bind yourself is the mark of entry. There are 8 chains in total, respectively binding your hands, feet, torso, organs, blood, and chi, and soul. Each chain you unlock makes you a bit stronger. Unlocking the first chain gives you combat power equivalent to a body-tempering realm cultivator. Unlocking the final chain, the soul binding, would make you in existence at the peak of a quasi-emperor. Chen Yang nodded and asked, "What about the great emperor realm?" Chu Yuxian was slightly stunned. "Little one, how old are you to be thinking about the great emperor? Alas, our lineage is very special, with very few members. We haven't produced a great emperor yet, and no one knows how to proceed on the path ahead." Chen Yang pondered, "If I unlock the soul shackles and raise my cultivation to the peak of the asking realm, will I naturally become a great emperor? Even if I can't become a great emperor, with both dharma and body cultivation, I will be almost invincible in the same realm." Gurgle. Chen Yang's stomach rumbled again. Counting it up, he had just eaten at least 800 pounds, but it still wasn't enough to satisfy his hunger. "Senior sister, I'm hungry again." Chu Yuxian looked at the bone remnants beside her and sighed. "Your senior sister only ate about 30% full. Aren't there still 2 left?" The 2 spirit beasts lying prostrate by the pot shuddered and quickly covered their eyes with their paws. Chu Yuxian sighed softly, "Junior brother, we'll eat next time. The beast-controlling sex guys have already caught up." Before her voice faded, bursts of explosions echoed in the sky as streaks of light came from the horizon. Several elders, with the air of immortals, sat upon exotic beasts, coldly looking down with a hint of anger. "Bold thieves, how dare you steal my beast-controlling sex spirit beasts? Quickly return them." Chu Yuxian spread her hands. "Well, there are 2 left. You can take them." 2. The beast-controlling sex leader roared. "You fiend, you clearly stole 18 of my sex spirit beasts. Where are the remaining 16? Quickly hand them over to the sect leader." "That's going to be difficult." Chu Yuxian smiled slyly. "The rest have been eaten by me. They tasted really good." "Bastard! What a bastard! Elders of each peak, listen to my order. Immediately form the formation and kill this fiend. Avenge our spirit beasts." Streaks of flowing light swirled, and a great formation instantly took shape, enveloping Chu Yuqian and Chen Yang within. "A senior sister, can you beat them?" Chu Yuqian's lips curved upward. "Junior brother, watch closely. Today, I'll let you experience the unparalleled elegance of the Brahma Saint God-slaying canon." Chapter 13. One punch creates a die-hard fan. The light golden formation enveloped the mountain hollow. Each of the beast-taming sect elders occupied a position, with spirit beasts bolstering them. They vowed to trap Chu Yuqian to death within the formation. "Junior brother, watch carefully." Chu Yuqian didn't care at all, raising her right hand and shouting loudly. "Let him have 1,000 changes, I will break them all with one punch." This is the true meaning of body cultivation. Endless blood energy soared into the sky, and Chu Yuqian's momentum steadily rose. "Break for me." A bright red meteor shot up, heavily striking the golden formation. Cracks began to spread, and the terrifying power through the formation as a medium was transmitted to the beast-taming sect elders, who immediately felt extremely strenuous. The beast-taming sect master's expression was somewhat excited. "Such terrifying blood energy, there is absolutely no second in the world. Could it be her?" With a clang, the light golden magic circle shattered directly, shaking everyone back. One punch breaks all spells. This is a body cultivator. Chen Yan looked at Chu Yuxian's heroic posture, longing appearing in his eyes. "You old fogies from the beast-taming sect, listen up. If you want spirit beasts, you want to get them. If you want my life, you want to get that either." The spirit stones have already been paid. If you continue to pester me unreasonably, don't blame this grandma for being impolite. Chen Yang silently gave a thumbs up. Being able to fight is true strength. Bastard, stealing my sect's spirit beasts for no reason, and you dare to be so arrogant. The second elder of the beast taming sect cursed. Second brother, shut up. Unexpectedly, the beast taming sect master directly stopped him. Under the astonished gazes of the elders, the beast taming sect master descended from the sky and bowed respectfully in front of Chu Yushuan. May I ask if you are Senior Chu from the Brahma Saint Hall? Everyone. Chu Yushuan looked puzzled and asked, Who are you? Do I know you? The beast taming sect master was overjoyed and said repeatedly, Junior Fong Yuan greets Senior. Senior Chu, do you remember that you once killed a Nirvana realm flood dragon in the Arctic land 1,000 years ago? It seems like there was such a thing. But what does that have to do with you? Senior Chu may not know, but at that time, Junior's cultivation was low. I wanted to seize the flood dragon's egg, but I was accidentally swallowed by the flood dragon and was on the verge of death. Without Senior's punch, Junior would probably no longer be in this world. Chu Yushuan was stunned. There was such a thing. Then you were lucky. No need to thank me. Senior is joking. Junior still vividly remembers the monstrous blood energy of that year. Seeing you again today, Senior's cultivation is even greater than before. Fong Yuan stroked his beard and praised repeatedly. The elders on the side were dumbfounded. This little girl, looking barely over 20, has a longer cultivation age than even the sect leader. How old must she be? Chu Yushuan waved her hand. Is that all? If so, we're leaving. Junior brother, let's go. Alright, Senior sister. Chen Yang toddled along on his chubby little legs, following behind Chu Yushuan. Hold on. Fong Yuan quickly interjected. Meeting Senior Chu today is truly fortunate for this junior. I implore Senior to grace Beast Taming Sect with your presence so this junior can fulfill his duties as a host. Chen Yang tugged on Chu Yushuan, whispering, Senior sister, when someone offers unsolicited kindness, they're usually up to no good. Fong Yuan laughed. This little friend need not worry. Our Beast Taming Sect is a righteous sect. We would never do anything so insidious and vicious. Chu Yushuan's lips slightly curved upward. I've already told the old man. Junior brother, weren't you still hungry? How can we refuse food that's offered to us? The faces of the Beast Taming Sect elders drastically changed. Fong Yuan smiled. My Beast Taming Sect doesn't lack meat providing spirit pets. I'm sure it will allow the two of you to eat to your heart's content. Sect leader, I have matters to attend to, so I'll return to the sect first. Sect leader, I also have something to attend to. Without another word, a group of elders immediately rushed back to the sect at full speed. Their own precious spirit pets couldn't be allowed to be ruined by others. Senior Chu, please. Chu Yushuan picked up Chen Yang and headed towards the Beast Taming Sect. Inside the Beast Taming Sect, the mountains were clear, the waters were beautiful, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Fong Yuan was very courteous, preparing a large table of immortal delicacies. After a few rounds of wine, Chu Yushuan narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a grin, Sect leader Fong, speak. What is it that you need from me? Fong Yuan paused slightly, then stood up and said respectfully, as expected, I can't hide it from you, senior. This junior does indeed have a request. Chen Yang lowered his head and devoured the food. He had consumed a lot of his vital energy just now from cultivating the Brahma Saint God slaying skill, and he couldn't waste the pile of food in front of him that replenished vital energy. As for Fong Yuan's request, Chen Yang didn't care at all. With her senior sister around, he wouldn't have a chance to do anything himself. Senior Chu, as you know, the cultivation methods of my beast taming sect focus on controlling spirit beasts, and our own combat power is extremely weak. A few years ago, the last Tao-questioning realm spirit beast of our sect, the sky-swallowing sparrow, passed away, leaving behind a true egg. But the entire sect has exhausted all means, and this true egg cannot be successfully hatched. My sect's ancestor carefully examined it and found that this egg has congenital defects and insufficient blood energy. Only with extremely pure blood energy nourishment can the little sky-swallowing sparrow possibly break out of its shell. The blood energy of us and others does not meet the requirements, only a pure body cultivator can do it. So, you want my blood energy? Chu Yuqian's face changed, her voice gradually lowered. Fong Yuan quickly explained, Senior, don't worry, my sect has already prepared a large amount of blood energy tonics, and now we are only short of a medicinal primer. Only a drop of Senior's essence blood is enough, which will not have any impact on Senior. Chu Yushuan nodded slowly. A mere drop of essence blood indeed had no effect on her. It's not impossible, but... Fong Yuan was overjoyed and immediately said, Senior can make any request. As long as it's within the power of my beast taming sect, we will not refuse. Well, let's do this. I heard that your beast taming sect has a hidden spirit beast garden, which only core disciples of the sect are allowed to enter. There is indeed such a place. Fong Yuan nodded. The world of cultivation is fraught with dangers, and my junior brother has just started. He might be bullied, so I just want to find a spirit beast for him to protect himself. No problem. Fang Yuan agreed readily. As long as this young friend can gain the spirit beast's approval, he can naturally take it away. Great! Take us there. The corners of Chu Yushuan's mouth rose. Junior brother, we'll eat later. Let's go pick a pet first. Okay, coming, senior sister. Chen Yang wiped the grease from his mouth and followed behind Chu Yushuan, skipping and jumping. The 10,000 Beast Garden is one of the most important places of the beast taming sect. Only true core disciples are qualified to enter the myriad Beast Garden to choose their own spirit pets. Passing through layers of restrictions, the group arrived inside the garden. Chen Yang couldn't help but be taken aback. This is a cultivation world version of a zoo. Various spirit beasts dazzled the eyes. There was no fear in the eyes of the spirit beasts, obviously living well here. However, accidents always come unexpectedly. Before long, a violent explosion came from the deepest part of the myriad beast garden. Vermilion fire soared into the sky, making people feel fearful. What's going on? Fang Yuan questioned in a deep voice. Reporting to the sect leader, junior sister Fang just went to the lava zone. Sigh, that little girl. Fang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Seniors, you must be laughing at this. Just now, that commotion came from a firefinch hatchling. It has a bit of a violent temper. Chen Yan looked at the vermilion firelight, very curious, and speculated in his heart that firelight carries a trace of divine aura. It's definitely not a firefinch. Senior sister, let's go take a look. Chu Yushuan had the same intention. Sect leader Fang Yuan, please lead the way. This Fang Yuan paused slightly. Senior, that cub has a terrible temper. I'm afraid it will hurt your junior brother. Chen Yang urged, it's fine, I'm thick-skinned. The corners of Chu Yuqian's lips slightly curved. Since sect leader Fang is unwilling to take us there, then this transaction ends here. Fang Yuan's expression changed abruptly. We'll go now. This way, please. Chapter 14, You're bullying me, wha? 10,000 Beasts Garden, Lava Zone. A girl in red clothes stood on the scorching lava. She was about 4 or 5 years old, her whole body soaked with sweat, her face flushed, and she was constantly panting, almost at her limit. Junior sister Fang, little red won't come out. Come down quickly. The lava is scorching. You've only just tempered your body, you can't withstand it. The red-clothed girl had a stubborn look on her face and showed no sign of giving up. Senior brother Chu, you don't need to worry about me. My father said, sincerity can penetrate metal and stone. As long as I persevere, I will definitely be able to move Little Red and successfully sign a contract. Alas, junior sister Fang, if there is no affinity, why force it? There are still other awakened spiritual beasts to choose from in the garden. I only want Little Red, I don't want any others. A panting, stubborn voice rang out again. Little Red, come out. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. The little girl was cautious, constantly calling out to the creature in the lava. On the other side, Fang Yuan smiled helplessly. I apologize for the display, senior. This is my junior, Fang Yi. She has good talent, but she is stubborn and has set her mind on the flame finch hatchling in this lava. It's just a pity that the flame finch doesn't seem to acknowledge her. Resilient and persistent, she is a good seedling for cultivation. Shu Yuqian nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Chen Yang looked at the lava, a hint of excitement in his eyes. System, what's inside there? Reporting to host, a mutated flame finch lives at the bottom of the lava. It carries a trace of divine flame vermilion bird bloodline and is currently in its infancy. No wonder there's a faint sacred aura in the flames. So it's the vermilion bird bloodline. How should I subdue it? Host possesses Dao Source Qi, which makes you close to all spirits. You can easily subdue it. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, Senior sister, I want this flame finch cub. Little friend, this flame finch has already developed its intelligence. If you want to sign a contract, you still need to obtain its approval. Fang Yuan reminded him, the flame finch has a fiery temper. If it's not possible, don't force it. Understood. Saying that, Chen Yang stepped forward and walked towards the lava. Which peak are you from, little kid? What are you doing here? A 7 or 8-year-old boy stepped forward and stopped Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned slightly and asked, Who are you? You don't recognize me. The boy was a little surprised. Don't know you. Chen Yang rolled his eyes at the boy. Move, don't block the way. This young master is going to collect a pet. Boy, this is outrageous. I am Chu Yun, the #1 among the infant generation of this sect. How dare you be so rude to me, you little brat? Let me teach you a lesson. Before his words faded, Chu Yun's 8th level body tempering aura erupted. Chen Yang, are you crazy? Already in your rebellious phase at such a young age. Chu Yun doesn't know how to hold back. Just as Fang Yuan was about to intervene, he was stopped by Chu Yushuan. Sect leader Fang, it's just children fighting. Elders shouldn't get involved. But what if Chu Yun injures the senior's junior brother? Don't worry, you won't have to compensate. Chu Yushuan smiled slightly and said no more. Little brat, let me teach you how to respect a senior brother. Chu Yun jumped up and landed in front of Chen Yang, raising his right fist and fiercely smashing it towards his face. The sound of air being torn apart was incessant as the force of the fist, carrying the power of the 8th level of body tempering, surged forward. Tremble! Shu Yun shouted. Snap! Chen Yang reached out his chubby little hand and gently grabbed, instantly dissolving the swift attack. Shu Yun's fist was firmly gripped by Qing Yang, unable to move even a fraction. Impossible! Shu Yun's expression changed drastically. Take another punch from me. His left fist, with the force of thunder, once again attacked Chen Yang. But unfortunately, it was still easily diffused by Chen Yang. Shu Yun was dumbfounded. He, a dignified 7-year-old boy, an 8th-level body tempering cultivator, had actually lost to a little milk baby. Little brat, go stand to the side. Chen Yang first delivered an elbow strike and then kicked Shu Yun to the side with one foot. Shu Yun was directly kicked into a daze, not caring about his bruised and swollen face, lying blankly on the ground in a stupor. Suddenly, Shu Yun sat up abruptly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, pointing at Chen Yang and shouting loudly. You bully people, wah! I'm going to find my master to deal with you. Just you wait. Chen Yang. Another one running to their parents. Is this some kind of local custom? Fang Yuan's face darkened. He simply flicked his sleeves, sealing Chu Yun's 5 senses. The most talented junior of the beast taming sect, reduced to this. Ah, I apologize for the spectacle, senior. Fang Yuan could only sigh helplessly. Pfft, cough cough, no, kids will be kids, it's normal. Shu Yuqian suppressed her laughter, looking at Chen Yang with a hint of admiration. Your junior brother is truly remarkable, senior. I imagine he has been cultivating for quite some time. Fang Yuan asked tentatively. Body cultivators have abundant qi and blood. You can't judge their age by appearance. This little kid should be at least 8 or 9 years old, Fang Yuan thought to himself. Oh, these spiritual beasts were just acquired by my junior brother today. Shu Yuqian casually said he has only been cultivating them for the time it takes to eat a meal. After all, he is a body cultivator and cultivating techniques is troublesome. Fortunately, we have the spirit beast sect as spiritual beasts, allowing him to progress so quickly. Ha, many thanks to sect leader Fang. Fang Yuan's lips twitched, and he consciously closed his mouth. To say more would only be inviting humiliation. On the other side, Fang Yi on the lava turned around and curiously asked, Who are you? I don't seem to have seen you before. Why did you hit senior brother Chu? Chen Yang swaggered forward and lightly leaped onto the rock. Sizzling, so hot. You haven't answered my question yet. Why did you come up here? Fang Yi asked, puffing out her cheeks in anger. It was your senior brother Chu who attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense. Chen Yang spread out his small, chubby hands and muttered. Self-defense? Fang Yi asked, puzzled. What does that mean? That's not important. Chen Yang was too lazy to explain. What are you doing standing here? Hearing this, Fang Yi said with some disappointment, Xiao Hong's home is under this lava. I wanted to sign a contract with her, but she doesn't seem to want to pay attention to me. I've been waiting here for a long time. Chen Yang looked at the chubby and somewhat cute girl next to him and said with a smile, You want to see her? Fang Yi nodded vigorously. I have a way. Really? Fang Yi's eyes lit up and her dark eyes kept sizing up Chen Yang. If you can call Xiao Hong out, I can give you a lot of spirit stones. Chen Yang shook his finger. No, I don't want spirit stones. How about you give me a few spirit beasts? With alternating fat and lean meat, the big kind. Ha! Fang Yi was a little puzzled, but not much. How many do you want? 2. No problem. Fang Yuan patted his forehead. This prodigal child, people are here to snatch your Xiao Hong. On the lava, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Little kid, watch carefully. After speaking, Chen Yang took a deep breath and shouted towards the depths of the lava. Little chick, come out quickly, your daddy is here to take you. With a thunderous roar, endless lava gushed forth like a volcanic eruption. Within the molten lava, a pair of burning eyes filled with curiosity constantly scrutinized the human before them. Chapter 15 Impure Bloodline. No problem, points can fix it. Little Hong, you're out. Fang Yi exclaimed with excitement, reaching out her small hands as if to embrace her. Come to big sister's arms quickly. Unfortunately, little Hong showed no reaction. Instead, she kept staring at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Chen Yang smiled faintly and gently beckoned, Little chick, come here. In a trance, an extremely subtle source of Dao flowed from Chen Yang's body, directly entering Little Hong's body. Little Hong's crimson eyes instantly brightened, and the surrounding lava dissipated, revealing her true form. Its chubby body was covered with bright red feathers, its eyes sharp, and the golden markings on its forehead, imbued with a sacred aura, were particularly striking. Chen Yang was slightly stunned. This appearance was exactly the same as Angry Bird's. Xiao Hong fluttered its small wings, hovering in front of Chen Yang, rubbing against him affectionately. Fang Yi's small mouth formed an O shape. Xiao Hong seems to like you a lot. Chen Yang's lips curled up. Little girl, you promised me 2 spirit beasts. You can't go back on your word. I know. Fang Yi's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, can I hold you? Xiao Hong pouted its little beak and refused directly. Fang Yi, I've been here for so long, and he just arrived, and you're already. Tears welled up in her eyes, and the resilient little girl was gradually losing her composure. Little sister, do you want to touch her? Chen Yang brought Xiao Hong in front of Fang Yi. Ha! I want to, but Xiao Hong doesn't agree. 2 spirit beasts, and I guarantee she'll agree. Add 2 more, and you can hug her for half an hour. You only have one chance, so seize it. Fang Yi's eyes lit up. No problem, for it is. Fang Yuan. You are shameless. How dare you use this Sparrow Emperor for a transaction? Chen Yang and Fang Yi were both stunned. Oh ho, you little guy can even speak human language. Just a little brat, wanting to embrace my noble body. Don't even think about it. Fang Yi pointed at Chen Yang and weakly said, but he's also a little brat. Little Red was taken aback. He's different. He smells nice. Clang! Fang Yi suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. She unconsciously sniffed under her armpits, her face full of frustration. I don't believe it. Fang Yi took a step forward, stood close to Chen Yang, and sniffed him hard. Really smells good. Chen Yang quickly retreated, his face full of surprise. Little girl, please have some self-respect. I will be a married man in the future. Fang Yi understood, or maybe she didn't. Chen Yang picked up Little Red and said, Little chick, let us give you a name. Seeing how fierce you look, we'll call you Hongnu Red Wrath from now on. If you follow this young master, you have to listen to this young master's words. TCH, who cares? Red Rage curled its beak. Oh really? Then go back, this young master doesn't care either. Saying that, Chen Yang was about to throw Red Rage back into the lava. Stop, stop, stop. Red Rage's tone immediately softened. It's okay for me to follow you, but I have to eat my fill every day, and you have to sleep with me. Chen Yang, you fellow, are you male or female? Don't ask about that, just tell me if you agree or not. Alright. Chen Yang waved his hand, let her hold you for a while, that way our food will be in our hands. Red Rage was a little unwilling, but in the end, it still opened its wings, pinching its nose. Come on. Fang Yi had a delighted expression and hugged Little Red Rage tightly, rubbing against it. Woo, so cute. I finally got to hold you. On the other side, Fang Yuan felt a pang of heartache. Adding this flame sparrow, that makes 5 spirit beasts in total, all given away by this little girl. Senior, according to our agreement, please bestow your essence blood. Chu Yushuan didn't mind. With a gentle tap, a drop of essence blood flew from her fingertip. Fang Yuan was overjoyed and immediately took out a jade bottle to collect it. The beast taming sect will never forget your kindness, senior. Before his voice faded, Fang Yuan disappeared, heading towards the forbidden area of the beast taming sect. Half an hour later, from the deepest part of the beast taming sect, a deafening cry burst forth. The swallowing heaven sparrow cub had successfully hatched. Junior brother, now that things are over, we should leave. Chu Yushuan came to Chen Yang and spoke softly. Little girl, quickly let me go, I want to leave. Little Red was constantly urging. Fang Yi reluctantly handed Little Red to Chen Yang's hands. You must treat Little Red well, I will come find you when I grow up. By the way, I am Fang Yi, what is your name? Chen Yang. Okay, I'll remember it. Fang Yi waved goodbye. Chen Yang, Little Red, wait for me, I'll come find you soon. Goodbye. Chu Yushuan took Chen Yang away, heading towards the jade pool. On the way, Chen Yang asked curiously, Senior sister, was that a devouring sky sparrow cub just now? It should be. The devouring sky sparrow has the power to devour heaven and earth. Once it grows up, it will be incredibly terrifying, enough to rival a peak nascent soul cultivator. So strong, I wish I had one, Chen Yang sighed softly. It's not good at all. This Sparrow Emperor is the true emperor. What devouring sky sparrow is not worth mentioning? Little Hongnu said angrily. Chu Yushuan smiled and said, this little flame sparrow is not bad either. There is a trace of atavism in its bloodline, but unfortunately, the bloodline is not very pure, and there will be limitations after all. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth slightly curved up, and he thought to himself, I wonder if the living thing that the Empress sister sent will be strengthened. I have to try it this time when I go to the jade pool. With this thought, he weighed Little Hongnu. Little chick, let me discuss something with you. Don't call me little chick. Hongnu said angrily, I am the future Sparrow Emperor. Alright, little chick, I know. Hongnu. Soon, we'll be going to the jade pool. You'll meet a very pretty older sister there. How about I give you to her? Little Red was stunned. Why you're going back on your word. Chu Yushuan was also taken aback, reminding him, junior brother, if you keep this up, you'll have trouble establishing your authority as a husband in the future. Chen Yang. Senior sister, you don't understand. Chu Yushuan. Chen Yang didn't explain further and quietly started discussing things with Little Red. Finally, a glint of light appeared in Little Red's eyes, and he said in disbelief, Are you sure my bloodline can awaken a second time? Chen Yang patted his chest. I guarantee it can. As long as you do as I say, I promise you'll truly become the emperor of all sparrows. Burning light flickered in Little Red's eyes, as if he saw hope in the future. A few days later, Chu Yushuan suddenly landed beside a pool with rich spiritual energy. Senior sister, have we arrived? Chen Yang asked curiously. Of course not. Although your senior sister is very powerful, I still have to show some respect to the Yaoqi Holy Land. Shu Yushuan said with a straight face. The scenery here is nice. Let us eat and wait here. Wait for what? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Shu Yushuan's lips curled slightly. Of course, we're waiting for the old man. Which is to say, our cheap master, judging by the time he should be arriving soon. Chapter 16. Harsh training begins at Yaoqi. Old man, what are you saying? You're not coming. Shu Yushuan stared at the transmission jade, looking astonished. Before she could inquire further, the transmission jade dimmed directly. Damn old man, what is going on? Shu Yushuan was a little worried. Junior brother, what should we do if the old man isn't here? Those old monsters in Yaoqi, your senior sister can't beat them. If we go in without permission, I'm afraid we'll get beaten up. Chun Yang was a little curious and asked, Senior sister, who exactly is our master? Does he have a title? Shu Yushuan thought for a long time, patted her head with force, and said a little embarrassedly, well, I don't seem to know what the old man's name is. He had already retreated from the world when he adopted me. Once I heard someone call him Senior Lin, but I didn't ask carefully. A name is not important at all. Chen Yang. Shu Yushuan sighed softly. Junior brother, why don't we just pick a place here? It's not too far from that little girl from your family. Senior sister, Luo is not from my family. Oh, she will be sooner or later, don't worry about these details. It's settled, let's find a place nearby first. Just as Shu Yushuan was about to set off, a stream of light flashed in front of her and a refined and ethereal fairy appeared in front of them, shrouded in a faint mist of spiritual energy, her cultivation unfathomable. Are you two Shu Yushuan and Chen Yang from the Brahma Saint Hall? Shu Yushuan was slightly taken aback. Who are you? Pleased to meet you, this palace is Yao Xie. Yao Xie. It sounds so familiar. Shu Yuqian pondered carefully, her expression suddenly changing. You are the holy mistress of Yaoqi, Yao Xie. Indeed. Shu Yushuan and Chen Yang were both bewildered. I know everything that has happened. Yao Xie spoke calmly. I have already chosen the sect address for you. Follow me. Shu Yuqian was incredibly shocked in her heart. Did the old man do this? Chen Yang's eyes flickered slightly, thinking in his heart, the Holy Lord actually came out personally. What is the background of my cheap master? The senior and junior disciples both had faces full of doubt. Meanwhile, atop a certain cloud-wreathed mountain peak, a young old man draped in a sheepskin coat lay comfortably with his legs crossed. His eyes were half closed, and he muttered to himself, Yaotai is not a place to go, better to sleep here. Little Yu Qian can be considered to have completed her apprenticeship. Teaching a little kid is not worth my personal intervention. If we go to the Jade Pool and run into that tigress, we'll be in big trouble. We cultivators should be detached from worldly affairs. How can we be subservient to a woman? Freedom is my lifelong pursuit, Lin Wuji's pursuit. Oh, so that's the reason you ran away back then. A cold voice came from behind the old man, with a hint of anger and a trace of joy. The young old man mechanically turned his head, looked at the beautiful and familiar face, and said in astonishment, Jor, why are you here? Oh my, what a coincidence. Long time no see. Lin Wuji, after 6,000 years, I've finally found you. A terrifying aura instantly rose and surged towards Lin Wuji. Lin Wuji, damn it, why is your temper still so violent? I have things to do. I'm not playing with you. With a whoosh, Lin Wuji disappeared in an instant. Still want to run? Yao Jiao snorted heavily. I won't be named Yao if I don't catch you today. The boundless pressure swept around, and all the living creatures nearby fainted, completely unaware of what had happened. On the other side, Chen Yang and the other were brought by Yao Xie to a blessed land filled with spiritual energy. This place is rich in spiritual energy, making it most suitable for building a sect. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Shu Yuqian looked incredulous. The spiritual energy here is at least dozens of times richer than the outside world, and it is also one of the few treasured places in Yaoqi. We body cultivators don't need such a good place. Shu Yuqian's tone carried a hint of vigilance. Yao Xie smiled slightly. This is master's arrangement. Master and your master are old acquaintances. Hasn't he told you? Old acquaintances. Shu Yuqian shook her head. The old man never tells me about his past. We are considered peers. You can call me senior sister. You too. Yao Xie looked at Chen Yang, revealing a gentle smile. Hello, senior sister Xie. Chen Yang chuckled. This was the holy mother of Yaoqi. Having such a powerful backer as his senior sister, he could walk sideways anywhere. Senior sister Xiyu, have great aunt and sister Luo arrived yet? I miss great aunt. Qian Xue is in seclusion, and junior sister Lingyue is protecting her. Yao Xie slowly stepped forward, reaching out to pick up Chen Yang, her eyes full of love. Indeed, a cute little baby. No wonder junior sister Lingyue mentions you every other day. Feeling the refreshing fragrance and the just right softness, Chen Yang couldn't help but blush. Having lived this long, it was the first time he felt shy. Junior brother, why is your face so red? Shu Yushuan asked with some concern. Senior sister, it must be because I ate too much spirit beast meat, and it's causing internal heat. Chen Yang made up a reason and threw in a cute act. Oh, that's easy to handle. Chu Yuxuan's lips curled up slightly. It's just the right time to teach you how to temper your physique. Senior sister Siya, is there any space here? North of Yaoqi, hundreds of miles away from the blessed cave, Chen Yang stood with his back facing a piece of mysterious gold meteorite. This piece was several times larger than the one used for testing, estimated to weigh tens of thousands of pounds. Chen Yang was tied to the mysterious gold meteorite with mysterious gold chains. Junior brother, to break through the 8 shackles on your body, you need to put in 10,000 times the effort of ordinary cultivators. The most important thing for body cultivators is their qi and blood and their physique. Qi and blood can be replenished through eating, while the body must undergo rigorous training. As she spoke, Chu Yuqian attached a talisman to Chen Yang's back. This is a training talisman that senior sister painted herself when she had nothing to do. After it is lit, it can last for about 6 hours. Chen Yang was a little puzzled. Senior sister, what does this talisman do? It doesn't do anything, it just explodes. Chu Yuqian's lips curled up. As for the power, it can probably blow up 10 of you. Chen Yang was stunned and immediately reached behind him. Senior sister, are you trying to murder your junior brother? Don't grab it, it's too late, it's already burning. Chu Yuqian grabbed Chen Yang and threw him into the distance. Chen Yang, along with the Xianjin meteorite, soared into the air at the same time. From below, Chu Yuqian's reminder came. Junior brother, as long as you run fast enough, the training talisman will not take effect. Remember to run for 6 hours or it will still explode. Damn it! Chen Yang's face turned pale and the potential within his body was constantly stimulated. The small body dragged the large meteorite, constantly running in the open space. The tens of thousands of pounds of Xianjin meteorite kept sliding, raising thick smoke and dust. Too slow. Faster. Chu Yuqian kept urging, if you don't hurry up, the talisman will explode. Chen Yang roared, pushing the Brahma Saint God-slaying scripture to its limit, and the speed increased again. Yao Shiyu was more and more shocked as she watched. This little one is only 3.5 years old. Even if he's on the path of body cultivation, he's just barely started. How could he have such terrifying qi and physique? And that sudden burst of power, I'm afraid even the 9th level of body tempering couldn't achieve that. Suddenly, Yao Xia's pupils constricted, a thought flashing through her mind that she herself dared not believe. Could it be, is he at the body tempering limit? Chapter 17, perhaps body cultivation also has a path to the limit. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Yang lay on the ground, panting heavily. Dragging tens of thousands of pounds of Xianjin meteorite, he had run continuously at an astonishing speed for a day and a night. At this moment, Chen Yang just wanted to lie down and rest, not wanting anything else. Junior brother, you were such a pleasant surprise. Chu Yuqian said with a satisfied expression. Only a day has passed and there are already faint signs of a breakthrough in the chains on your right arm. Senior sister, I'm so tired, let me rest for a while, Chen Yang said intermittently. Chu Yuqian shook her head slightly. Junior brother, resting is out of the question. Get up, it's time to eat. Chen Yang was directly lifted up by Chu Yuqian and thrown into a mountain of spirit beast meat that had already been roasted. Roughly estimated, there were about 700 or 800 jin. Xiao Hong was stunned by the sight. Is this how humans cultivate? It's too brutal. The overflowing aroma of meat awakened Chen Yang's hunger. His little mouth unconsciously bit up and down, swallowing the spirit meat full of qi and blood power into his stomach. A warm current melted from his stomach, flowing to every corner of his body. Take advantage of this moment to absorb the power of qi and blood. Chu Yuqian softly reminded him, while also paying close attention to Chen Yang to prevent any accidents. The Brahma Saint God-slaying cannon continuously circulated, expelling toxins, tempering the body, and repeating the cycle. Soon, the mountain of spirit beast meat was completely devoured by Chen Yang, and the fatigue in his body completely disappeared. This is the body cultivation technique, it's truly amazing. I feel like I could do it again without any problem. On the other side, Chu Yuqian, pulling 2 enormous Xianjin meteorites, looked at Chen Yang with a beaming smile. Junior brother, let us continue. This time, the difficulty will be doubled. Before Chen Yang could react, 2 tempering talismans had already been affixed to his back. Senior sister, at least let me catch my breath. Chen Yang shot up and ran forward as fast as he could. Yao Xia watched in astonishment, now certain that Chen Yang had indeed broken through the quenching body extreme realm. But even with her endless experience, she still couldn't understand how Chen Yang cultivated. A 3.5-year-old quenching body extreme realm, even the legendary children of the great emperor might not be able to achieve that, right? Yao Xia finally sighed softly and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Jade Pool Palace, Inner Hall Quiet Chamber. Yao Xia appeared silently beside Ji Lingyue. Senior sister, you've arrived. Ji Lingyue bowed slightly. How is Qian Xue? Yao Xia asked slowly, looking at the little girl enveloped in spiritual mist. Master has bestowed the Jade Pool Golden Dew, which is constantly tempering Qian Xue's body. It won't be long before she breaks through the 9th level of body tempering. Ji Lingyue's tone was filled with satisfaction. A 4-year-old at the 9th level of body tempering, I'm afraid no one can compare to her except for the Jade Pool Emperor in the past. If it were before, Yao Xie would definitely agree with Ji Lingyue's statement, but now she could only sigh softly. Senior sister, what's wrong? Something on your mind? Yao Xie shook her head, not saying it explicitly, and instead said, ninth level of body tempering is not enough. The limit of the 9 profound exquisite body should be more than that. Ji Lingyue was slightly stunned. Senior sister wants Qianxue to break through to the body tempering limit. But how easy is it to break through the limit? Extraordinary opportunities, unwavering resolve, and unparalleled talent are indispensable. Yao Xie was silent for a moment, did not continue the discussion, and directly changed the subject. Your little one has arrived. When Qianxue comes out of seclusion, you can go meet him. Yang Ji Lingyue's face showed a hint of joy. It seems he has entered the path of body cultivation. It's not just entering, he has left his peers far behind. Yao Xie coughed lightly. There are many commonalities in the path of cultivation. Have Qianxue consult him more when she has time. Consult him. Ji Lingyue was a little puzzled. Also, have the disciples within the body tempering realm spar with him. It will be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Ji Lingyue was stunned for a moment, and then said with some concern, Senior sister, Yang has only just begun body refining. What if those disciples don't know their limits and hurt him? Yao Xie shook her head slightly. Don't worry, they won't. Just do as I say. Understood, senior sister. A few days passed quickly. Chun Yang sat alone on the black gold meteorite, spacing out. This was his rare rest time. Alas, my empress sister, when will you come out of seclusion? My treasures are running out. Aside, Little Red was happily munching on spirit beast meat. Chen Yang stretched, feeling the surging blood energy within him, and muttered to himself. The chains on my right arm have begun to loosen in a few more days. I should be able to break the seal. Eldest sister said that breaking the first chain would grant me combat power comparable to the 9th level of body tempering. Coupled with my own body tempering limit cultivation, I'm afraid no one in the body tempering realm will be my match. If I forcefully suppress my breakthrough, can I advance even further? Chen Yang pondered continuously, finally making a decision. He would use his body tempering limit cultivation to forcefully suppress the chains on his right arm until he could no longer suppress them before breaking through. This way, although the training time would be longer, the accumulated power might lead to unexpected changes. With this thought, Chen Yang felt a faint excitement and leaped towards the ground. Under the hazy moonlight, 5 enormous Xianjin meteorites were rolling rapidly, with a small figure in front of them. Shu Yuqian stood atop the mountain, overlooking the scene. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted as she murmured, "Unwavering will, and that terrifying talent. Old man, do you think our Brahma temple might really produce a great emperor?" A few more days passed, and Luo Qianxue still hadn't emerged from her seclusion. However, other guests arrived at the place where Chen Yang was training. Little brother, are you the body cultivator that master mentioned? The one who spoke was a girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old, but her cultivation had already reached the 9th level of body tempering. There were 6 others beside her, all around 5 or 6 years old. Chen Yang curiously sized them up. What do you want from me? My name is Bai Wanner. Master said that the path of body cultivation is unique, and we want to spar with you, little brother. Don't worry, little brother, we'll be careful and won't hurt you. The other little girls next to her nodded repeatedly. Spar. Chen Yang was somewhat stunned. These little girls aren't even enough for me to handle with one hand. Just then, Yao Xie's voice transmission echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Little one, guide them a bit for me. As a reward, I'll give you a few drops of Jade Pool Golden Dew. Jade Pool Golden Dew. Sounds like good stuff. No problem, senior sister Xie, but I have a request. Can senior sister Luo bring me the Jade Pool Golden Dew? Qianxue. Yao Xie was a bit puzzled, but still agreed. Once she comes out of seclusion, she will bring it to you. All right. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth turned up, almost laughing out loud. You want to spar, right? No problem. Bai Wanner nodded slowly, taking small steps as she walked in front of Chen Yang, speaking in an adult-like tone. I'll go first. Little brother, please enlighten me. Chen Yang shook his head. 1 is too few, all 7 of you come at me together. Bai Wanner was stunned. Little brother, are you sure? The lowest cultivation among us is even at the 7th level of body tempering. Sure. Chen Yang stretched. Since you sincerely come to ask for guidance, I shouldn't hold back. Come, let me see your strength. Although Bai Wanner was young, she was born into a cultivation family and had been revered as a heavenly daughter since childhood. But, this child, who was even younger than her, didn't seem to take her seriously. For a moment, Bai Wanner was a little angry and couldn't help but pout. The other 6 were the same, and the thought of teaching this stinky brat a lesson arose in their hearts. Little brother, be careful. We're coming. As soon as the words fell, 7 little girls rushed towards Chen Yang at the same time. Chapter 18 Yang Preschool, class begins. Take this. Bai Wanner shouted delicately and slapped Chen Yang with her palm. Even though she was a little angry, she ultimately held back. Master said that you can learn from each other, but you can't hurt the vitals. Well, if I use my full strength, his bones may break, so let's be gentle. Bai Wanner withdrew some of her strength and attacked his shoulder. The other 6 were the same, and they didn't use their full strength. The little girls shared a common thought. After all, he was just a little brother who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. As seniors, they couldn't haggle over every detail and had to be generous, saving him some face. However, to the surprise of the girls, Chunyang didn't dodge but stood there motionless, allowing the attacks to land on him. Bang bang bang. Bai Wanner's palm suddenly felt numb and a sharp pain instantly struck, causing her to cry out involuntarily. Ouch, that hurts. The other little girls were the same, constantly shaking their red little hands, with incredulous expressions on their faces. So hard, his body is like a block of iron. Chen Yang smirked, is that all you've got? No way. Bai Wanner harumphed softly, I was holding back just now. Now I'm going to get serious. So are we. Little brother, don't you dare beg for mercy later. Chen Yang beckoned with his chubby little hand, and said with a grin, I'll just stand here. If you can make me move even one step, you win. Damn it, senior sister Wanner, he's looking down on us. Girls who can enter the Jade Pool Holy Land for cultivation must have unparalleled talent. Now, being looked down upon several times in a row by a kid even younger than themselves, even the best temper would reach its limit. Bai Wanner revealed her 2 small tiger teeth, a little angry. Humph. Little brother, you are too arrogant. We are going to use our full strength, don't you cry. These words should be said to you. Chen Yang's lips rose. Don't cry later. Yeah. So angry. Bai Wanner's tiger teeth buzzed. Eat my palm. This time, Bai Wanner used her full strength. The other 6 girls also raised their power to the limit. Bang, 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 bang. With 7 crisp and neat sounds in a row, Bai Wanner and the other 6 flew out directly and fell to the ground. Wah, that hurts. One of the twin-tailed girls spat out the dirt from her mouth and sat directly on the ground, bursting into tears. How are you so hard, like a lump of iron? She cried, not forgetting to accuse Chen Yang. The other girls also had tears in their eyes, looking like they were about to cry. Bai Wanner rubbed her eyes hard, wiped away the tears that were about to flow, and endured the pain to get up, once again assuming an attacking stance towards Chen Yang. Oh ho, quite stubborn. I still have a trump card I haven't used. Take this. Bai Wanner shouted loudly, seemingly to embolden herself. Bang. Unfortunately, the result was the same. Bai Wanner once again fell to the ground, her butt facing the sky. Chen Yang clapped his hands. Little kids, you finished your moves, now it's my turn. Swish. All the girls turned pale. Don't you move. The sparring is already over. You say it ends when it ends. Don't I need face? Chen Yang smirked. Watch my heaven and earth's infinite, myriad miles of universe hell 18 pounding attacks. Pa pa pa. Several red and swollen handprints appeared on each of the girls. Why, it hurts. Except for Bai Wanner, the other 6 were teary-eyed and sobbing incessantly. Although Bai Wanner's eyes were red, her face remained stubborn. I'm not convinced. We'll compete again. Chen Yang clapped his hands. No problem. Bang. I'm not convinced. Bang bang. I'm not convinced. Bang bang bang. I'm convinced. Bang. Bai Wanner flew out again, her nose bruised and her face swollen, a pitiful sight. Woo woo woo. I give in. Why are you still hitting me? Reflex. Chen Yang coughed twice, embarrassed. Now that you've all given in, let me ask you, have you ever thought about why you've cultivated for several years more than me but still can't beat me? All the girls shook their heads. That's because you're all too comfortable and never pursue your limits. Cultivation is a struggle with others, a struggle with the heavens, and even more so, a struggle with oneself. How can a cultivator who cannot break through their own limits defy the heavens and achieve immortality? Did you all understand what I said? Didn't understand. The group of girls shook their heads again. It's so profound. Little brother, you're so small, how can you talk like an adult? Don't worry about the details. Chen Yang put his hands on his hips and said in a childish voice, I'll just ask you one thing, do you want to become stronger? Bai Wanner and the other girls' eyes lit up, and they nodded their little heads vigorously. Then train with me. Ha! Training. Half an hour later, Shu Yushuan returned from outside and was immediately stunned. What's going on? Bai Wanner and the other girls all had chains tied to their bodies, and they were using all their strength to pull the boulders behind the chains. One step at a time, with great difficulty. Dragging a mystic metal meteorite several times heavier than a giant rock, Chen Yang ran circles around the group of girls, constantly shouting. Cultivation is about breaking limits. All of you, give me some seriousness. You can't handle this little weight. How are you going to crush your peers in the future? Run, all of you. Bai Wanner gritted her silver teeth, using all her strength just to move the giant rock a tiny bit. Looking at Chen Yang's effortless appearance, a sense of frustration immediately arose in her heart. The other girls were even more dejected. They were clearly also considered daughters of heaven, so how could they not even budget? Yao Xia flickered and arrived next to Chu Yuqian. Senior sister Xia, this is. Junior sister Chu, simple training can be boring. They are of similar age, so it's beneficial for them to spar with each other. Yao Xia explained. Sparring is no problem. Shu Yuxian nodded slightly. I'm just worried that my junior brother won't know how to control his strength and will accidentally hurt these little girls. Yao Xie. Before her voice faded, Shu Yuxian felt an incomparably powerful divine sense envelop her, as if it were all pervasive and difficult to resist. Who is it? Yao Xie smiled gently. Don't be nervous, it's Master who has returned. Senior sister Cas Master, could it be the previous Holy Mother of Yao Qi? Indeed. Yao Xie changed the subject. Speaking of which, you should also pay a visit to your master. Shu Yuxian was somewhat puzzled. Although it happened thousands of years ago, they still have some past connection after all. Yao Xie explained. Connection. Your master and your Shifu were once Taoist partners, seeking immortality together. It wouldn't be an overstatement for you to call her Shenyang. Shu Yuxian's face was full of shock, her jaw almost dropping to the ground. That old man, so scruffy, is actually the Tao companion of the former holy mistress of Yao Qi. A nostalgic look flashed in Yao Xie's eyes as she said with a smile, back then, Senior Lin was a well-known romantic wanderer in the Tianxian continent. The number of fairies who were captivated by him would be enough to fill several jade ponds. Are you kidding me? Shu Yuxian looked disbelieving. Shenyang finished running a few laps and sat on the Shenzhen meteorite, looking at the girls below who were so tired they were lying down, and sighed softly. Still a bit short. Breaking through the limit of body cultivation is indeed not that simple. Just as he was about to continue his training, Shu Yuxian suddenly appeared beside him. Junior brother, stop practicing for now. Let's go meet the former Shenyang. Former Shenyang. Chen Yang was stunned. I haven't even seen Shizuan yet. How am I going to see Shenyang? Don't ask so much, just come with me. With that, Shu Yuxian directly picked up Chen Yang and headed towards the Yao Qi Palace. Chapter 19, Dual Extremes of Dharma and Body, Unrivaled in the Same Realm. Yao Qi Palace, Inner Hall. Yao Jiao sat upon a lotus platform, a hint of anger flickering between her brows. Lin Wuji ultimately succeeded in escaping. She failed to catch up. Shameless bastard, where did he get so many escape treasures? He makes me so angry. The more Yao Jiao thought about it, the angrier she became, directly raising her sleeve and blasting the lotus platform beside her into smithereens. Don't let me run into you again, or I'll make you like this lotus platform. Master, are you there? Yao Xie's voice came from outside. Yao Jiao circulated her energy, suppressing all her emotions, and transformed back into a cold and aloof fairy who did not partake of mortal affairs, her face devoid of any expression. The lotus platform that had been blasted to pieces miraculously returned to its original state. Enter. Chen Yang followed Yao Xie into the inner hall, a rich spiritual energy assailing his face. Several lotus platforms around them shone brightly, with what seemed to be a unique formation beneath them, capable of continuously gathering spiritual power. These lotus platforms are clearly top-tier magical treasures. It's a pity that spiritual power is of little use to me. Once the Empress becomes the holy mistress of Jade Pool, I'll have her gift me one. Maybe it can be enhanced into something like a creation golden lotus. When that time comes, who cares about any great emperors? I'll suppress them with one hand. On the lotus platform, Yao Jiao's divine sense swept over the two, and she was immediately shocked. This little child has such vigorous qi and blood. It's even stronger than Lin Wuji's back then. After the surprise, the corners of Yao Jiao's mouth slowly curved up. Lin Wuji, Lin Wuji, I refuse to believe that you will remain indifferent when you see this kid's talent. As long as I keep this little child in Jade Pool, am I still afraid that you won't appear? Thinking of this, Yao Jiao's gaze at Chen Yang became even more ardent. Chen Yang was puzzled. Why is this former Shenyang's gaze so strange? Are you disciples of the Brahma Saint Hall? Yao Jiao asked, her tone slightly cold. Hello, Shenyang, my name is Chen Yang. I'm 3.5 years old and the youngest martial brother of the Brahma Holy Hall. This is my senior martial sister, Shu Yuxian, Chen Yang said in a childish voice. Yao Jiao was visibly stunned, thinking, this little kid has so much guts. But that Shenyang sounds quite pleasing to the ear. Shu Yuxian quickly covered Chen Yang's mouth and respectfully said, Senior, please don't blame him. My junior martial brother is still young and speaks without thinking. It doesn't matter. This palace won't bother with a little child, Yao Jiao said indifferently. How has your master been recently? Shu Yuxian paused slightly, unsure how to answer. Chen Yang rolled his eyes and immediately said, answering Shenyang, I heard my senior martial sister say that master hasn't been doing well these years. He has no appetite and always seems to have something on his mind. Shu Yuxian was stunned, wondering, when did I say that? Oh. Yao Jiao's expression shifted slightly. Chen Yang sighed softly, senior sister told me that master seems to always have someone he can't forget in his heart, but he doesn't dare to meet them. It's because he did something unforgivable in the past and master feels deeply guilty, truly having no face to face them. He wholeheartedly wants to make amends, but alas, his heart is willing but his courage is lacking, so he can only constantly escape alas. Shu Yuqian. Yao Jiao was stunned for a moment. Chen Yang's aura didn't fluctuate, he wasn't lying. Could it be that he really feels guilty towards me, so he doesn't dare to see me? Those words he said were all insincere excuses. Yes, it must be. Thanks to this little kid, otherwise, I would have misunderstood him. The corners of Yaojiu's mouth slightly curved up and she smiled. Yuqin, in these thousands of years, has your master had any other Dao partners? No, absolutely not. Shu Yuqian quickly denied. If he has no Dao partners, then who else could the person in his heart be but me? Yaojiu's mind immediately felt relieved and she gently touched Shenyang's head. You little one, clever and quick-witted, you certainly know how to talk. In his heart, Shenyang couldn't help but complain, my dear master whom I've never met, this disciple can only help you this much. Good thing this young master has watched a lot of dramas and has a system by my side, otherwise, I would be dragged down by this cheap master. Yanger, what kind of magical treasure do you want? This Shenyang will give it to you. Yao Jiu took Shenyang and held him in her arms. Yao Xie was somewhat stunned. Her Shizuan seemed different from usual. Shenyang, Yanger doesn't want anything. If possible, please give the magical treasure to Qianxue Jiejie. Just say it's from me. Shenyang blinked his eyes. The Empress Jiejie understands me so well, she definitely knows to reciprocate. Qianxue. Yao Jiu was slightly taken aback. Are you very familiar with her? Qianxue Jiejie protected me, so Yanger should thank her properly. Shenyang imitated a child's tone, speaking earnestly. Oh, is that so? Yao Jiu's eyes flickered slightly and an idea rose in her mind. If the two disciples become Dao partners, could Lin Wuji still escape? No rush, I'll wait for Qianxue to come out of seclusion and test her intentions before making a decision. Since Yanger wants to give it to Qianxue, then your Shenyang will give it to her. As for your greeting gifts, Shenyang will also give them. As she spoke, Yao Jiu waved her hand gently, and two mist-filled pills appeared in front of the two. This mixed body yin-yang pill was personally refined by Shenyang for you. It extracts the essence of qi and blood from great demons, which will help you take it a step further. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. The qi and blood power in the pill was extremely abundant, precisely what he needed most right now. Thank you, Shenyang. After taking the pill, a burst of explosive blood energy spread throughout his body. However, Chen Yang was already at the extreme boundary of body tempering, and the blood energy in his body could not harm him in the slightest, and it was quickly suppressed. Yao Jiu was shocked. He can suppress the blood energy of a great demon without any help. Could it be the pinnacle realm? Moreover, there seems to be signs of a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, Yao Jiu lightly waved her sleeves and placed Chen Yang in the center of the lotus platform. Shiyu, give the order that no one is allowed to disturb him. Yes, master. Yao Shiyu's eyes were also full of shock. Chen Yang's current state clearly indicated that he was about to take it a step further. Shiyu Qian's eyes were excited. This talent, this opportunity, he truly deserves to be my junior brother. Chen Yang closed his eyes and sat in meditation, constantly absorbing the power of the mixed body yin-yang pill. At the same time, in the quiet room, Luo Qianshue's cultivation level was also steadily rising. The Yao Qi Golden Dew was incredibly profound. She had already reached the 9th level of body tempering at the mere age of 4 and had even vaguely touched the threshold of the legendary pinnacle realm. At 4 years old, reaching the 9th level of body tempering, and the exquisite little world within my body is becoming clearer and clearer. My starting point is much higher than in my previous life. In this life, I, Luo Qianxue, will surely attain the great emperor. The next moment, Luo Qianxue's eyes snapped open, and the phantom of a small world emerged behind her, radiating brilliant light. Ji Lingyue was very satisfied and said, Qianxue, now that your foundation is established, coupled with the uniqueness of the exquisite small world, you have few rivals within the same realm, but you still haven't reached your limit. Before you break through the body tempering extreme realm, you must not enter the meridian opening realm. Do you understand? Qianxue understands. Although breaking through the extreme realm is difficult, I will do my best. Luo Qianxue's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Suddenly, Luo Qianxue thought of that milky little baby and asked, Senior sister, has Chen Yang come to Yaoqi? Ji Lingyue smiled slightly. Yanger arrived long ago and should be training now, right? He will be very happy if he sees you. Luo Qianxue's lips slightly curved and she thought to herself, he is the little baby appointed by this empress, so his cultivation must not fall behind. I'll go guide him for a while, at least to give him the power to protect himself. Senior sister, let's go see him. Okay. Ji Lingyue smiled gently, taking Luo Qianxue's hand as they headed towards the grotto heaven of the Brahma Holy Hall. On the other side, Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes and a torrent of qi and blood surged out, reaching straight into the sky. The Brahma Holy God slaying cannon rapidly circulated, and the chains on his right arm completely shattered, leaving not a trace behind. Chen Yang's aura became even more terrifying as he finally succeeded in stepping into the first extreme boundary of body cultivation. Dual extremes of Dharma and body, unseen throughout the ages, in this world, only Chen Yang alone. Chapter 20, Sister, I missed you so much. Ya, charge. On the open space not far from the Brahma Holy Hall's grotto heaven, 7 little girls were still working hard to drag the boulder. However, 10,000 caddies was indeed a bit strenuous for them. Luo Qianxue had originally come to find Chen Yang, but seeing their strange behavior, she couldn't help but be curious and stepped forward to ask, "Sister Wanner, what are you doing?" Bai Wanner stopped her movements and respectfully saluted Luo Qianxue. "Greetings, Martial Aunt Lingyue, Martial Aunt Qianxue." Luo Qianxue was a disciple taken in by Yaojiu, making her a generation senior to Bai Wanner. "Wanner Jie, I'm even younger than you don't need to call me Martial Aunt. Just call me younger sister." Luo Qianxue stepped forward, holding Bai Wanner's small hand, her mind beginning to ponder. In the previous life, Bai Wanner was the #1 prodigy of the Jade Pool Holy Land, fully inheriting senior sister. She used true teachings. She was a leading figure among the younger generation. Before awakening the 9 profound exquisite body, I was far from being able to catch up to her. Moreover, she was one of Chen Dao's confidants, providing him with great assistance. Back then, when the Jade Pool was besieged, it was also she who invited Chen Dao to help, thus resolving the crisis. But strangely, after Chen Dao took over the Jade Pool, Bai Wanner announced a death seclusion, never showing her face again. No matter the reason, now that she has entered the Jade Pool in this life, Chen Dao can forget about obtaining any help from Bai Wanner. Once my cultivation is sufficient, this emperor can go to those hidden ancient secret realms and take all the opportunities within into my own hands. That way, the Yaoqi crisis a century from now, I can solve it just the same. "Qianxue, what are you spacing out for?" Bai Wanner called out a few times. "Ha, nothing." Luo Qianxue looked at the giant rock with a puzzled expression, "Just wondering what you guys are doing. He. The corners of Bai Wanner's mouth rose. "A very powerful little brother taught us this, saying that as long as we pull this 10,000 gene boulder and run, we can break through our own limits." Luo Qianxue. "Wanner, this is a body cultivator's training method, it's not suitable for us." "That's not how it is." Bai Wanner quickly shook her head. "That little brother is super powerful, all 7 of us together can't beat him. What he says must be right." Yes, we think so too," the other 6 replied in unison. Luo Qianxue was somewhat astonished. Judging by their appearance, Bai Wanner and the others had been beaten into submission. Perfect timing. I just came out of seclusion and couldn't find a suitable opponent. I'll use this little brother to warm up. "Wanner Jia, which sect is that little brother from? What's his name?" Bai Wanner lightly touched her lips. "Well, he's a fair and chubby little kid, about 3 or 4 years old. Master said he's a body cultivator. 3 or 4 years old. A body cultivator." Luo Qianxue was slightly stunned. Could his name be Chen Yang? No, his surname isn't Chen, it's Shui. Bai Wanner vigorously shook her head. "That's what he calls himself. Luo Qianxue. It must be this little kid, no doubt about it. He's quite narcissistic. Didn't he just enter the sect? How could he defeat 7 people by himself?" Bai Wanner's cultivation is at the 9th level of body tempering. Are body cultivators that powerful? For a moment, Luo Qianxue was also moved by the idea of body cultivation. No, this must also be one of the mysteries of the body of 10,000 calamities. Even immortals are wary of this constitution. It is indeed extraordinary. It seems that he already has enough power to protect himself, so I don't need to worry too much. When the time comes to go to that secret realm, I can take him with me. Beside her, Ji Lingyue was also puzzled, thinking, the Jade Pool has never had male disciples. The little brother they're talking about is undoubtedly younger, but is younger really that powerful? In the distance, a childish shout came, directly interrupting the thoughts of Luo Qianxue and Ji Lingyue. "Grand Aunt! Sister! You're finally here! I missed you so much!" Hearing the voice, Chen Yang's face was filled with excitement, and he skipped towards the 2 of them. Ji Lingyue was delighted and immediately stepped forward to greet him, taking Chen Yang into her arms. Luo Qianxue pursed her lips slightly and followed behind, her eyes examining the childish little doll. Its blood and qi are abundant, vaguely carrying the momentum of shattering the firmament. As expected of the body of myriad calamities, it's already so profound even before awakening. "Handsome little brother, you're here." Behind Luo Qianxue, a group of girls including Bai Wanner stepped forward one after another. "I can already move huge rocks, handsome little brother." Me too. I feel my strength has improved a bit again." Chen Yang waved his hand. "Don't be proud and complacent, continue to train." Bai Wanner and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with joy and admiration. Luo Qianxue was stunned. This little brat has such good luck with women. "Great-grandma, put me down first so I can see." Ji Lingyue smiled slightly. "You little rascal, what do you want to do again?" Chen Yang's lips curved slightly, and he shouted towards the cave, "Little chick, come out quickly." "Coming, boss." A streak of scarlet flames spurted out from the cave, and a chubby, red chick fluttered its wings and landed on Chen Yang's shoulder. "Is that a flame sparrow?" Luo Qianxue asked, somewhat puzzled. "No, the golden wool on its forehead is unusual. Could it be an ancestral flameek?" Chen Yang trotted up to Luo Qianxue, holding Little Red Fury and earnestly saying, "Elder sister, this is a spirit beast I selected from the beast taming sect. It's red and very beautiful. I thought it would suit you perfectly, so I'm giving it to you as a gift." Saying this, without waiting for Luo Qianshua's objection, he directly stuffed Little Red into her hands. Shu Yushuan was directly stunned and asked, "Junior brother, so this flame sparrow was specially chosen by you for this little girl?" Ji Lingyue was also somewhat surprised and couldn't help but guess in her heart, younger Qianshua wouldn't really be. Luo Qianshua looked at the little flame sparrow in her hand and was also stunned for a moment. "You really want to give it to me?" A flame sparrow with ancestral blood can break through to the asking Dao realm in the future. "Well, it's useless for me to keep it, so I'll give it to my sister," Chen Yang said earnestly. At this moment, Xiao Hongnu was incredibly excited. It's here, it's here. Just like what boss said, as long as I do as boss says next, I'll have a chance for a second awakening. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongnu immediately struggled, forcibly squeezed out 2 drops of bird tears, and pitifully said, Whoa, boss, don't you want me anymore? Boss, you said you'd always be with me, you're not keeping your word, I don't want to live anymore, wowaya. Everyone present was stunned in place. Shu Yuqian was full of doubt. Is this little flame finch stimulated? How did its temperament suddenly change so drastically? Luo Qianshua slowly said, Shenyang, it seems reluctant to part with you, perhaps I shouldn't take it. Shenyang firmly shook his head. That won't do, sister. How can I take back something that's been given away? Absolutely not. Xiao Hongnu's cries grew louder. Boss doesn't want me anymore. My bird life might as well just end like this, woo. Luo Qianshua couldn't help but smile, taking Shenyang's hand and stuffing little Hongnu back into it. You can't take it back, but I can give you another one. I'll give you this little flame sparrow. Shenyang's heart instantly surged with excitement. The Empress sister, you really understand me too well. At the same time, the mechanical notification sound arrived as expected. Acquired flame sparrow cub with 110,000 divine flame vermilion bird bloodline gifted by Luo Qianshua, undergoing 10000X enhancement. Chapter 21, Divine Flame Vermilion Bird astonishes the heavens, myriad sects send invitations. Enhancement successful, acquired pure-blooded divine flame vermilion bird cub, an ancient divine beast. Its divine holy flames can incinerate all calamities of heaven and earth. Ooh. It's coming. Little Hongnu felt the dormant power within its body continuously awakening. Master didn't deceive me, I really awakened. Master, I love you. In the next moment, sacred flames soared into the sky, reaching the heavens as if to break through this world. Xiao Hongnu's eyes slightly closed, and her body naturally floated upwards, suspended in the air. Behind her, the phantom of the divine beast vermilion bird emerged, emitting endless cries. Everyone was drawn to the scene. This is the vermilion bird. Yao Xie, Ji Lingyue, Shu Yuqian, all those present exclaimed in surprise. Even the one in the deepest part of the Yaoqi sacred land slowly opened their eyes. A trace of confusion flashed in Luo Qianshua's eyes. The vermilion bird actually exists. In my previous life, I never heard of the vermilion bird in the Tianxian continent. What exactly is going on? Everything seems different. Could it be that my rebirth has affected the cause and effect of the world? Luo Qianshua was completely clueless. Shen Yan, who was the only one who knew the truth, was now smiling as he looked at Xiao Hongnu in the air, feeling extremely happy. Little chick, from now on, you are the true essence of Inghua, a divine spirit of the heavens. The sacred flames continued to expand, and the sky was shrouded in crimson, reflecting a dazzling glow. The entire Yaoqi, the entire eastern continent, and even the entire Tianxian continent were alarmed by this sudden phenomenon. The ancient ancestors of various forces, such as the Gu region in the southern border, the various kingdoms in the western heaven, the Arctic cold region, and the myriad dynasties in the central region, were awakened and cast their gazes towards Yaoqi. In the 10,000 demon domain, an old stone statue suddenly collapsed, transforming into a scarlet stream of light, and rapidly headed towards Yaoqi. An old man covered in withered vines held a scepter, knelt towards the sky, his expression extremely excited, and continuously chanted aloud. The vermilion bird has appeared, burning away disasters and extinguishing tribulations. My demon race will greatly prosper. The vermilion bird has appeared, burning away disasters and extinguishing tribulations. My demon race will greatly prosper. The sound echoed in the sky, spreading throughout the entire demon domain. Above Yaoqi, a scarlet stream of light came from the horizon and plunged straight into the space between little Hongnu's eyebrows. Little Hongnu suddenly opened her eyes, and vermilion bird figures emerged in her eyes. That was the legacy left by the vermilion bird ancestors, a peerless divine scripture unique to the vermilion bird clan. Vermilion bird's tribulation flame record. Xiao Hongnu let out an angry roar, and the sacred flames burst forth, stirring up endless waves of air. At this moment, the pure-blooded divine flame vermilion bird was completely awakened. Boss, I did it. I really did it. Xiao Hongnu, wreathed in flames, flew excitedly in front of Chen Yang. Golden patterns covered its crimson feathers, and the flames were filled with a sacred aura. How about it? Your boss is awesome, right? Chen Yang's lips curled slightly. Boss, you are my god. The sacred flames on Xiao Hongnu's body continued to burn, showing its excited mood. Boss, I'm yours for life. As the words fell, a mysterious golden pattern appeared on Xiao Hongnu's forehead and then quickly disappeared into Chen Yang's brow. A crimson flame mark appeared on Chen Yang's forehead, but it quickly disappeared. The Yaoqi elders, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were all stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment. The vermilion bird recognizes its master, bound by life and death. Yao Xia muttered to herself, her gaze towards Chen Yang filled with disbelief. A master of both dharma and body at the dual extremes realm, and the master of the vermilion bird. If nothing unexpected occurs, he will surely become a great emperor. All the prodigies of this generation will likely be overshadowed by him. Luo Qianxue's eyes were filled with a smile. Although it was somewhat different from her previous life, the vermilion bird had, after all, recognized Chen Yang as its master. And Chen Yang was her man. Nearby, the elders of Yaoqi stepped forward, smiles in their eyes. Little one, would you be willing to join my Yaoqi? Shu Yuqian. With a flash, she instantly appeared in front of Chen Yang, looking wary. He is my junior brother, and doesn't your Yaoqi not accept male disciples? Rules are made by people, and it wouldn't hurt to make an exception occasionally. A Yaoqi elder said with a smile. Alright, the path of body cultivation is most suitable for younger. You don't need to pester him any further. Yao Xia said indifferently. Furthermore, the matter of the vermilion bird recognizing its master is not to be revealed to anyone. Those who violate this will have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from Yaoqi. We respectfully obey the holy master's decree. The elders didn't care at all. Reveal it. Only a fool would reveal it. This is the master of the divine flame vermilion bird. Telling others is just inviting them to snatch it away. I never imagined you would have such good fortune. Luo Qianxue said softly, this vermilion bird is a legendary divine beast. You must treat it well. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely not let this little chick starve as long as I have something to eat. Chen Yang said with certainty. Xiao Hong was stunned for a moment. I am a vermilion bird, a vermilion bird. You can't call me little chick in the future. Okay, little chick, I understand. Xiao Hong was furious. Rumbling sounds came from the sky at this moment. Yao Xie and the elders of Yaoqi's expressions instantly changed. Who dares to spy on Yaoqi? Yao Xie struck out with a palm, and endless spiritual power transformed into lotus petals, blasting away. Holy Master, please don't act. A deep voice sounded, but no figure was seen. A Dharma voice transmission. Yao Xie scoffed. You are from the immortal Echo Valley. The voice echoed again. I am Wenrun Chang'e, the Valley Master of Immortal Echo Valley. I have long admired the reputation of the Jade Pool Holy Land. I am sending this greeting card hoping to bring my disciples to discuss Tao with the fairies of the Jade Pool. Before his voice faded, from another direction, a jet-black talisman flew in from the horizon. The Xianin Holy Land hereby sends its greetings to discuss Tao with the Jade Pool. Immediately afterward, a cry resounded through the heavens and a golden Xian bird phantom soared over. Holy Mistress of the Jade Pool, long time no see. I miss you dearly. One after another, messages came from various forces throughout the Tianxian continent. The content was the same, they all wished to sit down and discuss Tao with the fairies of the Jade Pool. A bunch of old fogies, Yao Xie softly sneered. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. The elders of the Jade Pool Holy Land looked displeased as they gazed into the sky. They all understood that these forces were coming to probe the truth about the divine flame vermilion bird. Holy Mistress, how should we respond? This virtually encompasses all the top forces of the Tianxian continent, including several sacred grounds whose strength and foundation are no less than that of Yaoqi. If we refuse, I fear they will make trouble. Yao Xie pondered for a moment. If the legendary divine beast appeared in another force, she would also want to find out. Her gaze swept over Luo Qianxue and Chen Yang, and Yao Xie suddenly had an idea. Since they want to come, then let them all come. This time, let them see the foundation and future of Yaoqi. With this thought, Yao Xie waved her sleeve, and her ethereal voice resounded throughout Yaoqi. Half a year from now, the Yaoqi Pantao will ripen. At that time, a Pantao gathering will be held. This palace invites all fellow Taoists to participate in the conference and discuss the Tao together. As soon as she finished speaking, the various phantoms in the air dissipated one after another. Since a response had been received, there was no need for further entanglement. Chen Yang was a little stunned. Good heavens, there really are Pantao here. Luo Qianxue was filled with confusion. In the previous life, it was around this time that the Jade Pool Holy Land announced the Peach Banquet. But the reason for the gathering doesn't seem to be related to the vermilion bird. Forget it. Perhaps the process is different, but the result will be the same. In the previous life, Chen Dao relied on the power of his innate supreme bone. At the age of 1.5, he displayed the might of the body tempering ninth stage. He shone brightly at the Jade Pool gathering and was accepted into the Holy Land, leading to everything that followed. Now that this emperor is at the Jade Pool, I will never allow Chen Dao any chance. This emperor will personally extinguish all of his opportunities. Chapter 22, the demon race moves, each with their own thoughts. In the deepest part of the 10,000 demons domain beside the approaching abyss pool, there originally stood 4 stone statues, but now only 3 remain. Before the shattered statue stood 2 figures. One was wrapped in withered vines, appearing very old. The other had demonic energy turning into mist surrounding his body, making it difficult to see his face. Just a glance revealed unfathomable cultivation. The vermilion bird has descended into the world. This is an opportunity for our demon race. Have you investigated thoroughly? A wizened old man beside him respectfully replied, reporting to the ancestral emperor. The heavenly secrets have revealed that the essence of Inghua has appeared in the eastern continent. Eastern continent, the ancestral emperor muttered to himself. After being dormant near the abyss for thousands of years, it is time for our demon race to shatter the dust and return to the world. The wizened old man's expression turned somewhat excited upon hearing this. We respectfully obey the ancestral emperor's decree. The heavenly secrets are manifest. The demon race's fortune has arrived and will surely prosper greatly in the future. Eastern continent, the Chen family. Chen Dao lay quietly, his eyes closed, the supreme bone on his chest shining brightly, constantly nourishing his body. Since awakening, his cultivation level has been increasing every moment, even without cultivation. Chen Dao's consciousness is now like a piece of pure jade, ready to be carved, and the demon soul within him will definitely not miss this opportunity. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the demon soul's voice constantly echoed. Chen Dao, you have a master who is currently residing within your body in a soul-like state. I have a master. A blurry childish voice echoed from the depths of his sea of consciousness. Your master is the person you trust the most, more worthy of your trust than your parents, brothers, relatives, everyone. Master trust. You will unconditionally obey any order from your master, never disobey, and never reveal your master's existence to anyone. Whenever Chen Dao falls asleep, the demonic soul plants various suggestions in his sea of consciousness, which have now taken deep root. The supreme bone is indeed magical. In less than a month, I'm afraid his consciousness will gradually become clear, and he will be no different from a normal baby. The demonic seed that I planted in his body is also about to sprout. At that time, this innate supreme will be my chess piece. When I recover my demonic power and seize this body, who can stop me from becoming an immortal? Little brat, I will grant you one last fortune, hee hee hee. As his voice faded, a black orb of light separated from the demon eye and merged into the deepest part of Chen Dao's sea of consciousness. This is the strongest demonic art of this sovereign, so you should cultivate it well. Jia Jia Jia. In the Profounding Holy Land, within the Boundlessine domain, the Profounding Holy Master, clad in a long black robe, knelt before a bronze coffin. The bronze coffin slowly opened, and an aged voice echoed out. Why have you summoned me? The Profounding Holy Master slowly opened his mouth. Master, the divine flame vermilion bird has appeared in the world. What did you say? The figure in the bronze coffin suddenly rushed out, rapidly arriving before the man. Unexpectedly, the appearance of that figure was not that of an old man, but rather a baby who looked to be 4 or 5 years old. Where is the vermilion bird? Is its bloodline pure? Jade Pool Holy Land. The Profounding Holy Master pondered. The vermilion bird has appeared, a celestial phenomenon, flames burning for thousands of miles. Its bloodline must be rich. Good, good, good. The infant burst into unrestrained laughter. If I drink the vermilion bird's divine blood, this venerable one's cultivation method will surely be perfected. By then, breaking through the imprisonment, the Emperor's path will be within easy reach. Haha, cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound suddenly erupted. The infant's smile vanished instantly, and its face twisted. Damn it, cough, cough, this venerable one is currently in a weakened state. I still need you to act on the vermilion bird matter. A glint of imperceptible brilliance flashed in the depths of the Profounding Holy Master's eyes, and he slowly said, As you command, Master. In half a year, at the Jade Pool Peach Banquet, this servant will surely bring the vermilion bird before Master. The various holy lands and sects of Tianqian continent have begun to stir, and even some secluded sects that had remained hidden from the world have shown signs of emerging. Unknowingly, a storm sweeping across the entire Tianqian continent is about to begin. Yao Qi. Chen Yang trotted behind Luo Qianxue, constantly showering her with concern. Sister, are you thirsty? I'll fetch you some morning dew to drink. It's too sunny to cultivate in this place. Shall we go to the blessed realm? Sister, this is a golden bell I pilfered from my senior sister. I'm giving it to you. Luo Qianxue said in an annoyed tone. What do you want this time? You, always following behind me every day, don't you need to cultivate? During this period, as long as she wasn't in seclusion, Chen Yang would definitely appear before her. Luo Qianxue's heart was full of doubt. Because Chen Yang always tried to give her all kinds of magical treasures and asked her for things in return, and the things he asked for were strange and had nothing to do with cultivation at all. Waist ornaments, hairpins, necklaces. Once, he even asked her to pick a roadside weed and give it to him. Luo Qianxue couldn't understand, she couldn't understand at all. Sister, your ribbon is so pretty, can you give it to me? Blink, blink. Chen Yang showed a slightly cute expression. Luo Qianxue sighed helplessly in her heart. Oh well, who asked him to still be a little kid? Here, since you like it, I'll give it to you. A small hand, white as jade, held a red silk ribbon and offered it to Chen Yang. Thank you, sister. You are the prettiest girl. Acquired decorative ribbon from Luo Qianxue, undergoing 10000X enhancement. Enhancement successful. Acquired soul striking golden ribbon. The soul striking golden ribbon can directly attack the target's spirit and is especially effective against soul-like beings. Chen Yang beamed, his face splitting into a wide grin. Luo Qianxue watched Chen Yang's happy expression, her heart growing more puzzled. Everything he gives me is hundreds, thousands of times better than these trinkets, so why is he so happy? Could it be because these things are from me? What a silly little one. In my previous life, I had no shortage of pursuers, but each and every one of them was cunning. Not one was as foolish as him. Looking at Chen Yang's adorable smile, Luo Qianxue's cheeks flushed slightly. This little child's smile is truly beautiful. Wait, Luo Qianxue, Luo Qianxue, what on earth are you thinking? Your goal is to prove the Tao and become an emperor. How can you be entangled by love? Moreover, the other party is just a little child. It's not even certain if he will like you when he grows up. Chen Yang had no idea what Luo Qianxue was thinking. His attention was focused on the soul-striking golden ribbon. Chen Yang, it seems we haven't T-sparred before, have we? Luo Qianxue suddenly said, since there is nothing else to do right now, why don't we have a fight? Elder sister, I suddenly remembered, senior sister said she had something to discuss with me. Let's spar in a few days. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yang turned around and tried to run. Spar? I don't want to spar. Winning or losing wouldn't be appropriate, it's exhausting. However, Luo Qianxue seemed to have been prepared. Her fair arm grabbed him. I knew you'd try to run. Humph. Every time I mention sparring, you have something to do. This time, no matter what it is, you have to fight me before you leave. In her heart, Luo Qianxue was very curious about just how strong Chen Yang had become. Sister, it's going to rain. Can we fight again tomorrow? No. Luo Qianxue's attitude was extremely firm. It must be today. Chen Yang was caught between a rock and a hard place for a moment. At this critical juncture, Ji Lingyue's call came from the air. Chen Yang heard it like celestial music and shouted, Grand Aunt, we're over here. Ji Lingyue slowly descended, smiling, and said, Yanger, Qianxue, master wants you to come over. Luo Qianxue pouted, reluctantly letting go. Chen Yang breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, saved. Chapter 23 Golden Lotus Creation Due. Luo Qianxue breaks through her limits. Inside the inner hall of Yaoqi, both Yao Jiao and Yao Xie wore a hint of solemnity on their faces. Master, is the ancestor really running out of time? Yao Xie asked with concern. Yao Jiao nodded slightly and sighed heavily. At most, there are only 100 years left. 100 years, Yao Xie murmured. Although Yaoqi is not one to fight with the world, there are still many who covet it. If the ancestor passes away, I fear Yaoqi will be in danger of destruction. Yao Jiao's eyes narrowed, and her majesty was revealed as she said, if that day truly comes, even if it means fighting to the death, I will protect Qianxue. With her talent, even if she is left alone, she can recreate the former glory of Yaoqi. Disciple understands. 100 years is still too short, after all. Yao Jiao sighed, if there were 1,000 years waiting for Qianxue and Yanger to grow up who would dare to have designs on my Yaoqi. Yao Xie was silent. Her current cultivation is at the peak of the asking Dao stage, only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. If she had another 1,000 years, she would surely be able to step into that realm. It's a pity, there are only 100 years left. They have arrived. Remember, this matter is top secret. Only you, I, and the ancestor know about it. It is absolutely forbidden to reveal it to anyone. Xie understands. Yang, senior sister Xie. Yanger is here. In front of the inner hall, Chen Yang skipped and hopped to the two of them. Luo Qianxue was slightly stunned. Yang. Ha! Yao Jiao slowly picked up Chen Yang, feeling an immense fondness for this child. Yanger, Qianxue, the reason I called you here today is to give you something. As her voice faded, 2 drops of spirit-infused golden dew appeared in Yao Jiao's palm. The undiluted Yao Pool golden dew. Ji Lingyue was somewhat surprised. You must know that even the elders of Yao Pool only used the diluted version of the Yao Pool golden dew. This undiluted version, apart from Yao Jiao and Yao Xie, no one else had the right to use. Qianxue, you are the most talented disciple in the history of my Yao Pool. This undiluted golden dew is exceptionally precious, you must refine it well. Luo Qianxue accepted it and respectfully said, Thank you, master. This disciple understands. As for Yanger, this drop is what I promised you before, Yang hasn't forgotten. Chen Yang thought, no, you should have the Empress bestow it upon me. Otherwise, this is difficult for me. However, he only dared to think about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. Thank you, master's wife. Chen Yang pondered for a moment, a look of difficulty appearing in his eyes. Yang what's wrong? Yao Jiao asked with some curiosity. Chen Yang said earnestly, master's wife, Yanger actually doesn't need this. I think I should give it to older sister instead. Yao Jiao, Yao Shiyu, Ji Lingyu. Luo Qianxue was also stunned and lost in thought. He's even willing to give me the true treasure of Yao Qi. Yao Jiu and Yao Shiyu suddenly felt a little frustrated. This little fellow seemed to look down on their Yao Qi's treasure. Chen Yang was also helpless, but this Yao Qi Golden Dew essentially improved a cultivator's physique and increased the speed at which they gathered spiritual energy, which was of no use to him. Older sister, this is for you. Chen Yang trotted happily to Luo Qianxue and stuffed the Golden Dew into her hand. Chen Yang, you Luo Qianxue didn't know what to say for a moment. Ji Lingyue gently touched her forehead, sighing softly in her heart, Xiaoyao, your son is completely lost. Chen Yang, I can't accept this. Luo Qianxue said seriously. Wu, elder sister, do you dislike the gift I gave you? Chen Yang squeezed out tears and said aggrievely. Luo Qianxue wanted to reason with Chen Yang, but the thought of facing a little toddler of 3 years old instantly dispelled the idea. Alas, perhaps his mind is not yet mature, and he doesn't realize what kind of treasure he is holding. He treats me sincerely, and I can't take advantage of him. With this thought, Luo Qianxue pursed her lips slightly. Since it's a gift from you, then I'll accept it. However, I also have something to give you. You won't let me refuse, so you can't refuse either. Chen Yang nodded vigorously. I won't refuse anything my sister gives me. Luo Qianxue pursed her lips and stuffed her Yao Qi Golden Dew to Chen Yang. Here, this is a gift for you, you can't refuse it. Chen Yang's heart instantly welled up with tears. No one understands me better than my big sister, the Empress. Received Yao Qi Golden Dew Essence Liquid from Luo Qianxue, undergoing 10,000x amplification. Amplification successful, obtained Golden Lotus Creation Dew, Legendary Dew condensed on the Supreme Treasure, the Golden Lotus of Creation, capable of opening innate meridians and forging a Supreme Tao Foundation. Yao Jiu looked at the two, her heart filled with gratification. Innocent childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven, excellent, excellent. Yao Xie smiled and said, Qianxue, the Pantao banquet is about to begin. At that time, the geniuses of various sects will gather at Yao Qi. I hope you can rely on your own strength to overwhelm all your peers and bring glory to my Yao Qi. Can you do it? Luo Qianxue revealed a confident smile. Senior sister, rest assured, Qianxue will definitely live up to your expectations. Chen Yang waved his fist. Aren't they just a bunch of little kids? Big sister can blow them up with a single punch. Just kidding, the Reborn Empress, how could she possibly lose to a bunch of little kids? Even if accidents happen, you still have me, your daddy. Lose. Impossible. Lingyue, take them down to cultivate. Yes, master. Inside the inner sanctum's quiet chamber, Chen Yang wondered. System, can I use this Golden Lotus Creation Dew on other people? Answering host, the system has not fully evolved. Currently, it can only be used by the host or targets bound to the system. In other words, I can use it on my big sister, the Empress. Answering host, yes. The Empress, Luo Qianxue, currently lacks sufficient cultivation. The Golden Lotus Creation Dew must be diluted 1,000 times before it can be used. So many times. Chen Yang was slightly stunned. However, the stronger my big sister, the Empress, is, the better. This way, accidents can be prevented. Thinking of this, he directly placed the Golden Lotus Creation Dew into a nearby water vat. Subsequently, Chen Yang secretly poured the diluted Golden Lotus Creation Dew into Luo Qianxue's daily diet. With the system's help in concealing it, none of the great figures in Yao Qi noticed. Inside the quiet chamber, Luo Qianxue looked at the food in front of her, lost in thought. What exactly is going on? I can sense an extremely profound power within this food, constantly improving my body. Luo Qianxue couldn't understand it. Even in her previous life, she didn't seem to have encountered this kind of power. Could it be that some senior is secretly helping me? As she spoke, Luo Qianxue suddenly thought of the Chen family. The heavenly Tao's blessing changed its target and came towards me. Surely someone must have been secretly helping. To have such means, they must have cultivated for countless years. This senior is helping me in every way. They shouldn't have any malicious intent. Luo Qianxue cupped her hand slightly towards the air and whispered, Thank you for your great kindness, senior. Qianxue will remember it in her heart. Senior. Am I that old? In the shadows, Chen Yang couldn't help but complain, oh well, senior it is then. As long as the Empress sister enjoys it. Time passed quickly. Luo Qianxue secluded herself daily, comprehending the extreme realm. Half a year later, with the help of the Golden Lotus Creation Dew, Luo Qianxue's physique improved further, becoming more and more harmonious with the world. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, autonomously gathering into her body. The power within her body gradually reached its limit, and then, with a thunderous roar, it completely broke through the shackles. At this moment, Luo Qianxue truly became a body-tempering realm cultivator at the pinnacle. In the shadows, Chen Yang nodded with great satisfaction. As expected of my Empress sister, truly amazing. At the same time, the Jade Pool was a hive of activity. The highly anticipated Peach Banquet will officially commence in 3 days. Chapter 24, Myriad Sects gather at Jade Pool, Peach Banquet begins. 3 days later. In the Jade Pool Holy Land, tens of thousands of golden lotuses bloomed continuously, surrounded by spiritual mist. In front of the golden lotuses were placed glistening peaches of immortality and various spiritual delicacies. Many sects that had arrived early expressed their admiration. Such a scene can only be witnessed in a holy land. Not far away, Chen Yang was showing off, acting as if no grand event was as important as eating. Bai Wanner and the others sat beside Chen Yang, constantly feeding him. Handsome little brother, take my pantao peaches. Thank you for guiding us. And here's my jade nectar for you to drink. This spirit crane meat is also delicious. Handsome little brother, please try it. Over the past 6 months, thanks to Chen Yang's unremitting efforts, Bai Wanner and the others have significantly improved their strength. Now, in their eyes, Chen Yang is simply one in a million and irreplaceable. However, what Chen Yang wants most is Luo Qianshue's feeding, but unfortunately, Luo Qianshue is currently by Yao Xia's side. Speaking of which, the Empress has been in seclusion during this period, so there hasn't been much opportunity, and I'm running low on magical treasures again. Chen Yang. While pondering, a childish shout entered his ears. Looking towards the sound, it was a girl in red, holding a heaven-swallowing sparrow cub in her arms, waving constantly. Chen Yang recognized the person. It was the stubborn girl from the lava of the myriad beasts garden, Fang Yi. Fang Yi had a hint of excitement on her face and immediately ran towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang, long time no see. How is Little Red doing? Can I see it? The heaven-swallowing sparrow cub in Fang Yi's arms curled its beak. Humph. It's just a tiny flame sparrow, nothing special to see. Little Green. Little Red is very powerful, Fang Yi said earnestly. Little Green snorted softly. Impressive my ass. Could he be more impressive than this sparrow here? Bai Wanner and the others looked at the heaven-swallowing sparrow, thinking, this fellow is probably going to get a terrible beating later. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. Little Red is probably sleeping right now. After the peach banquet ends, I'll take you to see it. Okay, it's a deal. In the sky, one magnificent chariot after another arrived in succession. Almost all the prominent sects and dynasties of the Tianxian continent had come to this place. The Buddhist cultivators from the various countries of the Western Heaven and the Gu cultivators from various parts of southern border are no exception. All the holy lands of this era have come. Beside him, Chu Yuqian sized up the crowd and slowly spoke. Senior sister, which are the holy lands that have come? Chen Yang asked curiously. Chu Yuxian smiled and explained, sects and forces that have given rise to great emperors can call themselves holy lands. However, there are also a few that possess the foundation of a holy land but do not identify as such. The Jade Pool of the Eastern Continent, the Arctic Ice Cloud Holy Palace, the Western Heaven Buddha Country, and the Xianin and Tianhuang Holy Lands of the Central Domain, as well as the most mysterious Burial Saint Dynasty. These are the 6 strongest holy lands of the current human race. Below the Holy Lands are the top-tier sects, among which the Sword Cemetery of the Eastern Continent, the Gu Clan of the Southern Wilderness, and our Brahma Holy Hall are the strongest. However, the old man has been living in seclusion for the past few thousand years, so few people know our name. Below the top-tier sects, there are many. The Great Qin dynasty of your little girl is one of the stronger ones. Chen Yang nodded slightly, gaining a preliminary understanding of the layout of the Tianxian continent. Just then, an extremely fierce sword intent came from the sky, causing everyone to look sideways. The people from the Sword Cemetery are here. A white light flashed, the sword light too fast to be captured by the naked eye. In a mere instant, the person from Sword Ruin appeared in the center of Jade Pool. It was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his body radiating soaring sword energy, surrounded by sword light, as if capable of crushing everything in the world. Behind him followed a beautiful young woman, and behind the woman was a baby, just over a year old. This woman was none other than Ji Yao, the successor of Sword Ruin. Mother! Chen Yang's eyes lit up, filled with joy. Ji Yao's eyes were full of love. Having not seen him for half a year, the longing in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She is Ji Yao, the strongest disciple of the younger generation in Sword Ruin. She defeated hundreds of prodigies, and even the holy son of the profounding Holy Lands suffered at her hands. From the crowd, someone exclaimed in shock. Are those 2 little babies her sons? Such a proud daughter of heaven was actually deceived by Qin Zhantian of the great Qianqian family. What a sin! This little baby doesn't have a trace of spiritual power in his movements. It seems the rumors are true. He has no talent for cultivation and is a good-for-nothing. Someone pointed at Chen Yang, making remarks. Ji Yao's expression turned cold, and a surge of sword intent rushed out, heading towards the speaker. The man looked terrified, completely unexpected that Ji Yao would attack in full view of everyone. Caught off guard, he was directly blasted away, falling face first into the dirt. How dare you slander my son? I'll beat you to death. On the other side, Chu Yuqian appeared next to the man at some unknown time, her fists like 10,000 great mountains, wildly bombarding the man's body. You dared to curse my junior brother. Don't you want to live? The onlookers shrank their necks. No one expected this scene to occur. They were just simply stating the facts, and these 2 people actually just attacked directly. Everyone thought that the Yaoqi fairy would speak out to stop them. However, to everyone's surprise, the Yaochi fairies just glanced over here and turned their heads away, acting as if nothing had happened. In just a few breaths, the one who was gossiping was beaten to the point of being on the verge of death, and Chu Yuqian casually threw him out. Everyone. At this moment, Chen Yang only had his mother in his eyes. He skipped and hopped to Ji Yao, acting cute, and said, "Mother, hug." Ji Yao's eyes smiled. "Yanger, you're so big already, why are you still like a child?" While saying that, Ji Yao embraced Chen Yang without the slightest hesitation. Below, a pair of dark, small eyes were watching Chen Yang, full of curiosity. "Dower, this is your elder brother. Quickly call him brother." "Da Day." A soft, cute voice came from Chen Dao's mouth. Chen Yang smiled, jumped down from Ji Yao's arms, came before Chen Dao, and gently stroked his little head. However, the moment he touched Chen Dao, a bone-chilling cold instantly swept over him, as if to devour Chen Yang. "Warning! Warning! Detecting demonic seed invasion. Automatically expunging for host." As the mechanical voice faded, the chilling coldness vanished instantly. "System, what just happened?" Chen Dao used netherworld demon devouring art on the host, attempting to plant a demonic seed within the host's body. Chen Yang was taken aback. "That little brat, he's gone against the natural order. No need to think, it must be that old fart of a demon soul who taught him. Damn thing, actually daring to instigate my little brother to attack me, you just wait." Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of benevolent affection appeared in the gaze he directed at Chen Dao. "Dear brother, big brother has lots of delicious food here. Come, I'll take you to eat. Mother, please come over here too." Ji Yao bowed to the elder beside her. "Elder, this disciple will go accompany the children first." Sword Ruin's elder smiled faintly. "As you wish." Chen Yang held Chen Dao in both arms, constantly teasing the fair and tender little baby, while inwardly confirming with the system. "System, are you sure you can provide precision guidance?" Answering host confirmed. "Heh, that will do." Chen Yang sat down, holding Chen Dao in his arms, and slowly took out a golden silk ribbon flowing with Taoist rhymes from his storage bag, with an endless smile on his face. "Dear brother, let us play a game." Chapter 25 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man, Demonic Soul Collapses. Chen Yang held the soul-striking golden ribbon and looked at the little baby in front of him with a smile. Chen Dao looked puzzled, blinking his big eyes. Inside his body, the demonic soul was utterly perplexed. What kind of magical treasures does this little kid have on him? Why can't I sense the existence of the demon seed even though I've clearly planted one? Could it be that his cultivation method is unique? But looking at that abundant chi and blood, this child must be a body cultivator. How can a body cultivator resist this deity's demonic seed? The demonic soul couldn't understand it, completely couldn't understand. Just as he was perplexed, the demonic soul caught sight of the golden silk in Chen Yang's hand, and a deep sense of fear suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. What is this thing that can make this venerable one feel dread? Chen Yang patted Chen Dao's head and said with a smile, "Little Dao, sit still. I'll put a bracelet on you." As his voice fell, the limitless universe ring silently appeared and was placed on Chen Dao's wrist. Chen Dao was immediately restrained, unable to make any movements. "Little Dao, this is a game of red light, green light. Once I say start, you can't move no matter what, not even speak." Chen Dao seemed to understand. An ominous premonition immediately arose in the demonic soul's heart, and he wanted to control Chen Dao's body to return to Ji Yao's side. But he was surprised to find that he could not move an inch, nor could he speak. "Start." As Chen Yang's voice fell, the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. Ji Yao watched the two brothers play, and a slight smile appeared on her face. "Next, don't move, whoever moves loses." Chen Dao remained motionless. "Very well, next, I'll begin. System, get to work." Chen Yang tugged at the soul-striking golden silk, then gently brushed it against Chen Dao's body. There was no force behind it, it looked like a tickle. Bai Wanner and the group of girls exclaimed in unison. "Wow, such a small child can really stay still, without even blinking." As expected of handsome brother's younger brother. At the same time, the instant the soul-striking golden silk touched Chen Dao, a wisp of Dao rhythm transformed into an invisible sharp blade, striking directly at the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. The demonic eye within Chen Dao's body suddenly opened, and a terrifying fleshy wound appeared out of nowhere on the eyeball. A heart-wrenching wail immediately echoed from within the demonic eye. "Ah, what is this thing?" Demonic energy transformed into jet black blood, continuously flowing from the demonic eye. The demonic soul could clearly feel its origin was being lost. "Bastard! You bastard! Despicable brat, I will tear you into pieces." Ding! Host, the demonic soul now deeply despises you. "Oh, ho, this old geezer." Chen Yang smirked, continuing to gently caress Chen Dao with the soul-striking golden ribbon. Terrifying Dao rhythm blades pierced Chen Dao's body, but miraculously caused no damage. All the blades could precisely hit the demonic eye without harming Chen Dao's sea of consciousness in the slightest. Terrifying wounds appeared on the demonic eye, mixed with endless, horrifying wails. "Damn it, ah! When this venerable one fully controls this body, ah! I will devour you completely, arg." With a crash, the demon eye's eyeball exploded within Chen Dao's body, its black blood gushing out continuously. Outside, Chen Dao suddenly felt a strong drowsiness. Host, the demon's soul is extremely damaged, nearing its limit. Continuing will result in a backlash, affecting Chen Dao's self-awareness. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately put away the soul-striking golden ribbon and the universe ring. Chen Dao closed his eyes and leaned against Chen Yang's chest, falling into a deep sleep. You old fart, I'll let you off for now. When I'm strong enough, I'll uproot you completely. Mother, little brother is asleep. Chen Yang called out to Ji Yao. Ji Yao heard this, gently picked up Chen Dao, and said softly, he must be tired from the long journey. Chen Yang took out a necklace, which was originally a very ordinary spatial magic treasure on Luo Qianxue's body. Now it has been enhanced into a soul-soothing, evil-suppressing chain. With this necklace, plus the fact that the demon's soul is seriously injured, it shouldn't be able to influence Xiaodao's will in a short time. Next, it depends on the education of father and mother. Thinking of Chen Zhantian, Chen Yang suddenly paused and asked, Mother, where's father? Why didn't he come? Ji Yao smiled slightly. Your father is in seclusion, he won't be coming this time. By the way, Yanger, how is your cultivation? Have you been practicing diligently? Chen Yang put his hands on his hips and said with some pride, Yanger is invincible now. Ji Yao couldn't help but smile, not caring whether it was true or not, and gently scratched Chen Yang's nose. Yes, everything Yanger does is the best. Shu Yuqian slowly said, Junior brother is incredibly talented and is enough to stand out among his peers. Ji Yao bowed slightly and said, I will have to trouble Senior Chu a lot in the future. Not at all, it's my honor to be his senior sister. Shu Yuqian's words were not polite but truly from the bottom of her heart. Dong, dong. 2 bell sounds rang out. Inside the Yaoqi palace, figures stepped out from the clouds, their graceful figures attracting the attention of everyone present. I've always heard that the fairies of Yaoqi are all unparalleled beauties, and seeing them today proves that they are indeed extraordinary. Yao Xie was in the center, and sitting next to her was Luo Qianxue. With a slightly baby fat, soft, and cute face, paired with a wide-sleeved glazed dress, she looked very lovable. I am Yao Xie, Holy Master of Yaoqi, and I welcome all fellow Taoists. The Yaoqi peaches are in full bloom, and I have specially invited all fellow Taoists to taste them together. What followed was a series of polite remarks which Chen Yang didn't pay attention to. His eyes were only on the plates of exquisite immortal delicacies. Although body cultivators are strong, they also eat a lot and must constantly replenish their body's blood and qi. After a long while, someone finally couldn't restrain themselves and stood up to ask. Half a year ago, a divine flame appeared in Yaoqi, and our ancestors calculated that a vermilion bird had appeared in the world. May I ask the Holy Master of Yaoqi, is this vermilion bird in Yaoqi? We yearn for the legendary vermilion bird and hope that the Holy Master of Yaoqi can fulfill this small wish and allow us to see the legendary divine beast. As soon as these words were spoken, the major sects were immediately in an uproar. The locations of the major holy lands all turned their attention to Yao Xie. Yao Xie's lips curled up slightly. There was indeed a divine flame that descended that day, and we did indeed discover the whereabouts of the vermilion bird. All the sects' eyes lit up instantly. However, this vermilion bird is a legendary divine beast, and my Yaoqi does not have the ability to subdue it. The profounding Holy Master said faintly, Fellow Taoist, you are mistaken. At that time, the vermilion bird had just been born. With Yaoqi's foundation, how could you say you couldn't subdue it? Yao Xie spoke unhurriedly, her ethereal voice echoing throughout Yaoqi. No disciple of my Yaoqi has subdued the vermilion bird. If you fellow Taoists do not believe me, this palace master can swear by the heavenly Tao. This for a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A heavenly Tao oath was not a joke, and even a powerhouse like the Yaoqi Holy Master could not defy it. So, after all this, the vermilion bird really isn't in Yaoqi. Then why did they come? The profounding Holy Master's expression was somewhat displeased. Without the vermilion bird's trail, how would he explain it to the master in the bronze coffin? Discussions rose and fell, and the corners of Yao Xie's mouth curved up. Although I do not know where the vermilion bird is, I roughly know the direction it went. Instantly, everyone was attracted by Yao Xie's words. May the Holy Mother of Jade Pool enlighten us. Yao Xie spoke unhurriedly. I will naturally inform all fellow Taoists, but what? Yao Xie smiled slightly. It is rare that all sects gather here today. Why don't we all engage in friendly exchanges and competitions? Let the whereabouts of the vermilion bird be the reward for the first place. What do you all think, fellow Taoists? The various sects nodded slowly. Chen Yang smiled slightly, thinking, Senior Sister Xie's move is truly brilliant. If we directly announce the false whereabouts of the vermilion bird to the public, we will surely be condemned by all sects afterward. Perhaps the major holy lands will even join forces to attack the Jade Pool. Now, the vermilion bird's whereabouts are only told to one sect. Whoever wins first place will immediately become the target of public criticism. Even if the information given to the first place is false, there will always be people who believe it to be true. With the truth and falsehood difficult to distinguish, naturally no one will be able to guess that the real vermilion bird is soundly sleeping in the jade pool. After a moment of silence, the major holy lands spoke one after another. The profounding holy master smiled, saying, "Excellent. Since it's a friendly exchange, there should be a stage." As his voice faded, a majestic arena rose from the ground, standing in the center of the field. The heavenly phoenix holy master said in a deep voice, "Friendly sparring and discussion should not harm harmony. Let the older generation refrain from participating." The ice cloud holy master slowly nodded, agreed. Amitba, this humble monk has no objections either. Finally, everyone's gaze fell upon the mysterious emperor of the burial saint dynasty. He appeared neither male nor female, wearing a mask that obscured his features. From beneath the mask came a neutral voice. "Then let us begin with the infant generation." Luo Qianshua's eyes flickered slightly as she pondered. "Just like in my previous life, the competition starts with the infant generation. Next, it will be time for Chen Dao's supreme bone to display its power." With this in mind, Luo Qianshua looked towards Chen Yang's location. Strange, why is Chen Dao sleeping? This isn't right. At the same time, the corners of Chen Yang's lips curled up. A bunch of babies. With this young master here, it's a cinch for my big sister the Empress to snag the championship. Chapter 26, Battles of the Infants. The Devil's Soul's hidden move now available. The trial run is over, and I sincerely thank everyone for their support. For the bigwigs of each sect, the battles of the infants are like child's play, unable to stir any waves in their hearts. However, the older generation represents the past glory of the sect, the younger generation showcases its present prosperity, and the infant generation harbors the future of the sect. Therefore, at each human clan gathering, each sect will have its juniors show their faces, and at the same time, they also want to see the elegance of the human clan's younger generation. The little kids from the major sects are all eager to try, their hearts filled with joy. This is their first time showing themselves in such a grand setting. If they can get first place, perhaps they can also gain the favor of the Holy Land. How could this not be exciting? Yao Xiye's lips curled slightly upward. As the host, my Yaoqi will send its youngest disciple to the first arena. Bai Wanner understood and gave Chen Yang a sweet smile. "Handsome little brother, I'm going up." Chen Yang smirked and shouted, "Go, Wanner Jie. They're just a bunch of Zaya Kalami, you can send them flying with one palm." The crowd was slightly stunned. Although they didn't know what Zaya Kalami meant, they could tell from Chen Yang's tone that it wasn't a compliment. "Which sect does this little brat belong to, speaking so arrogantly? I recognize him, he's the Chen family's." Someone was about to say it when they felt two cold, piercing gazes fall upon them. Ji Yao and Shu Yuqian stared coldly at that person. If he dared to utter the word object, he would be met with the double delight of sword energy and punches. That person swallowed hard, was a direct descendant who was painstakingly cultivated. From the side, the Flame Sect master heavily grunted, "What direct descendant? Just trash. My Flame Sect is not afraid of your sword ruins." Murmurs arose from the crowd. Rumor has it that an elder of the Flame Sect died at the hands of the sword ruins. The ancestors of the two major sects also had many disputes and were very disharmonious. Now it seems that this rumor is very likely true. Ji Yao's eyes ignited with a burst of anger. She hated others calling Chen Yang trash the most. Chen Yang tugged at Ji Yao's sleeve. "Mother, don't be angry. They'll have a good show later." On the arena, Bai Wanner bit her small tiger teeth, her face full of angry expression. "How dare you speak ill of my handsome little brother? Watch me teach you a lesson." White Wanner of the Jade Pool Holy Land, please enlighten me, descendants of the Flame Sect. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Shouldn't a direct disciple of a Holy Land challenge other Holy Lands? Why are they looking for the Flame Sect? Can't you see? This little girl is finding a place for that little boy. This kid actually has such charm. To be admired by the Jade Pool Fairy. His cultivation seems unremarkable. Perhaps the only thing worth praising is that face. Even though the babyishness hasn't faded, his handsome features are already evident. Could it be that she's taken a fancy to his looks? Why do you care so much? Now that the Jade Pool is challenging the Flame Sect, we have a good show to watch. The Flame Sect master's expression slightly faltered, never expecting such a thing to happen. As everyone knows, Bai Wanner is the most outstanding disciple of the Jade Pool's infant generation. At only 6 years old, she is at the 9th level of body tempering, far surpassing the disciples of the same age in their own sect. But since they've called them out by name in person, they absolutely can't lose face for the sect. You go." A boy who looked 8 or 9 years old responded and stepped forward. He is Yen 7.5 years old, at the 9th level of body tempering. I heard that his cultivation has been suppressed to prevent him from breaking through, as he is trying to break through the limit of the body tempering realm. As expected of a sect with a deep foundation, daring to challenge the limits. Truly extraordinary. Chen Yang glanced over indifferently, uttering 2 words dismissively. "Weaklings." The Yen sect disciples' expressions turned slightly angry, but after looking at the sword ruins elder beside Ji Yao, they ultimately suppressed their anger and did not lash out. Yen was equally infuriated, shouting at Chen Yang, "Little brat, you wait. In the next match, I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Chen Yang yawned. Being as weak as you are, let's see if you can even stand up later. You. Yan Yi snorted heavily. Arrogant kid, just wait and see what's coming to you. Bai Wanner frowned. Weakling, why do you talk so much nonsense? Yan Yi's eyes turned red, and raging flames ignited around him. You think you're so great just because you've joined the Yaoqi Holy Land. I am a genius of the Yen sect, definitely not inferior to you. The Yen sect master nodded with satisfaction. Ear's flames have begun to disperse. It seems he's touched the threshold of the extreme realm. A hint of envy flickered in the eyes of the crowd, and even the elders of the sword sect had a slight glint in their eyes. In another year, this little brat from the Flames sect might really have a chance to step into that realm. Yan Yi looked at Chen Yang with a smug expression, wanting to see a trace of fear in his eyes. However, Chen Yang directly rolled his eyes and said, "What are you looking at? I can crush you with one finger." Everyone. Bai Wanner was a little impatient. This is so long-winded. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm still waiting to beat up the next one. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Wanner's figure suddenly disappeared, as fast as lightning. The next moment, a small jade-like leg suddenly appeared in Yan Yi's abdomen, kicking him away with lightning speed. The flames on Yan Yi's body instantly dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, directly fainting. Defeated in an instant. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. A young man who touched the threshold of the extreme realm was defeated with one kick like that. Could it be that she has successfully stepped into the limitless realm? If I remember correctly, Bai Wanner is not even 7 years old yet, right? Among them, several experienced seniors spoke calmly. She hasn't fully stepped into it yet, but she's only a sliver of opportunity away. In another year, this little girl will surely step into the pinnacle realm. Everyone felt a stagnation in their breathing. The pinnacle realm meant invincibility within the same realm. In the future, this little girl will surely be at the forefront of all the heavenly geniuses. While eating, Chen Yang said with a grin, isn't Yen sect a top-tier sect? How come they're so trash? Couldn't even withstand a single kick, laughing my ass off, ha ha ha. The Yen sect member's face was liver-colored as he glared fiercely at Chen Yang. At the same time, within Qindao's body, the damaged demon eye opened once more, its aura extremely weak. Damn brat, if not for the special nature of my cultivation technique, I might have really been done for this time. The vermilion bird's blood is of utmost importance to this venerable one. Now that I cannot control Qindao's body, it seems I can only resort to the hidden contingency plan. On the arena, Bai Wanner slightly curved the corners of her lips. It seems that handsome little brother's training method is indeed effective. I must ask him for more guidance in the future. Next up, then, is the main event. Bai Wanner cupped her hands slightly towards the Heavenly Phoenix Holy Land. Junior Bai Wanner hereby challenges Huang Tianyi of the Heavenly Phoenix Holy Land. The Holy Master of the Heavenly Phoenix smiled faintly, granted. Behind him, a little child who had kept his eyes closed from beginning to end finally opened them. Golden flames filled his eyes, and in an instant, he appeared on the arena. Senior Sister Wanner, long time no see. Huang Tianyi spoke with unusual composure, not at all like a 4 or 5-year-old child. Bai Wanner's eyes narrowed slightly. She could feel that Huang Tianyi had become stronger again. Beside Yao Xia, Luo Qianxue looked somewhat puzzled. Huang Tianyi, at 4.5 years old, had already reached the 9th level of body tempering, and at 5, he was infinitely close to the extreme of body tempering. A true chosen one of heaven. In my previous life, it should have been Qindao who challenged him, so why has it become Sister Wanner? At that time, Qindao used some kind of technique to unleash an attack at the 9th level of body tempering, shocking everyone. In the end, he was successfully accepted as a disciple by the Heavenly Phoenix Holy Master. Looking around, Qindao was still sleeping. Luo Qianxue. It shouldn't happen now, which saves me some arrangements. However, Sister Wanner should not be Huang Tianyi's opponent. It seems it's time for me to take action. Chapter 27, Extreme Realm shocks the Holy Land. Great Demon arrives. Huang Tianyi is absolutely invincible among the infants of the Heavenly Phoenix Holy Land. Bai Wanner's expression was serious. The feeling Huang Tianyi gave her was completely different from Yan Yi. Senior Sister Wanner, you are strong, but you are still not my opponent. Huang Tianyi said indifferently, his words and actions like those of an adult. Whether or not he is an opponent, we'll only know after fighting. Bai Wanner didn't say more. Her spiritual power transformed into lotus petals, and she attacked forward. Huang Tianyi didn't dodge or evade. Golden flames flashed behind him, easily blocking the attack of the lotus petals. In the next instant, the golden flames suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they appeared out of nowhere around Bai Wanner, completely surrounding her. The spiritual power lotus petals also instantly collapsed. Bai Wanner's expression suddenly changed, and she said with some unwillingness, I lost. You are too kind. Huang Tianyi smiled slightly and waved his little hand. The golden flames directly disappeared. What happened? Why did Bai Wanner admit defeat? Many disciples of the sects looked bewildered. Someone explained, the divine phoenix flame of the Heavenly Phoenix Holy Land is extremely terrifying. In a battle between those of the same rank, touching it means death, with absolutely no chance of survival. Bai Wan'er was surrounded by the divine phoenix flame and had no chance of escape. As long as Huang Tianyi was willing, he could seriously injure her at any time. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder that flame was so frightening, it's actually divine phoenix flame. Chen Yang looked at Huang Tianyi, merely glanced at him, and continued to flaunt the peaches on the table. Some busybodies teased, "Little kid, aren't you going up? This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself." Chen Yang rolled his eyes. "The opponent is too weak. No interest, it's delaying my meal." Everyone. Huang Tianyi looked towards Chen Yang. "This little brother seems quite extraordinary. I would like to learn from you." "Ha ha ha, little kid, he's challenged you, don't be a coward." Teasing voices rose and fell. Chen Yang clapped his hands, sighed lightly, and said, "Alas, since you all want to see it so much, I'll show you a little something." However, before Chen Yang could get on stage, a graceful figure had already appeared on the arena. "Oh, it seems I'm not needed." On the arena, Bai Wan'er softly called out, "Aunt Master Qianxue." Everyone. This little girl is actually of the same generation as the holy mistress of Yao Qi. How old could she possibly be? Yao Xie slowly opened her mouth. "Qianxue is a disciple accepted by my master. Although her seniority is high, she is not yet 5 years old." What? Everyone was stunned, and even the great holy lords couldn't help but take a look at Luo Qianxue. The holy lord of the heavenly phoenix pondered for a moment. "I heard half a year ago that a little girl had a delicate world within her and was taken in by the Jade Pool sect. It must be her." As soon as this was said, everyone was even more surprised. A delicate world within her. What kind of constitution is that? Luo Qianxue looked at Huang Tianyi, feeling somewhat emotional. In her previous life, the two had exchanged blows many times, with the wins and losses being about 50-50. Luo Qianxue knew Huang Tianyi's methods like the back of her hand. "Little sister, he should be the one to go this round," Huang Tianyi said, pointing at Chen Yang with no expression on his face. Chen Yang spread his hands and shouted, "It's the same whether elder sister goes or I go. You can't beat either of us." Huang Tianyi. Chen Yang continued, "I'm an honest and good child. I advise you to admit defeat yourself, lest you get beaten until you cry. If you still don't believe me, just try." The veins on Huang Tianyi's forehead throbbed slightly. Even his elders had warned him to be composed and calm. But facing this little child who was even younger than him, Huang Tianyi really couldn't hold back. "You little brat, you're really getting ahead of yourself. Watch me defeat her first, then I'll flatten you." As soon as he finished speaking, divine phoenix flames ignited on Huang Tianyi and he attacked Luo Qianxue. The corners of Luo Qianxue's lips slightly curved upward. She was all too familiar with Huang Tianyi's moves. With a slight flash of her figure, she was able to accurately avoid the divine phoenix flames every time. Even if Huang Tianyi concealed the aura of the divine phoenix flames, it was of no use. Huang Tianyi was dumbfounded. It was as if the girl in front of him had fought him countless times before. All his methods were seen through by her. Holy Lord Tianhuan was equally puzzled. Those moves of Tianyi just now were the ultimate killing moves from the divine phoenix mystic scripture. She was actually able to dodge them, and every movement was so crisp and efficient, as if she could predict the future. It's truly perplexing. On the arena, Luo Qianxue's lips curved upward. "That's about it. Your tricks should be exhausted by now, right?" Huang Tianyi was stunned. He was indeed at his wit's end, unable to harm Luo Qianxue in the slightest even with all his strength. "Now it's my turn." Luo Qianxue mused for a moment, and the illusory image of the exquisite world behind her emerged, then rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire arena. Everyone was shocked. The various holy lords all turned their heads, with a hint of disbelief in their eyes. "In this world, I am the emperor." Luo Qianxue's eyes were deep, completely unlike a child's. The majestic aura of a female emperor spread out from her body, and a sense of submission immediately arose in Huang Tianyi's heart. This strike will pierce through everything. Within the exquisite world, endless spiritual power coalesced into a sharp blade, piercing through Huang Tianyi's body. Huang Tianyi flew straight backward, fainting. Luo Qianxue held back, not attacking Huang Tianyi's vitals. The eyes of the various holy lords were filled with astonishment. The Ice Cloud Holy Lord pondered for a moment. "Tempering body, extreme realm. Also, the 9 mysteries exquisite body." The voice was not loud, but it seemed deafening to everyone's ears. "She is actually at the tempering body extreme realm, but she is not even 5 years old. What is the 9 mysteries exquisite body? How have I never heard of it?" A trace of eagerness gradually emerged in the eyes of the great holy lords. Among their disciples and juniors, some were at the half-step extreme realm, and some were infinitely close to the extreme realm, but none had ever truly stepped into it. Just as everyone was surprised, a cute laugh came. Chen Yang said with a grin, "I told you, just admit defeat. Now you've been beaten unconscious. You don't listen to good advice, and now you're suffering the consequences." Everyone. A member of the Yen sect gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, if you can do it, then you go. If you tell me to go, then I go. Do I not have any face? I just want to go, I'll make you angry, naya naya naya." Everyone. The Yen sect members were extremely angry, but Elder Jianshu was next to Chen Yang, so they didn't dare to do anything. They could only comfort themselves in their hearts. He is just a little kid, not worth getting angry over, not worth it, not angry. Just then, a series of booming sounds suddenly came from the sky. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that the weak human race could also have juniors who break through the extreme realm. Who is it? Several holy masters simultaneously gathered their spiritual power and attacked the sky with supreme mystical methods. Humph! A voice like thunder came, and the minds of the cultivators felt like an earthquake. The attacks of the several holy masters were also resolved by a golden phantom. In the sky, a humanoid creature with demonic horns and covered in scales appeared. He is a demon. Everyone's expression changed. Weren't the demon race sealed in the 10,000 demon domain? How did he get out? Sealed? Upon hearing this, the humanoid creature's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "You humans think you can seal our great holy race? That's just wishful thinking." A terrifying aura spread from the demon, and all the cultivators felt their pressure increase, their bodies gradually bending under the weight. Seeing this, Yao Xie stepped on golden lotuses and floated into the air. A wisp of Taoist charm spread from her feet, instantly offsetting the demon's pressure. Interesting. The demon looked at Yao Xie and said, "You are worthy of speaking with me." Yao Xie's expression was calm, neither angry nor pleased, as she coldly said, "State your name. What is the purpose of your demon race's arrival here?" The great demon slowly curved the corners of his mouth into a smile. "I am Cheng, from the Demon Emperor's retinue. Today, I have come for the divine beast, the Vermilion Bird." Chapter 28 Demon Emperor Bell, Kunlun Mirror, a critical moment. Vermilion Bird. The expressions of everyone present changed. Previously, no matter who obtained the Vermilion Bird, they were all of the human race. But now that the demon race wants to get involved, this is no longer a dispute between the sects, but a major event concerning the fate of the human race. If the demon race were to obtain the Vermilion Bird, it would be a great hidden danger for the human race. Yao Xie's face was cold. "This is a grand gathering of my human race. Your demon race is not qualified to participate. Please return." At the same time, the other 5 holy lords also arrived beside Yao Xie. "Amitba, heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. This humble monk does not wish to kill. Benefactors, please return." The holy monk of the Buddha country put his hands together, and illusory images of Buddhas continuously emerged behind him. A chilling smile appeared on Qi Qing's bewitching face. "My holy race has not entered the world for so many years. It seems the human race has produced many geniuses. You few are not bad. You are qualified to fight us." As soon as the words fell, a distant bell rang. Above Qi Qing's head, an ancient, simple bell, golden all over, appeared out of thin air, emitting endless Tao rhythm. Demon Emperor Bell. The expressions of the great holy lords instantly turned grave. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Demon Emperor Bell, was a supreme treasure crafted by the Demon Clan's great emperor at the peak of his power. Xing Qi slightly curved the corners of his mouth, forming a subtle smile. In the next moment, the Demon Emperor Bell rang once more. Patches of black shadows flashed continuously. Behind Xing Qi, an endless army of Demon Clan soldiers instantly appeared. "Humans, now do I have the qualification to participate in this grand gathering?" His words were full of ridicule and mockery. "Humph!" Yao Xie coldly snorted. "This is Yao Qi. How dare a mere demon clan act presumptuously here? Even if it is an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, what fear does Yao Qi have?" As her voice faded, from the depths of Yao Qi, an ancient and simple bronze mirror surrounded by Taoist rhymes slowly rose. 9 dragons encircled the mirror's body, which was engraved with images of the mysteries of heaven and earth. The mirror's surface was crystal clear, as round as the moon, with its brilliance restrained. The mirror's surface was like jade, and its edges were inlaid with 7 colored gemstones, each containing endless energy. This is the Kunlun Mirror, the Tao-proving artifact of the Jade Pool Emperor from yesteryear. With the emergence of the Kunlun Mirror, a trace of apprehension finally appeared in Qi Qing's eyes. The Demon Emperor Bell and the Kunlun Mirror stood opposed to each other, neither making a move ahead of the other. If they disregarded the consequences and fully engaged in war, the Jade Pool Holy Land would surely be destroyed, and the demon race would also suffer heavy losses. Qi Qing's eyes flickered slightly. He came here only to intimidate the human race and delay time, with no intention of fighting to the death. With this thought in mind, the corners of Qi Qing's mouth slightly curved upward. "The Jade Pool Holy Land lives up to its reputation. Our holy race has come here only to find the whereabouts of the Vermilion Bird and has no intention of starting a war with the human race. How about a competition? If you lose, then immediately hand over the Vermilion Bird. And what if you lose?" Below, a cultivator shouted. Qi Qing said with some disdain, "My holy race will not lose. Of course, if you can really win, these will be yours." As the words fell, a large pile of peerless treasures were placed before everyone. The rich power of qi and blood soared into the sky, causing people to marvel. Chen Yang and Chu Yushuan's eyes lit up at the same time. Yao Xie said in a deep voice, "What do you want to compete in?" Xing Qi smiled. My sacred race has never liked superficial displays. If we are to compete, it will be on the Emperor Weapon Arena, a battle to the death. The opponents for the contest will be decided by the Demon Emperor Bell and the Kunlun Mirror, in a best-of-5 format. The Emperor Weapon Arena refers to using Supreme Emperor weapons to communicate with the heavenly secrets, allowing them to independently choose opponents for a duel, regardless of life or death. Victory or defeat depends entirely on the fortune of each race. The great holy masters exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Then let us begin. Below, Luo Qianshue's heart was filled with confusion. How could the demon race appear? In my previous life, even until my death and the dissipation of my Tao, I never saw the demon race with such a large formation. It seems that in this life, everything is different. Due to my rebirth, karma has already changed. Within Chen Dao's body, the weak demon's soul emitted a sinister and malevolent laughter. Jia, interesting, truly interesting. With the demon race here to cause trouble, it will be easier for this venerable one to obtain the vermilion bird. Jia. Thump! The demon emperor bell rang, its chimes stirring up endless Tao resonances, spreading outwards. At the same time, the jewels surrounding the Kunlun mirror emitted multicolored light, colliding with the Tao resonances of the demon emperor bell. A spirit energy arena, constructed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gradually formed, suspended in mid-air. Qing Qi waved his hand, and all the nearby blood essence treasures were sucked into the demon emperor bell. Yao Xie did the same, writing the vermilion bird's whereabouts in the Kunlun mirror. Best of 5 rounds, the victor would obtain all the stakes within the 2 supreme emperor weapons. Qing Qi pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's begin." As his voice fell, the demon emperor bell emitted bursts of chimes, and a ray of golden light shot out from it, landing on a great demon. It was a demon of Nirvana peak, with a deer's head and a bear's waist, a long beard on his face, and covered in brown fur, his gaze aggressive. Ha, it's me. I, Tuayu, will surely secure the first victory for the holy race. Great King Tuayu, may you achieve success with the first strike. King Tuayu, brave and invincible. Row upon row of demon soldiers shouted bright slogans, resounding throughout the entire sky. The faces of the human cultivators all changed. The blood energy emanating from Tuoyu was terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing the peak nirvana cultivators of the human race. Among those present, perhaps only Chu Yushuan could compete with him. Chu Yushuan's lips curved slightly upward. I haven't beaten a nirvana realm demon before. Saying this, Chu Yushuan directly shouted towards the Kunlun mirror, "Hey, mirror, pick me, pick me." The group of cultivators were stunned. Xing deeply sized up Chu Yushuan, a trace of surprise flashed between his brows. This human race member has abundant vitality and blood, not at all inferior to my holy race. Beside him, a demon race member who knew the inside story explained, "Lord Qing, this should be a human race body cultivator specializing in the power of vitality and blood, somewhat similar to our holy race, but they do not have the bloodline divine powers of our holy race." This is getting interesting. Shi Qing smiled faintly. However, the Emperor Weapon Arena is a contest of the 2 races' destiny. The Kunlun mirror won't choose her just because she calls out. As Qi Qing expected, the figure that emerged from the Kunlun mirror was not Chu Yuqian, but an elderly man with fiery red hair. That's Yan Hangshan, an elder of the Yan sect. Everyone looked over, only to see an old man staring at the Kunlun mirror, his face full of astonishment. The Yan sect leader's expression faltered. He hadn't expected it to be his Yan sect's turn in the first battle. Yao Xia's expression was grave, her mind filled with thoughts. Why isn't it Yuqian or Lingyue? If we're talking about combat power, those 2 are the strongest among the human race's nirvana stage cultivators. Is it fate that our human race is destined to lose? Is this divine flame vermilion bird fated to be unrelated to our human race? The other holy masters also wore unpleasant expressions, but they couldn't interfere with the Kunlun mirror's choice and could only sigh helplessly. On the other side, Shi Qing burst out laughing. Ha, the prophecy is indeed correct. My demon race is destined for great prosperity. The next instant, Tuayu and Yan Hangshan's figures suddenly disappeared, and then appeared on the spiritual energy arena. One side was full of vigorous vitality, while the other was like a withered tree, a candle in the wind. The 2 formed a very sharp contrast. Elder Yan has been at the peak of nirvana for many years, he might not lose. A Yan sect disciple said. That's right, Elder Yan's flames are superb. That demon race is covered in hair, he must be afraid of fire. Elder Yan will definitely win the first prize. At this moment, Chen Yang looked at the demon emperor bell and the Kunlun mirror, and thought to himself, the demon race's blood and energy treasures are all great supplements, and they are very useful to both me and my senior sister. I have to find a way to get them. According to the heavenly secret's chosen target, as long as I can find a way to transfer the target to myself, it will be fine. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth turned up, and he scurried towards Luo Qianxue. Chapter 29. Hey, it's finally my turn. On the spiritual energy arena, Tuayu's eyes were contemptuous, with a sneer on his face. Ha, is the human race truly devoid of talent? They actually chose a frail old man to come up. Yan Hengshan's gaze hardened, and he said in a deep voice, "To deal with you, this old man is more than enough." Humph. Overestimating yourself. Tuayu snorted heavily, his fur standing on end as endless demonic power surged wildly from within his body. On the other side, deep red flames ignited on Yan Hengshan, pushing his own state to the limit. In this battle, he would fight to the death. The two sides were at daggers drawn and directly engaged in a fierce battle. Looking at the scene before her, the shock in Luo Qianxue's heart lingered for a long time. Demon Emperor Bell, Kunlun Mirror. The ultimate emperor weapon she had always yearned for in her previous life were now appearing so openly before her eyes. "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Chen Yang walked through the crowd and came to Luo Qianxue's side. Luo Qianxue snapped back to reality, abandoned her chaotic thoughts, and gave Chen Yang a sweet smile. "It's nothing. Chen Yang, who do you think will win this competition, the human race or the demon race?" Chen Yang's lips curved up. "Sister, don't worry, the human race will win for sure." "You're so confident." Luo Qianxue was a little puzzled. "But I'm afraid we're going to lose this first match." On the spiritual power arena, a human and a demon had been entangled for only a few dozen breaths before Yan Hengshan fell into a disadvantageous position. Chen Yang patted his chest. "With me here, what demon race? I'll suppress and kill them all." Luo Qianxue pursed her lips and shook her head. "We can't influence the Kunlun Mirror's choice. Perhaps it won't choose you for any of these 5 matches. It's possible it won't choose me for one match, but it's also possible it will choose me for the next." Chen Yang said seriously. "Sister, if I'm chosen, shouldn't you give me something to show your blessing?" Blink, blink. Luo Qianxue was amused by Chen Yang's cute appearance and said softly, "You little kid, why do you always pretend to be so adorable?" "Sister, let me correct you. This isn't cute, it's called handsome cute." Luo Qianxue was a little puzzled, obviously not understanding the meaning of handsome cute, but it didn't matter. "Speak, what do you want this time?" Chen Yang's lips curved upward. "Sister, you know me best. I want body tempering charms. Do you have any left?" "Body tempering charms." Luo Qianxue was stunned. "What do you need those things for?" Chen Yang smiled. "This is the second gift my sister has given me. I want to use it as a safety charm." "Pfft, you." Luo Qianxue couldn't help but smile. Who would use this as a safety charm? That being said, Luo Qianxue still took out 3 body tempering charms from her storage bag and placed them in Chen Yang's hands. "Here, all for you. These are the only 3 left. I have no use for them." Received body tempering charms X3 from Luo Qianxue, undergoing a 10,000-fold enhancement. Enhancement complete. Obtained Heavenly Secret Universe Charms X3. After use, it can shield heavenly secrets and reverse the universe. That's all. Chen Yang's lips curved upward. At this moment, on the spiritual energy arena, a shrill scream rang out. Yan Hengshan was firmly restrained in Tuayu's hands. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he lost the ability to resist. "The human race is too weak." Tuayu wore a contemptuous look on his face filled with disdain. "Die!" With a loud roar, Yan Hengshan's body exploded, turning into a pool of blood, his bones completely gone. Cheers erupted from the demon army. "Great King Tuayu is invincible. The human race are trash." The faces of the human cultivators were solemn, and a feeling of resentment rose in their hearts, with nowhere to vent it. "We lost. It was almost a complete defeat." The faces of the great holy lords were somewhat unsightly. Could it be that this is really the will of heaven and our human race is destined to not keep the vermilion bird? Dawn. The demon emperor bell rang. The demon race won the first round. "Ha ha ha." Shi Qing laughed loudly, not concealing the contempt in his eyes. The emperor weapon arena continued without a break. The second match began immediately. Another blurry figure gradually emerged in the Kunlun mirror, and judging from the figure, it seemed to be a woman. Without anyone noticing, in Chen Yang's hand, a heavenly mystery Qiankuan talisman was constantly burning. At the same time, the image in the Kunlun mirror suddenly went black, then quickly cleared up. The originally blurred figure of the woman disappeared, replaced by a fair and chubby little milk baby, looking about 3 or 4 years old. "Hey, it's finally my turn." Chen Yang's lips gradually curled up. "Yang-er." Ji Yao instantly exclaimed, her face full of worry. Only then did everyone react, realizing that the little baby in the mirror was none other than Ji Yao's son, Chen Yang, the little brat from Sword Ruins who had been desperately complaining. How could it be him? This is over. How old is this little baby? How could he possibly beat the demon race, who have an advantage from birth? Luo Qianxue had an incredulous expression. "It's actually him." Yao Siya looked at Chen Yang in the mirror. The uneasiness in her heart instantly dissipated, and the corners of her lips curled into an imperceptible arc. This will of heaven, it seems, is still on the side of the human race. Shi Qing stared at Chen Yang, a playful look on her face. Chen Yang is in the body tempering realm, so the opponent chosen by the demon emperor Bell must be in the same realm. And today, the several body tempering realm junior members of the demon race who came with him to see the world were all truly supernaturally gifted existences capable of ranking within the top 100 among the entire demon race's infants. Among them, the strongest one was even ranked 29th. This match is definitely won. Hey, whatever your name is Zhong, are you going to choose or not? Chen Yang said with some impatience. I'm still waiting to take the chi and blood treasure medicine from your belly. Ha ha ha, a human brat whose milk teeth haven't even fallen out dares to boast about seizing the treasure medicine. Truly overestimating himself. The group of demon soldiers burst into continuous sneers. Ji Yao came to Chen Yang's side, somewhat worried. Yanger, you. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Chen Yang. Mother, believe in Yanger. Ji Yao was slightly stunned. Chen Yang's words were full of endless confidence, which made her feel a little more at ease. Dawn. The demon emperor bell rings. Golden light shone on a white lion tiger. Ha ha, it's the lion tiger great king's cub, peerless in physique, with one foot already stepping into the pinnacle realm. This little human brat is dead for sure. With a flash of light, Chen Yang and the lion tiger cub simultaneously appeared on the arena. The lion tiger cub's eyes were fierce as it stared at Chen Yang, letting out a deafening roar. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Yang on the opposite side not only didn't show a trace of fear but instead licked his lips. If I didn't see wrong just now, was he wiping his saliva? Yes, that's right, I saw it too. What does he mean by this? A group of human cultivators were filled with confusion. Similarly, the demon soldiers also felt puzzled. Why does this human kid look so fearless? Why is his gaze exactly the same as when I see food? This kid, he wouldn't be looking at the lion tiger great king's offspring as food, would he? Instantly, Shi Qing felt a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. The battle was about to break out. The lion tiger cub galloped on all fours, opening its blood-reeking maw, attacking Chen Yang with incredible speed. Everyone thought Chen Yang would dodge, but he didn't move an inch. Little one, dodge quickly. The lion tiger beast's charge isn't something just anyone can. The anxious cries abruptly ceased, replaced by exclamations of disbelief. On the arena, Chen Yan used only one finger to effortlessly block the lion tiger cub's attack. Immediately after, he formed his hand into a fist and hammered it down on the lion tiger cub's head. With a crack, the lion tiger cub's head shattered directly, and it breathed its last without a moment's hesitation. The Kunlun mirror continuously emitted dazzling light. Meaning, in this battle, the human race wins. Chapter 30. Oops, it's still me. Did we win? The human cultivators hadn't fully reacted. This little kid shattered the lion tiger cub's head with one punch. So this kid wasn't bragging after all. The power of that punch just now was comparable to the peak realm, right? The human race's great holy lords looked at Chen Yang's body with burning eyes. The heavenly phoenix holy lord spoke. Fellow Taoist Yao, this little child shouldn't be a disciple of the Jade Pool, right? I remember the Jade Pool never accepts male disciples. Yao Cs smiled slightly. Naturally, he is not. Ha, excellent, excellent. The heavenly phoenix holy lord slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This holy lord observes that this child has extraordinary bones and abundant chi and blood. If he could learn the divine phoenix flame, his strength would rise to another level. Ha! The ice cloud holy lord chuckled lightly. Your chicken feather fire is barely good enough for roasting meat. This child should enter my ice cloud holy palace. The heavenly phoenix holy lord's mouth twitched. Your ice vein stellar chi is only barely good enough for preserving freshness. This child is more suitable for my heavenly phoenix holy land. Amitba, there is no need for the two benefactors to argue any further. This humble monk has calculated that this child has a destiny with my Buddhist sect. Entering the monastic life is his best choice. Get lost, you old bald donkey. The heavenly phoenix saint and the ice cloud saint spoke in unison. Yao Xia chuckled softly. There's no need for you all to argue. This child is walking the path of body cultivation. Even if you take him, you won't be able to teach him. Moreover, his master is that one. Body cultivation. The great saints were slightly stunned. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to be targeted by that old man. The heavenly phoenix saint waved his hand, immediately dispelling the thought. The ice cloud saint snorted softly and said nothing more. On the other side, the group of demons were speechless, looking at Chen Yang's small figure, their eyes full of shock. Shi Qing's face was a little unsightly. It should be known that the demon race possesses a natural advantage in physical strength. In the body-tempering realm, human cultivators are far from being a match for the demon race. But the little baby in front of them was obviously an anomaly. Fine, we'll concede this round to you. Shi Qing snorted softly, patiently waiting for Chen Yang to leave the arena. According to common sense, the Emperor Weapon Arena should select a new opponent for each match, making the probability of selecting the same person almost non-existent. They've only lost one match, there are still 3 more to go. The demon race is determined to win. On the Spirit Energy Arena, Chen Yan looked at the cub of the lion tiger, lost in thought. What's wrong with that little kid? Why is he suddenly spacing out? The crowd was puzzled. Could it be that he seemed relaxed but he is actually suffering from hidden injuries? Hearing this, Ji Yao's face showed a hint of worry. Seeing this, Chu Yuqian smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, junior brother is fine. After a few more breaths, there was finally movement on the Spirit Energy Arena. Chen Yang clapped his hands together forcefully and said in a very serious tone, I've decided. I'm going to use it for hot pot. Everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Yang took out various items from his storage bag. That SA pot. And water and a fire source he can't be thinking of. Instantly, everyone had the same thought. The group of demons looked at Chen Yang, their expressions becoming increasingly gloomy. Before long, the spirit energy arena was filled with the aroma of braised meat. Good heavens, this little brat was spacing out for so long, just thinking about how to eat it. Everyone. Qingqi's eyes were icy cold. No one has ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of my holy clan. Little brat, I've remembered you. Chen Yang picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, his words laced with disdain. Ugh, so fatty. Don't you demons usually exercise? Alas, it's too greasy. I'll eat it later. I'll fight the next match first to burn some calories. Ha ha ha. Good. Excellent. My human race's descendant is indeed incomparably powerful. The mere demon race is only fit to be food on our plates. The group of human cultivators instantly felt refreshed, and their previous resentment vanished in an instant. Qingqi's face was ashen. In thousands of years he had never been so angry as he was today. Boy, for insulting my holy clan, I will surely exterminate your entire clan. Are you threatening me? Chen Yang's eyes gradually turned cold. Heh, I hate being threatened by others the most. Before the words faded, Chen Yang was teleported out of the spiritual power arena. The Demon Emperor bell rang, about to select the opponent for the third match. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth slightly curved up, and the second heavenly secret Qiankuan talisman began to burn. The Demon Emperor bell visibly paused, and then a golden light shot out, once again landing on a young cub. It was a plant-based demon race, the blue-silver bloodvine. Another body-tempering realm. An ominous premonition rose in Qi Qing's heart once again. In the next moment, light flickered on the Kunlun mirror, and a familiar little chubby baby appeared again. Oh dear, it's me again. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth slowly curved up. This is truly defying the will of heaven. Impossible. Qi Qing had a shocked expression. Why would the Emperor weapon choose the same person twice? With a flash of spiritual light, Chen Yang and the blue-silver blood vine simultaneously appeared on the spiritual power arena. Oh, this time it's vegetarian. Just right to cleanse the palate, a mix of meat and vegetables for a balanced diet. Everyone. In the next instant, Chen Yang's figure suddenly disappeared, appearing before the azure silver bloodvine with incredible speed. The azure silver bloodvine looked utterly bewildered. Still looking. Here I come to eat you. A fist as large as a mountain landed on the azure silver bloodvine, directly piercing through it. Clean and swift, the azure silver bloodvine didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Above the Kunlun mirror, dazzling light shone once more. He won. He won again. A one-hit kill. Win one more match, and the demon race will truly lose. All the human cultivators revealed joyful expressions. The Yen sex cultivators' expressions were slightly unsightly. They hadn't expected Chen Yang to be so ridiculously strong. A demon race member close to the body tempering limit was like a chicken at his mercy. Splash, splash. The sound of splashing water came from the spirit energy arena. With practiced movements, Chen Yang quickly dismembered the azure silver bloodvine and poured it into the hot pot. Hiss, smells pretty good. Chen Yang's throat rolled, a look of enjoyment on his face. Ji Yao watched somewhat blankly, dazedly saying, when did Yanger become so powerful? The cultivation he just displayed is already not much weaker than the extreme realm. Chu Yuqian's lips slightly curved up. This is nothing yet, the best is yet to come. The group of demons had already fallen into silence, and Qi Qing's face was solemn. They had already lost 2 matches. If they lost another one, they wouldn't be able to keep those chi and blood treasures. No, news hasn't come from the monkey yet. We can't lose the next match no matter what. Thinking of this, Qi Qing's eyes became even more gloomy, staring at Chen Yang as if he wanted to devour him alive. Looking, what are you looking at? Chen Yang curled his lips, not afraid at all. When I reach the Dao questioning realm, I'll stew you sooner or later. Qi Qing snorted coldly, such sharp-tongued little brat, let's talk about it when you can live to that time. Chen Yang picked up a piece of blue-silver bloodvine, put it in his mouth, and then his expression changed instantly. Ugh, spit, spit, spit. So bitter, what kind of stuff are you demon race raising? It's really disgusting. Bastard. Qi Chang and a group of demon races bared their teeth, their eyes full of anger. The dignified demon race, when have they ever suffered such humiliation? The next match, we must win. Qi Qing groaned and issued a death order. With a whoosh, Chen Yang's figure disappeared and returned to Luo Qianxue's side. Luo Qianxue was a little worried and reminded, being targeted by the demon race is not a good thing. Chen Yang smiled slightly, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the way, sister, do you want to eat stew? Ha! Luo Qianxue was puzzled, what is stew? You'll know in a while. Before he finished speaking, a phantom appeared again in the Kunlun mirror, which seemed to be an old man vaguely. The corner of Chen Yang's mouth raised, and he thought, the chi and blood treasure medicine is all mine, everyone else get out of the way. The last celestial mystery Qiankuan talisman burned, and the illusory figure in the Kunlun mirror vanished instantly, replaced by a figure that everyone was extremely familiar with. Oops, my bad, it's still yours truly. Chen Yang clapped his hands, and in an instant he reappeared on the spiritual energy arena. Chapter 31 Victory. The sacred flame soaring to the heavens. It's him again. How is this possible? Qing was dumbfounded. Twice in a row could be called a coincidence, but 3 times in a row meant that someone must be playing tricks behind the scenes. But this was the Emperor Weapon Arena. Apart from the Great Emperor, who else could tamper with the celestial secrets? Qing couldn't understand at all. The cultivators present, both from the demon and human races, were equally puzzled. Even Yao Siya was very surprised. She could confirm that the Yaoqi ancestor had not interfered with the Kunlun mirror. In other words, all of this was fated by the celestial mechanics. Chen Yang was destined to fight 3 battles. With this thought, Yao Siya's mind settled. Chen Yang's appearance meant that the human race's luck was still above that of the demon race. In this battle, the human race will surely win. TSK, Scaled 1, why does your face look so unpleasant? Could it be that you foresee your defeat? Humph. Brat, my demon race also has descendants who have stepped into the extreme realm. As long as one is selected, you will surely die. Shi Qing spoke coldly. Oh, really? Chen Yang smiled. I think it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Saying that, Chen Yang shouted towards the demon emperor Bell. Hey, Bell, why don't you just put all the younger generation of your demon race up here at once? At the same time, the heavenly mystery Qiankuan talisman in his hand was completely burned. The demon emperor Bell seemed to understand Chen Yang's words, and golden lights flickered continuously. In a short while, 9 demon race cubs were teleported onto the spiritual power arena at the same time. Shi Qing was stunned. What does this mean? Aren't the emperor weapon arenas always one-on-one? Now, all the demon race descendants that Qi Cheng brought for training are on stage. The Saint Burial Emperor, who had been silent all along, spoke in a deep voice. The Violet Lightning Vulture and the Thunder Puppet Ant are both at the Pinnacle Realm. The expressions of the human cultivators all changed. 2 Pinnacle Realms, plus 7 near Pinnacle Realm Demon Beast Cubs. This Demon Emperor Bell is obviously cheating. To fight 9 opponents alone, even if Chen Yang is at the Pinnacle Realm, he can't possibly be their opponent. Yang Ji Yao said worriedly, unable to help but call out. Luo Qianxue also looked solemn. If she were the one standing on the stage at this moment, she probably wouldn't have a single chance of winning. A group of demon soldiers shouted madly. Ah, this is the will of heaven. Our holy clan is the one destined by heaven. This little baby's head will become the Violet Lightning Young Master's trophy. The Thunder Puppet Young Master's horns will definitely pierce through his body to avenge our dead compatriots. On the spiritual energy arena, the Violet Lightning Vulture Cub stared at Chen Yang, its eyes full of contempt. It ranked 29th among the younger generation of the demon race and had been one of the most outstanding geniuses of the demon race since birth. The Thunder Puppet Ant larva was the same. As a demon race that had broken through the Pinnacle Realm, it never took other races seriously. Chen Yang looked at the row of demon beasts, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, those that fly in the sky, swim in the sea, and run on the ground, they're all here. This is a real land, sea, and air feast. This young master can't hold back. Everyone. The Violet Lightning Eagle larva and the Thunder Puppet Ant larva were both stunned. This human in front of them didn't seem to take them seriously at all. Humph. The 2 demon beasts snorted heavily at the same time. The surrounding situation suddenly changed. Purple electric light enveloped the entire arena. What a rich power of thunder and lightning. Is this really the power that can be unleashed in the body-tempering realm? Everyone looked incredulous. Yanger, be careful. Ji Yao's heart was in her throat. The next instant, the purple lightning permeating the surroundings suddenly converged, blasting towards Chen Yang. With a thunderous boom, the purple lightning struck Chen Yang's body, the violent explosion echoing through the clouds. The human cultivators turned their heads, not daring to look at the arena. Shi Qing's lips curled up and he slowly said, taking this strike head-on, even someone at the peak of body tempering would be seriously injured. Oh, really? A childish voice rang out from the center of the explosion. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Chen Yang was unscathed. Shi Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. The purple lightning vulture cub was equally shocked. Its attack was actually ineffective. Among the human cultivators, bursts of cheers erupted. He's okay. The little kid is actually okay. Chen Yang clapped his hands and casually said, this is the so-called genius of your demon race. Not that impressive, is it? The attacks are so weak, not even enough to tickle. Nearby, the Thunder Puppet Ant let out a sharp hiss, and the spirit energy arena was instantly enveloped by heavily thunder. Streaks of lightning fell, striking Chen Yang's body. However, Chen Yang was like an indestructible meteorite. No matter how rampant the lightning was, it could not hurt him in the slightest. Whether human or demon, everyone was stunned at this moment. What realm is this little baby in? Why is he so powerful? Luo Qianxue stared at Chen Yang, lost in thought. So strong, is this the body of myriad tribulations? I must continue to cultivate diligently, I can't be surpassed by him. Ji Yao was also stunned on the spot. Clearly, half a year ago, he had no cultivation at all, but now, even the demon beasts of the extreme realm could not hurt him in the slightest. To be able to cultivate to such an extent, Yang must have suffered a lot in the past 6 months. The lightning dissipated, and not a single hair on Chen Yang was harmed. The turn-based game is over, now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang's simple and unadorned attack landed on the 9 demon beast cubs, one punch each, without any unnecessary delay. Including the violet lightning vulture and thunder puppet and 2 extreme realm cubs, all the demon beasts were pierced through, losing all vitality. On the Kunlun mirror, light radiated in all directions, foreshadowing the victory of the human race. They won just like that. Everything happened too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. The several holy masters stared intently at Chen Yang, their eyes revealing shock. This has already surpassed the ordinary extreme realm. How on earth did he do it? Dawn. The demon emperor belly-emitted bursts of humming, and countless chi and blood treasures appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Yang. Best 3 out of 5. This was the reward that the victor deserved. Chen Yang's eyes instantly lit up, and like a little miser, he pounced towards the pile of treasured medicine. Mine, all mine, ha ha. He also conveniently collected the bodies of the demon beast cubs into his storage bag. These can't be wasted either, just right for snacks. Everyone. Ching chi bastard. You bastard. The spiritual energy arena gradually dissipated. Yao Xie's lips curved upward, and in an instant she appeared beside Chen Yang, preventing him from being ambushed by the demons. The demon race is nothing more than this. The great holy masters spoke simultaneously. You are not qualified to participate in this grand gathering of our human race. Get out. Xing's face was livid. He never expected things to turn out this way. You slow monkey, are you ready yet? This king can't hold on any longer. As if responding to what Xing was thinking, a divine flame suddenly appeared from the depths of Yaoqi, shooting straight into the sky. This is the vermilion bird divine flame. Everyone was stunned. Chen Yang's expression instantly changed. Crap, Little Red is in danger. Xing turned his anger into joy and shouted, traces of the vermilion bird have appeared. This king is not playing with you anymore. As soon as his voice fell, silver white wings sprouted from Qing's back and he rushed toward the depths of Yaoqi at top speed. The great holy masters did the same, using their divine abilities and rushing toward the divine flame. Yao Xie's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Chen Yang and headed towards where little Hongnu was. In just a few breaths, several experts at the peak of the Asking Dao stage appeared next to the divine flame. Wu, boss, save me. There's a stinky monkey trying to kidnap me. From within the divine flame, a red shadow suddenly darted out and flew into Chen Yang's arms with incredible speed. Chapter 32, The Battle Between Humans and Demons, A Sudden Attack. Thank you all very much for your monthly votes and recommendations. Wu, boss. That scared this sparrow to death. Little Hongnu cowered in Chen Yang's arms, his words filled with fear. Chen Yang's expression was solemn. From the moment little Hongnu appeared, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, not leaving for a moment. A vermilion bird. It really is a vermilion bird. Ha ha ha. My holy clan will surely prosper greatly. Shi Qing looked fanatical. Hand over the vermilion bird cub and I'll spare you from death. Humph. This is the sacred ground of Yaoqi. How can we allow you demons to run wild? Yao Xie's face was cold and the Kunlun mirror slowly rose, hovering behind her. The heavenly phoenix holy master stood in the air. A golden dark bird soared into the sky, making an incomparably loud cry. Fellow Taoists, why don't you take action? The vermilion bird cub is an opportunity for our human race. It must not be taken away by the demon race. Amitba, the vermilion bird is destined for our human race. Demon benefactors, please leave. The visions behind the burial Saint Emperor, the Ice Cloud Holy Master, and the Xianin Holy Master all appeared, surrounding Qi Qing. At the same time, at the source of the Xinyan's burning, within the blessed land of the Brahma Saint Hall, a black shadow broke through the mountain wall and crashed heavily on the giant rock, looking very embarrassed. Upon closer inspection, it was a humanoid giant ape covered in scars, its figure a little distorted and blood flowing outwards uncontrollably. Damn human bitches, so damn violent. The giant ape's somewhat hoarse roar echoed. Before his voice faded, a cyan spear constructed of spiritual energy followed closely, rapidly hurtling toward the giant ape's body. Monkey. Qi Qing's expression changed, and he quickly activated the demon emperor bell above his head. Unceasing chimes rang out, coalescing into a golden bell phantom that enveloped the giant ape. With a clang, the crisp sound of impact rapidly spread throughout the jade pool, accompanied by a violent explosion of spiritual energy. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the dust and rubble, the giant ape's coughing continued to sound. Damn it, that really hurt. Humph. The stone ape lineage is indeed thick-skinned and resistant to beatings. A clear, cold voice entered everyone's ears. Following the sound, a woman of stunning beauty stood in the air, her face somewhat gloomy. Shifu's wife. Chen Yang waved his arms forcefully. Yao Zhou flickered, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived beside Yao Xie and Chen Yang, and said in a deep voice, Yanger, don't worry, with your Shenyang here, no one can take Little Red Fury away. This is the aura of a quasi-emperor. No, it should still be a sliver short. Qi Qing's expression stagnated. This is going to be a little tricky. Even if it was a sliver short, Yao Jiu could still unleash the strength of the Emperor realm. Greetings, senior. Several holy masters stepped forward to pay their respects. Back when they were still holy sons and Buddha sons, they had already witnessed Yao Jiu's grace. Siya, take good care of Yanger. Yes, master. As soon as her voice fell, Yao Jiu took over the Kunlun mirror, motivated it with supreme and wonderful methods, and attacked Qi Qing. The Kunlun mirror immediately bloomed with dazzling divine light. Yao Jiu was only a sliver away from the quasi-emperor realm. Motivating the extreme Dao Emperor weapon with all her strength could at least unleash 70% of the Kunlun mirror's power. However, Qi Qing was merely at the peak of the questioning Dao stage, still far from the Emperor realm, and could only barely operate the Demon Emperor Bell. Clearly, Qi Qing couldn't hold on for long. What are you waiting for? Make your move. Qi Qing shouted loudly, seemingly speaking to someone. On the cliff face, the giant ape, deeply embedded within, suddenly opened its eyes, its body launching upwards, its wounds healing at an incredible speed. Humph. You tough-skinned beast, take this. Amitba, boundless is the Buddha's law, all spirits can be saved. The Heavenly Phoenix Holy Master, the Holy Monk of the Buddha Kingdom, and the Burial Holy Emperor attacked together, heading towards the giant ape. The giant ape's body was sturdy, but it was still struggling under the combined assault of the three Holy Masters. Similarly, even with the Demon Emperor Bell in hand, Qi Qing was steadily losing ground under the attacks of Yao Jiu and the Kunlun mirror. On the other side, the group of human cultivators had already engaged in battle with the demon soldiers. Mystical powers and ingenious methods emerged endlessly, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Chu Yushuan transformed into a demon-slaying machine, blasting away large groups of enemies with a single punch wherever she went. Several demon race members in the Asking Realm wanted to step forward and besiege her, but they were all blocked by the elders of Yao Qi. Chu Yushuan leaped up and found her target Tuoyu, a Nirvana Peak Stage Demon King. It's you! You escaped me once, but now, give me your life. The terrifying aura was like a bolt from the blue, heavily striking Tuoyu. Chu Yushuan threw a punch, and the thunderous power wrapped within the fist wind made Tuoyu feel a deep palpitation. This human is so strong. Tuoyu fought back desperately, even using his innate divine ability. However, Chu Yushuan's attack was like an indestructible blade, instantly shattering his defenses and piercing through Tuoyu's body. Tuoyu's face was filled with disbelief. You actually truly reached Nirvana. Chu Yushuan chuckled lightly. It's too late to realize that now. Sending you on your way. With a loud crash, Tuoyu's body exploded, turning into a pile of rubble. The battle continued, and the human cultivators, relying on the array formations and home field advantage, gradually gained the upper hand. Chen Yang, watching everything that was happening, felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. Although the demon race has not yet emerged, they shouldn't be so careless. Can sending just 2 demon kings at the peak of the questioning realm really steal the vermilion bird from the Holy Land? Now, whether it is the high-level combat power here or the battlefield outside, the human race has the upper hand, but the demon race has no intention of retreating. What exactly are they waiting for? Looking around, the weeping green demon king and the giant ape were on the verge of defeat, while he and Little Red Rage were being protected by the 3 holy masters. Even if a quasi-emperor of the demon race appeared, it would be impossible to take Little Red Rage by surprise. Unless someone helps. Thinking of this, Chen Yang's body suddenly shook. That sentence Nao Qing just said might not have been directed at the giant ape. Crap. Thinking of this, Chen Yang tightly hugged Little Red and roared at Yao Xie, senior sister, be careful. Yao Xie and the Ice Cloud Holy Ruler's expressions both froze. On the other side, a gloomy look flashed in the profounding Holy Ruler's eyes. Such a sharp little brat, you were actually able to discover this. However, it's a pity, it's already too late. As soon as he finished speaking, endless profound netherine energy suddenly emerged beneath the feet of Yao Xie and the Ice Cloud Holy Ruler. The profound netherine energy formed 2 arrays, and sealing chains stretched out from within the arrays, simultaneously imprisoning the 2 holy rulers. Xianyin, what are you doing? The Ice Cloud Holy Ruler reprimanded. Profound nether crossing banner. Yao Xie's eyes were cold. As fellow members of the human race, you actually used this insidious magical treasure to deal with us. The profounding Holy Master sneered, Tisk TSK, you really are lucky. If this little child hadn't discovered it in advance, in a few dozen breaths, this Holy Master would have completely absorbed you into the banner. However, even this is enough for now. This Shenming Crossing banner consumed most of my blood essence to nurture. Once trapped, you won't be able to break free. Yao Jiu noticed the commotion over here, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. She launched a full-force attack towards Qi Cheng and then headed towards Chen Yang. Trying to leave. In your dreams. Qi Qing burned his demon clan's blood essence, using all his strength to activate the Demon Emperor Bell. Deafening chimes echoed as the Demon Emperor Bell rapidly descended, covering both Qi Qing and Yao Jiu within it. Bastard! Yao Jiu activated the Kunlun mirror, bombarding it continuously. The Demon Emperor Bell trembled violently, and Qi Qing spat out blood incessantly, yet he still couldn't open a gap. Did you really think our demon clan would have no backup plans? Ha 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 ha. Chi Ching revealed a maniacal smile. It is destined by the heavens that the vermilion bird belongs to us. The heavenly phoenix holy master, the holy monk of the Buddhist kingdom, and the burial saint emperor also realized that something was amiss and wanted to rush back, but the giant ape didn't give them any chance. Relying on its thick skin and outstanding defense, the giant ape ignored the attacks of the three, dividing its body into three, single-mindedly trying to hold back the three holy masters. Yao Xia constantly bombarded the Xianning chains, her words full of anger. Xianin, as a member of the human race, you have actually become a lackey of the demon race. After today, my Yaoqi Holy Land and the Xianin Holy Land will never rest until one of us is destroyed. The Xianin Holy Master didn't care. Don't make it sound so bad. I and the demon race are just temporary partners. They want the vermilion bird, and I only want some of the vermilion bird's essence blood. As his voice fell, the Xianin Holy Master's gaze landed on Xiao Hongnu, his eyes filled with greed. Chapter 33 The Man Who Smashed the Holy Master with One Punch. Boss, let's fight it out. Little Red's body ignited with sparks, ready to unleash a full-force attack at any moment. At the same time, a mechanical-sounding prompt rang in Chen Yang's mind. Hearing the content, the corners of Chen Yang's mouth curved up, and the golden flame mark on his forehead reappeared. Divine Flame Mark. The Xianin Holy Master's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The vermilion bird has actually acknowledged a master. You little brat, you truly surprise me. I originally intended to eliminate you in passing, but it seems that won't do now. When the vermilion bird acknowledges a master, they share life and death. Once Chen Yang dies, the vermilion bird will also perish. The Xianin Holy Master's lips curled up, revealing a chilling, sinister smile. Why not let me plant a slave seal in your body? That way, both the vermilion bird and you will belong to my Xianin Holy Land. Ha! Chen Yang rolled his eyes at the Xianin Holy Master and slowly said, You think you can enslave this young master? Keep dreaming. Little one, you have quite the temper. The Profounding Holy Master, instead of being angry, laughed. I hope you can say the same thing later. Ha! Chen Yang chuckled lightly. I hope you still have the strength to speak later. The Profounding Holy Master was slightly stunned. Chen Yang ignored the Profounding Holy Master and directly used all his strength to shout into the air. Master, if you don't come out now, your dearest disciple is going to be captured. The Profounding Holy Master's expression changed. He carefully sensed the surrounding aura but found no hidden figure. Boy, are you trying to trick me? Idiot, you're done for. Chen Yang's lips curled up slightly. Look behind you. The Profounding Holy Master looked back with a puzzled expression, but there was no one behind him. Alas, you really are an idiot. I told you to look behind you, and you just looked. Chen Yang rested his hand on his cheek, held Little Red Rage in his arms, and sat directly on the ground. Interesting, interesting. The Profounding Holy Master grinned. Boy, no one has ever dared to play tricks on this Holy Master like this. In a moment, this Holy Master will definitely let you experience what it means to wish you were dead. As soon as his words fell, the Profounding Holy Master formed a sword with his fingers, the tip of which was filled with yin energy, and pointed it towards Chen Yang's brow. This was a unique enslavement method of the Profounding Holy Land, and no one could break it. Boy, you are mine now. However, before his words could even finish, an utterly terrifying aura came whistling from not far away. The Profounding Holy Master's whole body instantly stiffened, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Before he could even react, that terrifying aura had already arrived before him. The Profounding Holy Master tried his best to resist, but it was still to no avail. The frightening fist wind was unstoppable, completely ignoring any defensive measures. The Profounding Holy Master, with a face full of astonishment, was directly shattered by a single punch. Chen Yang's eyes widened. Holy crap, a Saint Master blown away with one punch. So strong. With a slight blink, a young old man wearing a sheepskin coat appeared in front of Chen Yang. TCH, this kid is just as insidious and lecherous as his master, only leaving his spiritual body here. Consider him lucky. Chen Yang looked at the young old man and tentatively asked, Are you master? In fact, Chen Yang had already confirmed with the system that his master, Lin Wuji, the current master of the Brahma Saint Hall, was right beside him. Therefore, everything Chen Yang did in the face of the Xianin Holy Master was merely to delay time. Lin Wuji sized up Chen Yang, a look of satisfaction on his face. Not bad at all. To break through to the pinnacle at such a young age. Worthy of being Lin Wuji's disciple. Indeed, you possess the invincible style I had back in the day, ha. However, I am very curious. How did you, little one, discover me? I clearly used a magical artifact to conceal my aura. Chen Yang was slightly stunned, thinking to himself, why does this cheap master of mine seem a bit unreliable? Master, I was just guessing, a pure coincidence. Could you please unlock senior sister Shiyu and the others first? Lin Wuji clapped his hands. Of course, no problem. As he spoke, Lin Wuji threw a punch. The dark black magic array had no power to resist and shattered in response. Thank you, Senior Lin. Little Shiyu, you're getting more and more beautiful. Yao Xie smiled slightly. Lin Wuji, aren't you coming over to help me? Not far away, Yao Jio's slightly angry shout came. Coming. Chen Yang froze for a moment, then quietly whispered in Xiao Hongnu's ear, did you see that just now? Did Master shudder? Boss, I saw it, and I saw it very clearly. Could he be afraid of Yang Master's wife? Yao Xie coughed lightly and reminded in a low voice, don't look at what you shouldn't see. Chen Yang and Xiao Hongnu closed their eyes instantly. Lin Wuji leaped up and punched towards the Demon Emperor bell. Simple and unadorned, but the effect was excellent. The phantom of the Demon Emperor bell instantly collapsed, and Shi Qing was directly backlashed by the Emperor weapon, continuously spitting out blood. Withdraw! Qing cried out, without the slightest hesitation, urging the Demon Emperor bell to flee rapidly. Seeing this, the giant ape let out a violent roar, and then its entire body suddenly shattered, turning into stubborn stones. Its true form had already disappeared without a trace. The Heavenly Phoenix Holy Lord pondered for a moment. It seems that this giant ape used that move just now to sneak into the Jade Pool. No wonder no one in the Jade Pool noticed. The demon race is making such a big splash in the world. I'm afraid this Tianxian continent will be in chaos in the future. On the other side of the battlefield, the demon soldiers began to retreat one after another, and the monks of the human race were cleaning up the battlefield and the mess. Ji Lingyue, Ji Yao, and Luo Qianxue flew over on their swords and landed beside Chen Yang. Yanger, are you alright? Chen Yang smiled slightly. Mother, aunt, sister Luo, I'm fine, and little Hongnu is fine too. Only then did a few people feel relieved. Old man, you're finally here. Chu Yuqian showed a happy expression, and with a leap she came to Lin Wuji's side. Call me master. Lin Wuji flicked Chu Yuqian on the forehead. No respect for elders. Ouch, old man, you're going too far. Chu Yuqian feigned anger and said, I got you a peerless genius as a disciple, and you're hitting me. Junior brother, let's go. Let's start our own sect. Chen Yang's lips curled up, and he said with a grin, Senior sister, why don't we just join Yaoqi? It just so happens that we have a Chen Yang here, so it wouldn't be considered betraying our sect. Hearing this, Lin Wuji grabbed Chen Yang. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? What Chen Yang? What rubbish? He's calling me. Lin Wuji, do you have a problem with that? Yao Jiu's slightly cold voice came. Ahem, naturally, I have no problem with that. Lin Wuji coughed a few times, his long beard trembling slightly. Now that the matter is resolved, I should leave as well. Little brat, let's go. Before his words could fade, Lin Wuji directly grabbed Chen Yang with one hand and Little Red with the other, then leaped up, rushing towards the horizon at an unbelievable speed. Chen Yang, master, what are you doing? Little kid, don't be noisy. I don't want to stay in Yaoqi. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. You don't want to stay, but I do. If I leave, won't I miss my dear Empress sister? No, absolutely not. Master, please put me down quickly. On the other side, Yao Jiu's eyes were full of anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, I knew you'd run. You run as soon as you see me. Lin Wuji, you bastard, just wait. Everyone turned their heads, pretending not to have heard. In the sky, Chen Yang's heart-wrenching cry came, Sister, wait for me, I will come back to find you soon. Ouch. Chen Yang was struck on the neck by Lin Wuji and passed out directly. This little kid, he's already thinking about girls at such a young age. This is outrageous. What's so good about women? Once you get entangled, you lose your freedom. No, I have to take this kid far away. Only when there are no women in your heart can you cultivate the great Tao. With this in mind, Lin Wuji changed direction and headed towards the central region. At the same time, in the unnoticed shadows not far away, a jet black eye quietly opened and stealthily followed. Chapter 34, Marrow Cleansing Bath. Preparing for revenge. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendations. In a spirit-filled valley in the central region, Chen Yang was a little dazed. My head hurts. No, my whole body hurts. Ha! Why is it so hot around here? Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by a hazy, boiling heat. Taking a closer look, he was now immersed in a large pot. His body was surrounded by a somewhat thick liquid, gurgling and viscous, and he could vaguely feel some remnants of spiritual herbs. Beside him, Little Red's eyes were tightly closed, her wings spread, floating on the water without any reaction. Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. WTF? Did this young master just get boiled? Waves of stinging pain came, piercing Chen Yang's skin and reaching his nerves and bones. Awake! Lin Wuji's somewhat casual voice sounded. Master, why did you boil me? Little brat, don't shout if you don't understand. This is our sect's unique medicinal bath for forging tendons and cleansing marrow. It can remove impurities from the body and nourish qi and blood. But it's strange, this child clearly hasn't undergone the baptism of a medicinal bath, yet his body is almost completely free of impurities, even cleaner than that vermilion bird next to him. It's simply unbelievable. Chen Yang's lips curved up. This was naturally due to the system's efforts. Then maybe it's because I have extraordinary talent and am suitable for body refinement. Lin Wuji nodded slowly, seemingly agreeing that this was the only explanation. After all, the world is vast and never lacks geniuses. Master, what exactly happened between you and Shenyang? Why do you run whenever you see her? Shenyang asked with a smile, finding it boring to soak. In order to stay by Luo Qianxue's side without any future troubles, he decided to conduct a round of psychological counseling for Lin Wuji to resolve the emotional conflict between him and Shenyang, to prevent his master from suddenly appearing and kidnapping him again. Lin Wuji's expression slightly paused. Little brat, what are you nosing around for? As a man, one should be as free as the wind. What future is there in following women around all day? Little brat, I advise you, stay away from women. TCH. Shenyang rolled his eyes. You won't tell me, huh? Wait till I get back and ask Shenyang and senior sister Siya, then I'll give you a unique treatment plan. It's just an emotional problem with this young master here, I can easily solve it for you. Thinking of this, Shenyang lay back comfortably and began to enjoy the medicinal bath. After a while, Lin Wuji raised an eyebrow, a sound transmission jade appearing in his hand at some point. A somewhat exasperated shout came from Chu Yuqian in the sound transmission jade. Old man, where did you abduct my junior brother to? You little girl, you're thousands of years old and you're still so hot-tempered. Lin Wuji grumbled, this child has reached the pinnacle, perfectly shattered one of the 8 chains, and is qualified enough to step into the meridian opening realm. I took him away from Yaoqi to find suitable natural treasures to help him open his meridians. Is that so? Chu Yuqian was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized that's not right. What natural treasures doesn't Yaoqi have? Do you still need to go outside to find them? Ahem, don't ask about this. Lin Wuji coughed lightly, I said there aren't any, and there aren't any. Chu Yuqian. Yanger, are you by Senior Lin's side? Ji Yao's slightly anxious voice came from the sound transmission jade. Mother, Yanger is by his side. That's good. You must listen to your master, pay attention to your own safety, and don't cause trouble, understand? Ji Yao instructed. Shenyang smiled slightly, your son understands. Mother, is Sister Luo here? Pft, ha 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 ha, see, I guessed right. Chu Yuqian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Junior brother's whole heart is set on that little girl, I knew he would ask. Shenyang. Junior brother, just now, the Holy Master of Ice Cloud, the Holy Master of Heavenly Phoenix, both came to see your mother. Guess what they said? Shenyang's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a faint, ominous premonition. They said that in their respective Holy Lands, there are many young girls of similar age to you who might be compatible with you. The 2 Holy Masters are considering arranging a childhood betrothal for you. Oh, right, and there's also the holy monk from the Buddha country who said you have a karmic connection with Buddhism and wants to guide you to become a monk. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yuqian really couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shenyang. No, absolutely not. Childhood betrothal. Are you kidding me? If I'm going to be betrothed, it can only be to Empress Sister. Betrothing me to other girls, what if Empress Sister gets angry? Wouldn't that be the end of me? And becoming a monk? Absolutely, positively, 1 in 10,000 impossibilities. Mother, you didn't agree, did you? Shenyang asked, a little anxiously. Ji Yao's gentle laughter came through. Yanger, mother knows what you mean. I didn't agree, so rest assured. Phew. Shenyang breathed a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. Ji Yao continued, Yanger, Qianxue has already entered seclusion to prepare for breaking through to the meridian opening realm. She has a few words for me to pass on to you. In a year, the 9 Luminaries Mountain's secret realm and the central domain will open. She hopes you can break through to the meridian opening realm within a year and enter the secret realm with her to train. Sister has gone into seclusion. Shenyang was slightly stunned, then said, I understand, mother. Please tell sister for me that I will wait for her in the central domain. By the way, Yanger, where are you now? Ji Yao suddenly asked. Shenyang looked around, a blank expression on his face. System, where are we? Replying to host, this place is the Kaming Valley, 3,000 miles away from the Xianin sacred ground. Shenyang nodded slightly. Mother, we are at the Xianin sacred. Before he could finish speaking, the glow of the transmission jade dimmed instantly. Boy, you actually know this place? Lin Wuji asked, puzzled. Good thing I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been exposed. Shenyang, master, why do I feel like you look a little cowardly? On the other side, within the Yaoqi Holy Land, Ji Yao looked at Yao Jiao and said blankly, Senior, the voice transmission jade seems to have failed. Failed? My ass it failed. Yao Jiao said angrily, that bastard must have cut off the transmission. Shiyu, I will be leaving for a while. If there is any urgent matter, send me a voice transmission. Yes, master. As the words fell, Yao Jiao disappeared in a flash. In the Kaiming Valley, Shenyang stretched comfortably. Although the medicinal bath was painful, there was a strange sense of invigoration after soaking, and one's own qi and blood became more abundant. Little Red also fluttered its wings, soaring continuously in the air, as if it had inexhaustible energy. Master, where are we going next? Lin Wuji's lips slightly curved upwards. Now that we're in the central domain, how can we not take a stroll around the Holy Land? Shenyang's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing this. Not far from here is the Xianin Holy Land. He still hasn't avenged the old bastard, Holy Master Xianin, for his sudden betrayal. Lin Wuji chuckled softly. Anyone who dares to plot against someone from my Brahma Holy Hall must pay the price. It just so happens that it's been many years since this old man has stretched his muscles. I've heard that the medicinal garden of the Xianin Holy Land is rich in spiritual energy, with all kinds of rare and precious medicinal herbs. We should also go and take a look. Little one, today, this master will teach you a few unique skills from the Brahma Holy Hall. You must watch carefully later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wuji grabbed Chen Yang, leaped up, and headed toward the Xianin Holy Land. At the same time, in a certain shadowy corner, a pair of pitch-black eyes that had been hidden all along transformed into an extremely thin wisp of black smoke quietly burrowed into the ground and followed Lin Wuji from a distance. Chapter 35, Little Radish, You've Gone Too Far. Outside the Profounding Holy Land, Chen Yang and Little Red Fury both wore magical treasures, concealing their auras and changing their appearances. Good disciple, in a moment, your teacher will break the barrier and hold back the elders of the Profounding Holy Land. You take the opportunity to sneak into the medicine garden and pluck as much as you can, understand? By the way, pick the spiritual herbs that can run and jump, those are valuable. Little Red Fury blankly asked, what if there are guardian spirit beasts in the medicine garden? Lin Wuji smiled and said, there won't be any in a moment. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Wuji leaped up, a roar of a true dragon seeming to emanate from behind him, and punched down towards the barrier. In the next moment, the medicine garden barrier of the Profounding Holy Land shattered, and even the guardian spirit beasts were crushed into dregs by the force of his punch. This is too fierce, isn't it? A trace of longing was revealed in Chen Yang's eyes. This little master will definitely be even fiercer than this in the future. You old bastards of the Profounding Holy Land, get your asses out here for your grandpa Lin. Inside the Profounding Sacred Ground, all the peak-level Ascendant Inquiry cultivators were alarmed and simultaneously appeared before Lin Wuji. Lin Wuji, how dare you? You dare to destroy my sacred ground's herb garden. Do you really think there's no one in my sacred ground? An elder of the Profounding Sacred Ground immediately rebuked. Lin Wuji said indifferently, your grandpa is in a bad mood today and wants to find someone to fight. It just so happened that I passed by this place. I can only say that your luck isn't too good. You, humph. Since you're deliberately looking for trouble, don't blame us for being merciless. Form the formation. A group of Profounding elders each occupied a position, chanting silently. In an instant, an earth-shattering profound nether slaughter formation was formed. It's been so many years since I've been here. I didn't expect you to have improved a bit. The corner of Lin Wuji's mouth slightly curved up. Let me test how much you've improved. In the next instant, Lin Wuji's figure suddenly disappeared and became entangled with the group of elders. Inside the spirit herb garden, Chen Yang and Little Red Fury quietly sneaked in. Master's magical treasure is really useful. Not a single person has discovered us. Little Red flapped its wings angrily, somewhat impatiently. Boss, hurry, it smells so good here. I can't help it. Don't worry, the stuff outside is all ordinary. If we're going to take something, we'll take the best. Little Red was a bit puzzled and said, but, boss, do you know those spiritual herbs? I can't even name some of them. Chen Yang smirked. Who do you think your boss is? How could recognizing some herbs stump me? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang called out to the system in his heart. System, mark the precious herbs in the medicine garden that are over 1,000 years old. No, over 3,000 years old. Received, host, marking for you. The next moment, subtle changes occurred in Chen Yang's eyes, and some of the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden began to emit light of different colors. Ding! Marking complete. Green mark, age 3,000 to 5,000 years. Blue mark, age 5,000 to 8,000 years. Red mark, age 8,000 years or more. Looking at the dense green dots in his vision, Chen Yang couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a sacred ground, so wealthy. If we're going to take something, we'll take the best. With this thought in mind, Chen Yang directly blocked the green light and headed towards the reddest plants. This patch, and that patch over there, we'll take them all. Yes, boss. Xiaohong, drooling, flew towards the location Chen Yang pointed to. Chen Yang aimed at one of them, which looked like an ordinary little radish, but the light was a deep purplish red, probably tens of thousands of years old. Strangely, this spiritual herb was hiding among a patch of unremarkable 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Without the system, it would have been difficult to find. You're quite good at hiding. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth slightly curved up as he quickly approached the little radish. However, just as he was about to reach out and pick it, he noticed that the spiritual herb, which was originally within easy reach, suddenly moved. With a whoosh, the little radish disappeared without a trace. It can still move. Chen Yang was taken aback. Could it be that this spiritual herb is about to transform? Chen Yang's gaze gradually became excited. His eyes swept around, and the red-purple light reappeared. Found you! Chen Yang leaped up, rushing towards the little radish with incredible speed. However, unfortunately, with a whoosh, the spiritual herb burrowed directly into the ground and reappeared hundreds of meters away. He tried several more times, but all ended in failure. Depressed, Chen Yang sat on the ground, constantly thinking of a solution in his mind. The little radish seemed to see Chen Yang's distress and swaggered up to Chen Yang. Its two antennae pointed at Chen Yang, making a teasing laugh. Then, with a turn, it stuck its root out towards Chen Yang, shaking it constantly. Chen Yang was stunned. Damn, this young master is being mocked by a radish. Little radish, you're rebelling. How dare you mock this young master? Watch me turn you into pickled radish. Without a second thought, Chen Yang directly took out the spirit restriction pearl and held it tightly. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire herb garden seemed to evaporate out of thin air, disappearing without a trace. All the spiritual herbs withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The little radish greens immediately lost their vitality, becoming limp and wilted. Chen Yang reached out and easily grasped it in his hand. Run, try running again. You little rascal. You think I can't handle you? On the other side, a huge change took place in the battle in the air. Originally, the elders working together to form a grand formation could still fight back and forth with Lin Wuji. But after Chen Yang used the spirit restriction pearl, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly disappeared, making it impossible to sustain the consumption of the grand formation. The faces of the elders of the Xianin sacred ground suddenly changed. They could clearly feel the loss of spiritual energy. With such thin spiritual energy, they could only use less than 1/10 of their original power. Lin Wuji's lips curled up. Although I don't know what happened, you all seem to have weakened quite a bit. Hey, then you can't blame me. Lin Wuji, as a body cultivator, relies entirely on his own qi and blood and has very little dependence on spiritual energy. The elders of the Xianin Holy Land were dumbfounded. Before they could react, Lin Wuji had already charged in front of them. Ancestor, save me. In the deepest part of the Xianin Holy Land, an incredibly terrifying aura permeated the air. Chen Yang and Lin Wu's expressions changed simultaneously. Little Red, let's go. Coming, boss. Little Red was excited, directly picked up Chen Yang, spread its wings, divine flames burned, and rushed to the sky with incredible speed. Vermilion bird. The elders of the Xianin Holy Land were dumbfounded. Wasn't the vermilion bird supposed to be eaten? How did it appear in their own holy land? The herb garden. The herb garden has been destroyed. One of the elders let out a miserable wail. Looking over, almost all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden had withered, and the remaining ones were also on the verge of collapse. No! Who did this? Absurd! It's you, it must be you, you little brat, who did it. Leave it here. A group of elders grabbed towards Chen Yang. Deep within the profounding ancestral ground, profound netherine energy coalesced into a pitch-black hand that blotted out the sky, assaulting Chen Yang. How audacious! Lin Wuji roared, his entire body's essence blood burning to its limit. Behind him, the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger echoed. He protected Chen Yang while simultaneously punching out at that pitch-black hand. A violent explosion erupted, and all the surrounding profounding elders were blasted away for 100 miles, their fates unknown. Lin Wuji's face was pale. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed Chen Yang and Xiao Hong and fled rapidly into the distance. At the same time, in the Xianin ancestral ground, a bronze coffin slowly opened. A 4 or 5-year-old infant emerged from the coffin, looked into the distance, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Vermilion bird. Ha ha ha. It's actually a pure-blooded vermilion bird. This venerable one's supreme opportunity has finally arrived. Accompanied by a chilling laughter, the infant steered the bronze coffin, chasing after the direction where Chen Yang and the others disappeared. Chapter 36: The Child in the Bronze Coffin. Cough cough. This old codger, who would have thought he'd still be alive? Lin Wuji's face was pale, his words laced with a hint of blood, yet he continued to sprint forward without pause. Chen Yang was somewhat curious. System, who was that who just attacked? What's his cultivation level? Responding to host, the owner of that pitch-black giant hand is named Yin Yi. Identity, one of the 2 ancient ancestors of the Xianin sacred ground. Realm, mid-stage quasi-emperor. Cultivation technique, 8 desolations 6 harmonies supreme in creation godly canon. This cultivation technique allows for extremely fast cultivation speed, but it has a distinct flaw. Every 100 years, one will enter a period of weakness, completely losing all cultivation before gradually recovering. As cultivation level increases, the duration of the weakness period lengthens. Currently, Inya's weakness period is nearing its end, and his cultivation has recovered to the initial quasi-emperor realm. Quasi-emperor. Chen Yang's pupils constricted. With great emperors absent, quasi-emperors were the strongest combat power on the profound heaven continent. Entering the emperor realm was extremely difficult. Since ancient times, peak Dao inquiry cultivators were as numerous as the hairs of an ox, but those in the quasi-emperor realm were few and far between. Even among the great sacred grounds, only a few ancient ancestors had reached the quasi-emperor realm. Cough, that old geezer is truly shameless. Lin Wuji was somewhat indignant. If the seniors of our Brahma Saint Hall hadn't disappeared, the profound sacred ground would have been eradicated. Master, we took quite a few spiritual herbs from the medicine garden. See if any can heal your injuries. Chen Yang was worried. Taking a direct hit from a quasi-emperor, even with a tough physique, would definitely be unbearable. Lin Wuji shook his head. For us body cultivators, ordinary spiritual herbs are useless. Are the spiritual herbs that can run and jump useful? Lin Wuji looked surprised and immediately stopped walking. You really caught a spiritual herb that is about to transform. Chen Yang smirked, grabbing a small radish sprout from his storage bag. The small radish sprout's branches and tendrils drooped, looking listless. An emperor grass about to transform. Lin Wuji was genuinely shocked this time. You kid, you actually managed to catch it. Ha, I just got lucky and happened to find it sleeping. Lin Wuji clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't ask further. Master, will eating it heal your injuries? No, don't eat me. In Chen Yang's hand, the emperor grass suddenly struggled. Oh ho, this little radish sprout can actually talk. You're the little radish. The emperor grass's tendrils waved incessantly. Little kid, quickly let me go, or you'll regret it. Master, I think it might taste better pickled. Chen Yang said out of the blue. No, absolutely not. The emperor grass anxiously said, at most, I'll give you a leaf. One leaf is definitely enough for your injury. This little radish sprout has a pretty strong will to live. Chen Yang smiled slightly, extending his small hand. Give it here. The little emperor grass looked aggrieved and reluctantly plucked a small leaf, handing it to Chen Yang. Master, is this enough? Enough. Lin Wuji took out the blood essence treasure medicine he carried and consumed it together with the emperor grass leaf. In a few breaths, his pale complexion gradually regained its rosy color. Ha, the spiritual herb that is about to transform is indeed extraordinary, containing innate essence. My injuries are mostly healed now. Chen Yang's face lit up with joy. That's great. He. Indeed, it's too great. An aged voice came from a distance. Chen Yang's hair stood on end in an instant, a chilling gaze locking onto him. Lin Wuji groaned, his body suffused with blood energy, enveloping Chen Yang firmly. Chen Yang immediately felt much better. Old thing, hiding your head and showing your tail, is it because your old mother gave birth to you too ugly to be seen? Ha, a body cultivator is indeed just a body cultivator, so vulgar in speech. A bronze coffin shrouded in layers of energy appeared out of nowhere. The lid slowly opened, and a 4 or 5-year-old infant floated out from within. A child. Chen Yang was somewhat puzzled. Lin Wuji explained, this old fellow's cultivation method is special. His form often shifts between infant, youth, and old age. He's truly a monster. Heh, who would have thought that in this world today, there would still be people who understand this venerable one so well. The infant spoke in an aged voice, with a hint of banter in his words. Little child, hand over the vermilion bird to me, and I may spare your souls, allowing you to be reincarnated. Xiao Hong shuddered and quickly hid behind Chen Yang. Lin Wuji chuckled, old man Yin Yi, you want the vermilion bird? Have you asked me? Heh, a body cultivator about to step into the quasi-emperor realm might be able to deal with those at the peak of the asking Dao stage, but facing a true quasi-emperor, you're still not a match. Let this venerable one teach you what the emperor realm is. Before his words faded, terrifying yin energy rose up, permeating the horizon. The sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds loomed overhead. Within the clouds, it was as if tens of thousands of eyes were staring at Lin Wuji, radiating endless coldness. Good disciple, I'll hold him back first, you take the opportunity to escape. Lin Wuji left these words behind, let out a loud shout, and attacked Yin Yi. Chen Yang was silent, suddenly feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. System, does this old codger have any weaknesses? Returning to host, Yin Yi's body is withered and decaying. He requires a copper coffin made of 10,000 yeri nether copper to maintain his body's vitality. Understood. Chen Yang's eyes lit up and he shouted towards Lin Wuji, Master, that copper coffin is this old codger's weakness, attack it with all your might. Lin Wuji was stunned, but after a brief moment of contemplation he chose to believe Chen Yang, burning his essence blood as he attacked the copper coffin. Yin Yi's eyes were cold as he glanced at Chen Yang, his heart filled with doubt. He couldn't fathom how this little child had seen through him. You meddlesome brat, I'll send you to the afterlife first. Chen Yang was not afraid at all, and the divine flame mark on his forehead lit up. Come on. I, together with Little Red, will share life and death. If you dare to kill me, you won't get the vermilion bird either. Yin Yi's eyes were gloomy and uncertain. He withdrew the overflowing yin energy to avoid affecting Chen Yang. I really didn't expect the vermilion bird to recognize you as its master. Old Yin Yi, take this punch. Lin Wuji used all his strength to strike the bronze coffin. Bang! The sound of impact reverberated throughout the world. Lin Wuji flew backward, blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. Haha, as expected of a body cultivator, the strength of your power is definitely number one among Dao questioning cultivators. Unfortunately, in front of this venerable one, it's still not enough. Yin Yi's whole body ignited with a thick black mist, like black flames constantly burning. Behind him, an enormous phantom manifested, extending an incredibly large palm to crush Lin Wuji. Behold the might of the emperor, why do you not kneel? A vast and ancient voice, terrifying beyond compare. Lin Wuji's expression turned grave. The pressure of a quasi-emperor bore down on him, making him feel immense pressure. Damn old monster, in my life, Lin Wuji has only knelt to my master and my woman. Who do you think you are to make me kneel? Screw you. With a thunderous sound, Lin Wuji's bones creaked. Blood chi enveloped him as he burned his essence blood to the extreme, blasting towards the terrifyingly large hand. A violent explosion erupted, sending out layers of shockwaves that swept in all directions. The smoke and dust dissipated. Lin Wuji's body was somewhat tattered. His sheepskin coat had long since been burned to ashes. Fresh blood streamed down his body and his aura was rapidly declining. Yi sneered, without reaching the Emperor realm, you are but ants. I'll send you to your rebirth. His voice carried a terrifying pressure, surging towards Lin Wuji. However, just as the attack was about to touch Lin Wuji's body, Lin Wuji suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. Old fool, who gave you the audacity to dare to hit my man? Chapter 37, The Forbidden Art of the Brahma Saint Hall. Heh, here comes another one courting death. Yi stood on the bronze coffin, his icy gaze looking towards the front right. The graceful Yao Jiu supported Lin Wuji, standing on a golden lotus flowing with spiritual power. Why did you come? Lin Wuji's aura was somewhat weak. Humph. If I didn't come, you would have been beaten to death by this old fool. Yao Jiu was a little angry, but her eyes contained deep concern. How are you? How long will it take to recover? Lin Wuji's lips curled up. You know my body. Even if a quasi-emperor wants to kill me, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Buy me 50 breaths. I want to show this old monster the true heritage of the Brahma Saint Hall. Okay. Yao Jiu's eyes narrowed and an ancient bronze mirror appeared behind her. Kunlun mirror. Yi frowned but quickly relaxed. The Kunlun mirror in Yao Jiu's hand did not have the Emperor's might contained in an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Humph. So it's a replica. What if it's a replica? It's enough to deal with an incomplete quasi-emperor like you. The ancient bronze mirror behind Yao Jiu emitted a colorful glow. The huge golden lotus phantom rotated continuously, and infinite spiritual power transformed into thousands of sharp blades, attacking the phantom behind Yi. Arrogant! How dare the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? Yi's body burned with Yin energy, and the phantom transformed from spiritual power behind him became even stronger. Chen Yang was anxious and kept urging. System, hurry, is it ready yet? Returning to host, the 10,000-year nether copper coffin has been fully analyzed. During the forging of this copper coffin, some of the materials were not of sufficient grade. There are obvious weak points at the junctions of the formations inscribed on the sides of the coffin. Chen Yang was overjoyed and shouted towards Yao Jiu. Master's wife, this old monster can't leave the copper coffin. The junctions of the formations on the sides of the coffin are the weakest. Yi's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He had personally refined this 10,000-year nether copper coffin. Back then, because he couldn't find suitable natural treasures, he used other treasures as substitutes, which led to that flaw. But, apart from himself, no one else knew about this matter. How did this little brat know? For a moment, endless killing intent rose in Yi's heart. Old fool, don't even think about harming my younger. Yao Jiu shouted again, gathering all her spiritual power into a single point, and blasted towards the weak spot of the bronze coffin that Chen Yang had indicated. Yi's expression changed. The phantom behind him suddenly collapsed, then rapidly condensed into a pitch-black shield guarding the bronze coffin. With a loud boom, a violent explosion erupted. The shield blocked Yao Jiu's attack. However, a hint of excitement flashed in Yao Jiu's eyes. Old codger, you're actually defending with all your might. It seems my younger was right, that bronze coffin is your weakness. Before her voice faded, Yao Jiu's attacks on the bronze coffin became even more swift and fierce. Yi's face was gloomy. He was still in a weakened state and needed the support of the 10,000-year nether bronze coffin to exert the power of a quasi-emperor. If the bronze coffin were destroyed, he would definitely not be a match for two peak ascendants who were about to step into the quasi-emperor realm. But the vermilion bird was right before him. Only the vermilion bird's extreme yang essence blood can eradicate his hidden ailments. Now that his lifespan is nearing its end, if he misses this opportunity, he fears he will never have another chance in his life. Yi gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. Although the effectiveness of the vermilion bird's essence blood will be greatly reduced after death, it's still better than nothing. With this thought, Yi no longer hesitated, and Yin energy condensed into a massive, pitch-black hand, grabbing towards Chen Yang. Old fool! How dare you! Yao Jiu's expression changed, and she hurriedly rushed towards Chen Yang. Humph! I have weaknesses, but do you think you don't have any? This little brat is your biggest weakness. Younger! Yao Jiu shouted urgently, rushing with all her might. However, after all, there was still a slight difference in cultivation level, and Yao Jiu's speed was still a bit lacking. In the blink of an eye, Yi's attack arrived before Chen Yang. Yi revealed a cold smile. This attack was enough to shatter Chen Yang and the vermilion bird's bodies and bring back the overflowing essence blood. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, and he held a belt in his hand at some unknown point. This was one of the ornaments he had asked Luo Qianxue for when they were at Yaoqi. After being strengthened by the system, it had transformed into a magical artifact containing the laws of space. Even though it could only be used once, it was enough. Want to catch me? Keep dreaming. The spatial belt in Chen Yang's hand radiated divine light, completely enveloping his body. The next moment, the pitch-black giant hand landed on the spot where Chen Yang was, rapidly closing, wanting to capture Chen Yang and the vermilion bird in its grasp. However, Yin Yi did not feel any substance. His strike seemed to have caught nothing. How is this possible? How could a little brat in the body-tempering realm dodge a strike from a quasi-emperor? Not far away, spatial fluctuations transmitted, and the figures of Chen Yang and Little Red angrily emerged out of thin air. Yin Ye's pupils constricted. A spatial magical artifact. Humph. It seems that you value this kid quite a bit, actually giving him such a precious magical artifact to protect himself. However, I want to see how many times you can activate this magical artifact. Before his voice faded, a terrifying giant hand grabbed out once more. Old codger, do you think I don't exist? Yao Jiao shouted, urging the ancient bronze mirror to attack the bronze coffin with all her might. Annoying insect. Yin Yi let out a deep roar, his entire body surging with yin energy, his aura rising to the extreme. He attacked on two fronts, both resisting Yao Jiao's attack and grabbing towards Chen Yang. Yanger, dodge quickly. Yao Jiao's shout came, but Chen Yang did not move. Instead, he looked at Yin Yi and hooked the corner of his mouth into a smile. Old monster, you've lost. Yin Ye's expression froze. Not far away, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. 50 breaths had passed. Lin Wuji suddenly opened his eyes and appeared in front of Chen Yang with incredible speed. With the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, a fist like a raging wave blasted out from Lin Wuji's body. The pitch-black giant hand formed from yin energy instantly collapsed. At this moment, Lin Wuji's aura was no weaker than Yin Ye's. Coupled with the unique blood and chi advantage of a body cultivator, Yin Yi had no chance. Sacrifice my own essence and blood to forcefully unlock the chains within my body. I never would have thought that the forbidden art of the Brahma Holy Palace has not been lost. Yin Ye's expression turned grave. He knew that continuing to entangle would not bring him any advantage. His gaze fell upon the vermilion bird, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Lin Wuji chuckled, this method is still incomplete. I have not mastered all of it, but I can still loosen the chains of the divine soul. Old monster, are you ready to die next? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wuji moved like a ghost, appearing in front of the bronze coffin in the blink of an eye. Explode for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows of the azure dragon and white tiger appeared behind him simultaneously. That power seemed capable of piercing through stars. 8 desolations, 6 directions. Only I am supreme. Yin Yi also gave it his all, gathering all the yin chi in his body onto the bronze coffin, using all his strength to resist. Instantly, the sky and earth dimmed, the wind and clouds changed color, and the aftermath rapidly spread out from the two as the center, shattering rocks and stones wherever it reached. Yao Jiao, holding an ancient bronze mirror, quickly protected Chen Yang and Little Hong Nu, avoiding the impact of the aftermath. Lin Wuji and Yin Yi were still in a stalemate. However, Lin Wuji's energy and blood were still abundant, while Yin Yi was decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. His originally baby-like body was rapidly aging, and his tender cheeks were covered with ravines and wrinkles. Before long, Lin Wuji would be able to secure the victory. At this critical moment, a giant hand filled with yin energy came swiftly from the horizon, and at the same time, an old and aged voice came. Stop! Another ancient ancestor of the profound Yin Holy Land has taken action. That yin energy was much stronger than Yin Ye's. Yao Jiao's face suddenly changed. Wuji, be careful. Old guys, one by one, truly shameless. Chen Yang frowned, took out the spirit restriction pearl, and held it tightly in his hand. Chapter 38. The mantis stalks the cicada, the unexpected oriole. With the ghostly hand drawing near, Chen Yang could no longer concern himself with anything else. Spirit sealing orb, activate. Instantly, light flickered, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly absorbed. What happened? Yao Jiao suddenly felt a wave of weakness. The extremely thin spiritual energy made her somewhat uncomfortable. The ghostly hand also paused abruptly, its power drastically reduced. The only one unaffected was Lin Wuji. His boundless power of blood and chi still surged. Yin Yi also felt incredibly weak. His own yin energy seemed to be out of control, dissipating outwards. Now! Lin Wuji roared, concentrating his power of blood and chi at the tip of his fist and smashed it down. With a crash, the 10,000-year-old underworld copper coffin shattered in response. No! Yin Ye's eyes were bloodshot, and a heavy wail escaped his mouth. Old monster, go to hell! Without any hesitation, Lin Wuji punched out at the yin energy giant hand that was almost within reach. The aftershock of his fist directly tore Yin Yi into pieces. Let's go! Having landed a successful blow, Lin Wuji didn't linger in battle. He rapidly fled into the distance with Chen Yang and Yao Jiao. A cold snort echoed from the direction of the profound Yin Holy Land. However, no one came out to pursue them. At this moment, Yin Ye's body was shattered, leaving behind only a wisp of a remnant soul, drifting in the air. Senior brother, save me. A weak and feeble cry for help came from Inye's mouth, but it received no response. Hee, master, oh master, how could you be in such a sorry state? An extremely familiar voice rang in Inye's ears. In Xian. A hint of joy was revealed in Inye's tone. Quick, I order you to gather my remnant soul and send it into the soul-nurturing bottle. In Xian was the current holy master of the Profounding Holy Land, and also the person whose spiritual body was shattered by Lin Wuji. The one who appeared now was In Xian's true body. In Xian smiled coldly, taking out a yellow jade bottle and placing it in his palm. Soul-nurturing bottle, is this what you're talking about? Yes, quick. Take me in. Haha, alright. In Xian moved his palm slightly, and endless energy rose from his palm. The soul-nurturing bottle trembled constantly and finally exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of dregs on the ground. In Xian, what are you doing? In Yi was extremely frustrated. Now, his only way to survive was gone. In Yi, how could you be so stupid? In Xian sneered, do you think the old ancestor will still use secret methods to extend your life? From the moment your bronze coffin shattered, you were already worthless. And I, In Xian, am the one truly chosen by the old ancestor. What are you saying? Inya's tone was full of disbelief. Don't forget, I planted a slave seal in your sea of consciousness. Haha, a mere slave seal, did you really think I had no way to deal with it? Besides, do you still have the strength to activate the slave seal now? Inya's remnant soul trembled, and a plea came from his tone. Good great-grandson, save this old ancestor. Anything you want, this old ancestor can give you. In Xian's lips curled up. What I want is your remnant soul. As the words fell, endless black chi emerged from In Xian's body, enveloping and devouring the remnant soul. No! Inya's remnant soul struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. At the same time, in an inconspicuous corner, a pair of jet black eyes had been staring at Inya's remnant soul from beginning to end. At the moment when In Xian was absorbing the remnant soul and had no time to be distracted, those jet black eyes transformed into imperceptible black smoke, quietly mixing into Inya's remnant soul. In Xian did not notice anything unusual, and neither did the other ancient ancestor of the profound In sacred ground. After a long time, the profounding holy master had absorbed all of Inya's remnant soul, and there were faint signs that his peak Dao inquiry cultivation was about to break through. Many thanks for old ancestors' completion. The profounding holy master slightly bowed towards the direction of the profounding holy land and then disappeared in a flash. On the other side, Chen Yang and the others had already arrived at a lush mountain stream hundreds of thousands of miles away from the profounding holy land. Lin Wuji's face was pale, and his blood essence was rapidly declining. Master, are you alright? Chen Yang asked with concern. I'm fine, not going to die, it's just that I can't fight anymore for a while. Lin Wuji smiled. Sacrificing blood essence always comes at a price. Yao Jiu said somewhat angrily, what were you doing going to the profounding holy land for no reason? If I hadn't rushed over today, do you know what the consequences would have been? Lin Wuji's lips slightly curved upward. Jiuer, don't be angry, isn't everything alright? Chen Yang's mind sparked with an idea, and he angrily shouted at Xiao Hong, quick, take out all the herbs you picked. Okay, boss. In the next moment, rare and precious spiritual herbs with flowing spiritual energy appeared in front of Lin Wuji and Yao Jiu. Each one was more than 5,000 years old. Lin Wuji and Yao Jiu were both stunned. Did you gather all of these? The hidden yang grass and the fallen grief flower among them were spiritual herbs with extremely strong aura concealing abilities. If one didn't recognize them, even a Dao inquiry cultivator might not be able to detect them. Ahem, you little brat, you have a sharp eye. Lin Wuji smiled. Adding that in Emperor grass, I'm afraid all the rare medicinal herbs in that herb garden have been moved away by you. Master, let's not worry about that for now. Are these herbs useful? Lin Wuji was about to shake his head, but then he saw Yao Jiu slowly stand up and take out some spiritual herbs, putting them into her mouth. Jiuer, you. Shut up. You too, go wait outside for me. As the words fell, a gentle breeze came head-on, pushing Chen Yang and Little Crimson away for 10 miles. Yao Jiu's spiritual power circulated, and curtains appeared out of thin air, completely concealing her and Lin Wuji. Boss, what are they doing? Little Crimson asked, puzzled. Chen Yang's little face flushed, and he flicked Little Red Fury on the head, clearing his throat twice. Little brat, don't ask. Little Red Fury looked aggrieved. Boss, aren't you a little brat too? Lin Wuji couldn't absorb spiritual power, but he could absorb the power of blood and qi. While consuming spiritual medicine to replenish her own blood and qi, Yao Jiu transferred blood and qi to Lin Wuji through dual cultivation. Lin Wuji's injuries were rapidly improving. Before long, a long roar erupted, and Lin Wuji had recovered most of his strength. The next moment, Chen Yang and Little Red Fury felt the earth shaking, and rocks were constantly falling in the mountains. Chen Yang's cheeks were rosy as he covered Little Red Fury's eyes and ears, exclaiming, as expected of a body cultivator, he's just too vigorous. 2 days and 3 nights passed. Lin Wuji recovered to his peak, while Yao Jiu looked somewhat tired. Master, mistress, have you finished? Hearing this, Yao Jiu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared fiercely at Lin Wuji. Lin Wuji laughed. He's just a little kid, he doesn't understand these things. Don't worry. That's true. Yao Jiao was relieved. Lin Wuji leaped up and came to Chen Yang's side. His body was full of vitality, with no signs of decline. Yanger, the trip to the Xianin sacred ground was very fruitful. The spiritual medicines to open your meridians are also ready. Your teacher will personally prepare them for you. In the next few days, you will seclude yourself to adjust your state to the extreme and enter the meridian opening realm in one fell swoop. A look of anticipation appeared on Chen Yang's face. After entering the meridian opening realm, he will be able to see Empress Sister after some time. 9 Luminaries Mountain Secret Realm, your daddy is coming. Excited. Master, Mistress, Yanger will definitely live up to your expectations. Chapter 39 Using the Body as Meridians. A few days passed, and Chen Yang had been adjusting his state. Lin Wuji then took the qi and blood treasures that Chen Yang had won from the demon race, added a portion picked from the Xianin Holy Land, and another portion provided by Yao Jiao. He mixed all the herbs together to make a medicinal bath. Looking at the boiling precious herbs in the pot, Lin Wuji nodded with satisfaction. Can Yanger withstand the power of this medicine? Yao Jiao asked with slight worry. The qi and blood power contained within is equivalent to directly infusing the blood of a world-astounding demon into Yanger's body. Lin Wuji pondered for a moment. If this little one can't withstand it, I will naturally help him share the burden, no need to worry. Yao Jiao nodded slowly and transmitted a message to Chen Yang. Yanger, come over here. Chen Yang opened his eyes, his body glowing, his qi and blood full, in a perfect state. Soon, he arrived beside Lin Wuji. Yao Jiao stroked Chen Yang's head and patiently explained. Yanger, after the body tempering realm comes the vein opening realm. The so-called vein opening is like the spiritual veins of the various sects, opening up spiritual veins in one's own body to greatly improve the absorption and utilization efficiency of spiritual power. Only with successful vein opening can one be considered to have truly entered the path of cultivation. To ensure the spiritual veins are in harmony with the body, cultivators generally choose something as the eye of the spiritual vein when advancing to the vein opening realm. Something? Chen Yang asked, slightly puzzled. That's right. For example, Sword Ruins, where your mother is, usually uses their own natal sword as the eye of the spiritual vein, while Yaoqi generally uses the golden lotus as the vein. Chen Yang nodded slowly and asked, then will Sister Luo also use the golden lotus as her vein? Yao Jiao couldn't help but smile. You little kid, why are you always thinking about her all day long? Xianxue contains a delicate world within her. This exquisite small world is the most compatible spiritual vein eye for her. Once she enters the meridian opening realm, the terror of the 9 profound exquisite body will truly manifest, and then Xianxue's cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Yanger, you must work hard. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect her then. Chen Yang's lips curled up slightly. Don't worry, Master's wife, I will definitely not fall behind. By the way, Master's wife, are there any other particularities about this spirit vein eye? Yao Jiao nodded slightly and continued. The eye of the spiritual meridian is related to the stability of the spiritual meridian within the body. If it is destroyed, the impact will be enormous. Therefore, most cultivators will try their best to hide their eye of the spiritual meridian to prevent it from being discovered. Chen Yang nodded slowly. So, when fighting against cultivators in the meridian opening realm, as long as you find the eye of the spiritual meridian and then shatter it, you're guaranteed to win, right? Yes, that's right. Yao Jiao smiled. Chen Yang sighed softly. It's a pity, it seems I don't have any top-grade magical treasures on me. Beside him, Lin Wuji laughed and said, no trouble at all. We body cultivators never rely on magical treasures. What we need is not spiritual power but the power of qi and blood. The best vessel for qi and blood is our own body. Body cultivators have always used their bodies as meridians and their bodies as eyes. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. This method, I like it. As for the spiritual meridian eyes of the magic cultivators, Chen Yang decided to wait until he returned to Luo Qianshue's side before deciding whether to acquire them. Lin Wuji's lips curled up. If you like it, then go in. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yang was directly picked up and thrown into the pot. No way, Master, you're cooking again. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yang felt a monstrous power of qi and blood rushing towards him. His body felt as if it was being torn apart by tens of thousands of demonic beasts, about to shatter into pieces. Endure it. This is the pain that must be experienced to use the body as a meridian. Lin Wuji looked serious, constantly paying attention to Chen Yang's body. Once there was a tendency to disintegrate, he would immediately pull him out. Chen Yang clenched his teeth, the pain spreading throughout his body. Fortunately, he had the support of his original limit realm cultivation, and the Tao source within his body continuously flowed, nourishing his body. Gradually, Chen Yang adapted to the pain in his body and began to absorb the qi and blood power from the medicinal bath. Lin Wuji and Yao Jiao exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. The Tao rhythm circulates even though we were mentally prepared. Yanger's talent still far exceeds our imagination. Yao Jiao exclaimed repeatedly. Lin Wuji's eyes were full of delight. It's not enough, still not enough, ha 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 ha. A genius, a true genius. perhaps my Van Holy Hall can really produce a great emperor. Saying that, Lin Wuji poured all of the remaining qi and blood treasures into the pot. The terrifying qi and blood power transformed into ferocious beast phantoms, constantly impacting Chen Yang's body. However, Chen Yang's aura did not show the slightest disorder. In fact, it was becoming even stronger. The medicinal bath lasted a total of 10 days and 10 nights. On the 11th day, Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Endless phantoms of demon beasts soared from behind him. He could feel the flow of every blood vessel in his body, and his control over the power of qi and blood had undergone earth-shattering changes. He had reached the meridian opening realm. Good. Lin Wuji laughed heartily, truly worthy of being my disciple. This talent is unmatched throughout the ages. At the same time, on Chen Yang's left arm, the potential chain derived from the Brahma Saint God-slaying scripture emerged, showing signs of collapsing. Chen Yang frowned, and without any hesitation, he tried his best to suppress it. It has not yet reached the limit. If the chain breaks at this moment, the opportunity to surpass the limit will be lost. Seeing this, Yao Jiu immediately understood Chen Yang's thoughts. Her fingers slid slightly, and a seal was branded on Chen Yang's left arm. The restless chain immediately quieted down, and Chen Yang could clearly feel an additional layer of imprisonment within his body. Yanger, I know you have great ambitions. This seal can only be unlocked when you break through the limit of the vein opening realm. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, martial ant. Yao Jiu smiled slightly. Now that you are in the vein opening realm, it's time for you to go out and train on your own. Lin Wuji threw a storage bag to Chen Yang and said, Good disciple, there is a classic book inside, recording the secret techniques created by the predecessors of the Brahma Holy Palace. Study it well. Also, there are some treasures inside. As long as you don't encounter those old monsters, it's enough to protect yourself. Thank you, master. Yao Jiu stepped forward, picked up Little Red and said slowly, The vermilion bird is too eye-catching. I will take it back to Yao Qi first, otherwise it will easily attract the covetousness of those old monsters. Chen Yang nodded. Martial ant, I still have some spiritual herbs and treasures here, which I basically don't need. Please remember to bring them to Sister Luo. Saying that, Chen Yang pulled out the Yin Emperor grass and some supreme treasures and handed them to Yao Jiu. Yao Jiu was slightly stunned, then sighed softly. Qianxue, that girl, to have such a silly child like you thinking of her. I wonder how many lifetimes of good fortune she's accumulated. Wuji, let's go. Yanger's path of trials should be walked by himself. Yao Jiu called out, but there was no response. That master's wife, master seems to have run off again. Chen Yang said softly. The corner of Yao Jiu's mouth twitched slightly, and anger flashed in her eyes again. That damned bastard, just wait until I skin him alive. As the words fell, Yao Jiu scooped up Little Red Fury and headed towards the direction of Yao Qi. Boss, wait for me to come back. Little Red Fury raised its wings high, bidding farewell with a reluctant expression. Cultivate your innate divine power properly, and remember to praise me in front of Sister Luo. Okay, boss, I guarantee I'll praise you to the heavens. Chen Yang's lips slightly curved upward, and he took out a jade slip from his storage bag. The jade slip displayed a map of the central region. After carefully examining it, Chen Yang smiled. There's still some distance to the 9 luminaries' mystic realm. The nearest city along the way is Skyfeather City. It says here that the spirit pigeons in Skyfeather City are delicious and are the best in the central domain. Heh, it's decided then. You're the one. Let's go. Chapter 40 Blood Bank Junior Sister, 7 Colored Ingu. Thank you to Crying Meteor for the reward and everyone for the monthly and recommended votes. In a secluded dense forest 1,000 miles away from Skyfeather City, Chen Yang crossed his little feet, holding a ferocious beast leg in one hand and flipping through the secret technique books given by Lin Wuji in the other. Skypeng Ascending Technique. Once learned, one can soar straight up 90,000 miles. Requires Skypeng's true blood to assist in cultivation. Each Skypeng is at least at the asking Dao stage. Can't beat them. Next. True Dragon Treasure Technique requires Dragon Soul, Dragon Bone, Dragon Blood. Phoenix Undying Technique requires Phoenix True Blood, Nirvana Pool. Divine Ape Thousand Transformations requires a Divine Ape Skeleton at the Quasi-Emperor Realm, Divine Ape True Blood. Chen Yang. This is too outrageous. Are divine abilities just cabbages? Taking a closer look, Chen Yang noticed a line of small print on the cover. The divine abilities and secret techniques recorded in this book are all theoretical deductions. Later generations should be cautious when practicing them. As expected, it's a pirated copy. Chen Yang said speechlessly. But since it's recorded, it must have some reference value. It's just that these divine beasts have been extinct for who knows how many years. Where can I find them? After reading it once, there wasn't a single one he could learn right now, and the more Chen Yang looked at it, the more he felt something was off. It seems that what's recorded here are all the innate divine abilities of the demon race or ancient divine beasts, and none are of the human race. But, upon closer thought, it made sense. The human race's body cultivation methods are similar to those of the demon race. If one could transform the demon race's innate divine abilities for their own use, it would definitely be of great benefit. These secret techniques require extremely harsh materials. I don't need to consider them in the short term. I'll wait until I see Empress sister and swipe some from her. Also, the poisonous insects and herbs left by Master are almost finished. Cultivating the Brahma Saint God slaying cannon will have a greatly reduced effect without enough poison to temper the body. I need to buy some more. Well, that's settled. First, I'll go to Tianyu City to eat spirit pigeons and buy poisonous insects. With that thought, Chen Yang headed towards Tianyu City. However, halfway there, Chen Yang heard some movement and stopped, immediately hiding himself. Hopefully, it's not someone from the Xianin sacred ground. Not far ahead of him, there were 3 figures, 1 male and 2 females, walking side by side, cautiously looking around. System, who are these 3? Reporting to host, they are disciples of the Linglan sect, a sect near Tianyu City. Shuige, age 14, cultivation at the peak of the meridian opening stage. Lin Qing, age 13, cultivation in the middle of the meridian opening stage. Mu Xiaoxiao, age 9, cultivation at the 9th level of body tempering. Looks like disciples from a sect are out training. Chen Yang muttered to himself, no need to bother with them. It's more important to eat spirit pigeons. Chen Yang was just about to leave, but Mu Xiaoxiao's words stopped him in his tracks. Senior brother Shui, senior sister Lin, this place looks dangerous. Why don't we head back? Master said that with the emergence of the demon race, the demonic beasts everywhere are rioting, causing chaos. We are not allowed to go out on our own recently. Demonic beast riot. Chen Yang was puzzled, thinking, could the purpose of the riot be for Little Red Rage? However, everyone saw with their own eyes that Master took me in Little Red Rage away. The demon race should have already received the news and wouldn't guess that Little Red Rage has returned to the Jade Pool again. Just as he was pondering, a loud slap entered Chen Yang's ears. He saw Mu Xiaoxiao cry out in pain as she flew backward, slapped by Lin Qing into a nearby tree trunk. Shuige watched all of this, expressionless, with no emotion in his eyes. Senior sister, I'm sorry, it was Xiaoxiao who misspoke. Mu Xiaoxiao covered her cheeks, glistening tears appearing in the corners of her eyes, trembling, her eyes filled with grievance, helplessness, and fear. Humph. Lin Qing snorted heavily, a hint of sinister intent in her tone. Do we need you to teach us how to do things, senior brother, and I? Before her words had finished, another slap landed on Mu Xiaoxiao's face. Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her eyes, touching her red cheek, sobbing as she murmured, I'm sorry, senior brother and senior sister. Xiaoxiao won't dare to do it again. Shui Ji's lips curled up slightly. Alright, junior sister Qinger, junior sister Xiaoxiao didn't do it on purpose. A lesson is enough. We still need to rely on her. I think this place is secluded, junior sister Xiaoxiao, why not just here? Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao's body trembled. She bit her lip, and despite her reluctance, she nodded. Shui Ji's eyes turned cold as he forcefully grabbed Mu Xiaoxiao's arm, sternly rebuking, I hope you won't play any tricks. Nearby, Chen Yang's eyes gradually narrowed as he looked at Mu Xiaoxiao's arm, feeling slightly startled. That arm was covered with bite marks and sword wounds, both old and new. Logically, with the cultivation of the 9th level of body tempering, such injuries should heal quickly, but Mu Xiaoxiao clearly couldn't do it. Either these bite marks were caused by special demonic creatures, or Mu Xiaoxiao's essence blood was severely insufficient, or perhaps both. Chen Yang stared ahead in confusion, only to see Shuige tightly grip Mu Xiaoxiao's arm, a smirk on his lips, as he used his long sword to cut a large gash on her arm. Thin streams of blood flowed unceasingly, and Mu Xiaoxiao's face gradually paled. Shuige frowned slightly. Why is it so thin? Didn't I tell you to eat more spiritual medicines that replenish qi and blood? Before he finished speaking, Shuige kicked Mu Xiaoxiao in the abdomen. Tears flickered in Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes, but she didn't dare to cry out. I'm sorry, senior brother. It's just that Xiaoxiao is recovering too slowly. Shuige snorted coldly and instructed, Junior sister Qinger, give her more tonics after this time. My treasure can't drink such thin blood. Lin Cheng bowed and said, Qinger understands. You, come here. Shuige pointed at Mu Xiaoxiao, his tone extremely sinister. Mu Xiaoxiao trembled all over and consciously walked in front of Shuige, extending her bleeding arm. From Shui Ji's waist, a colorful figure darted out swiftly, instantly latching onto Mu Xiaoxiao's arm, greedily sucking her blood. Chen Yang frowned slightly. System, what is that? Replying host, this insect is called the 7-colored Ingu leech, fiercely poisonous, and needs to be nourished with a cultivator's blood essence, a young woman's blood essence being the best. Fiercely poisonous. Chen Yang's lips curled up slightly. I just didn't have any poisonous insects, and now one is delivered to my door. This Mu Xiaoxiao must have been treated as an inexhaustible blood bank by him. Looking at the wound on Mu Xiaoxiao's hand, this kind of thing must have happened countless times. She definitely had the opportunity to tell her teachers, but she didn't do so. Chen Yang pondered slightly, and doubts gradually arose in his heart. On the other side, the 7-colored Ingu leech had already drunk its fill, and Mu Xiaoxiao's blood essence had been sucked away by nearly half. It's your turn. Lin Qing's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he didn't know when a purple-flowered poisonous scorpion had appeared in his hand. Go! Purple flower poison scorpions crawled onto Mu Xiaoxiao's arms, burrowing into her body along her clothes, stinging her repeatedly. Mu Xiaoxiao bit her lip tightly. Even as the poison spread throughout her body, turning her skin a greenish black, she didn't utter a sound. After a few breaths, Mu Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Lin Cheng's expression changed. He recalled the purple flower poison scorpions and kicked Mu Xiaoxiao. Useless thing, fainting already. Truly a waste. Mu Xiaoxiao's body flew out. The clothing around her waist loosened, and an extremely exquisite brocade box fell from her. Oh! Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed the brocade box in his hand. This stinky girl seems to have treasures on her. On the other side, Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. His position allowed him to clearly see Mu Xiaoxiao's actions. That brocade box just now wasn't an accidental drop but was deliberately thrown out by Mu Xiaoxiao herself. Interesting. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly and he began to look forward to the subsequent developments. Chapter 41, Even Gentle Sheep Can Bite. Opening the brocade box on Mu Xiaoxiao, Lin Qing's face showed some surprise. Senior brother, look, this is a top-grade 100-flower pill. If we refine them, our cultivation will definitely advance further. How could this stinky girl have such a treasure? It must be Qin Ruyan who gave it to her. In the entire Spirit Origins sect, she's the only one who likes this girl. Shuigu smiled. I'm already at the peak of the opening meridian stage, so these 100 flower pills are useless to me. I'll give them all to junior sister. Hearing this, Lin Qing was overjoyed. Please protect me, senior brother, while I refine them. Shuigu slowly nodded. Refine with peace of mind. With me here, no one can disturb you. Lin Qing's lips curled upward, and she sat cross-legged, consuming the 100 flower pills from the brocade box. A warm current rose from her abdomen, and Lin Qing could clearly feel her cultivation steadily increasing. This is great, I may be able to break through cough. Tui. In the blink of an eye, the warm current in Lin Qing's abdomen instantly transformed into a frigid and venomous gas, permeating his entire body. Purple-black blood continuously spurted from his mouth, his face turned greenish-blue, and his entire body convulsed. Inside there's frigid poison. Senior brother, save me. In less than 10 breaths, Lin Qing collapsed to the ground, his limbs already transformed into a puddle of pus. There was no longer a trace of life. Qing Shuigu roared, but as soon as he touched Lin Qing's body, the frigid and venomous gas surged toward him like a frenzy, scaring him into quickly withdrawing his hand. Mu Xiaoxiao. The sound of gritted teeth came from his mouth, and looking back, Shuigu suddenly realized that Mu Xiaoxiao had run away at some point. Humph. Just a body tempering 9th level with depleted essence and blood, where can you run to? Junior sister Xiaoxiao, when I catch you, I will definitely let you experience what true terror is. As the words fell, Shuigu followed the trail of blood and quickly chased forward. On the other side, Chen Yang slowly walked out and came to Lin Cheng's side, finding the purple flower poison scorpion crawling around. With a gentle pinch, the purple flower poison scorpion died instantly and was then placed into a storage bag. System, what poison is Lin Cheng afflicted with? In response to the host, this is the ink-cold poison of the Saint Snowjade silkworm, an extremely potent poison. Ordinary cultivators will die upon contact. Sounds pretty good. Chen Yang murmured, then looked at Lin Qing's body and said softly, you brought it upon yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang headed in the direction that Mu Xiaoxiao had fled. On the other side, Mu Xiaoxiao's face was extremely pale. Her body limped as she ran through the forest. She couldn't hold on any longer. If she didn't run a few more times like that and she would die from the exhaustion of her essence and blood. For the past 2 years, she had felt as though she were living in hell. She had been preparing the 100-flower pill laced with the cold poison for a long time, waiting for this opportunity. She was constantly praying in her heart, praying that Shuigu and Lin Qing had both consumed the 100 flowers pill. Otherwise, she was afraid she would die here. Mu Xiaoxiao fled desperately, with no time to tend to her own bloodstains. The blood flowing from her arm gave Shuigu a clear trail to follow. Before long, a gloomy voice entered Mu Xiaoxiao's ears. Junior sister Xiaoxiao, running so hastily, where are you off to? Mu Xiaoxiao's figure froze and a chill spread from the soles of her feet. Stumbling, she fell heavily to the ground. Shuigu, unhurried, chuckled softly. Junior sister Xiaoxiao, you truly make me look at you with new eyes. Here, I'll give you a chance. Lin Cheng is dead. You can take Lin Cheng's place and scout young girls in the sect for my little darling to feed on. As long as you agree, I can guarantee that no one in the Linglan sect will be able to bully you in the future. You know, my great-grandfather is an elder in the sect. As long as I step in, you can get anything you want. Of course, the prerequisite is that you tell me, what poison did you just use? Where did it come from? Mu Xiaoxiao slumped on the ground, her breath extremely weak. Dream on. Even if I die, I won't tell you. The corners of Shuigu's lips slightly curved up. I really didn't expect that a little lamb who usually looks so docile would have the courage to resist. I know you're stubborn, but don't worry, I have 10,000 ways to make you kneel in front of me and say it word by word. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression dimmed, and she slowly closed her eyes. Since she was destined to be unable to escape, she might as well die. However, Shuigu would not give her a chance to end her own life. A talisman flew out from his sleeve and stuck to Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao immediately felt numb all over and unable to move. Don't worry, at least you can still talk. A sinister smirk crept onto Shui Ji's lips. This place is secluded and deep. I will slowly torture you until there is not an inch of your flesh that remains intact. When that time comes, let us see if you can still speak. Mu Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted, and endless fear arose in her heart. TSK, you really are a pervert. A childish, baby-like voice echoed. Shui Guo and Mu Xiaoxiao were both stunned. Following the sound, they looked up to see a small child, around 4 or 5 years old, sitting on a treetop, watching the scene below with great interest. A little kid. Shui Guo was filled with doubt, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Just a mere child, at most in the body-tempering realm, what kind of waves could he stir up? The light in Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes dimmed as well. She had originally thought someone would be able to save her, but she didn't expect it to be just a little kid. At only 4 or 5 years old, even if he was a genius, it was impossible for him to defeat a cultivator at the peak of the meridian opening realm. Little one, what brings you here? Are you accompanied by a master or elder? Shui Guo asked tentatively. Chen Yang's lips curved slightly. Naturally, I am alone. Shui Guo immediately relaxed. Chen Yang stretched out his hand and said, Hey, you little punk, this young master has taken a fancy to your worm. Hand it over quickly. Today is truly interesting. Shui Guo smiled grimly. A disobedient junior sister plus a little brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dare to act up in front of me. It seems I haven't taken action in too long, and the murderous aura on my body isn't heavy enough. Chen Yang chuckled. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Quickly take out the worm. Humph. You greenhorn brat, you're really courting death. Before his voice faded, Shui Ji's aura at the peak of the meridian opening realm instantly erupted, and a sword chi hurtled straight toward Chen Yang. Alas, you wouldn't listen to reason. You just had to fight. Chen Yang casually reached out, and a long spear filled with bloody aura appeared in his hand. The instant the sword chi touched the long spear, it was completely shattered. Shui Ji's expression instantly changed, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of magical treasure is this? It's so terrifying. TCH, making a fuss over nothing. Chen Yang said disdainfully, I'll give you one more chance, hand over the bug. Humph. You're just relying on the power of a magical treasure. A little kid like you, I bet using it once is your limit, right? Shui Ji's eyes flickered, he brandished his long sword, and several sword energies howled out.